She really dislikes a specific reporter from Africa. His name is Simon Ateba. He works with Today News. He's had a lot of hostile encounters with Karine Jean-Pierre for some reason. Yesterday, she freaked out on him and stormed out of the press conference, ending it early. We kept track of this weird psychodrama going on. Here are some clips from it.
She's asking about the origin of COVID.
I hear the question.
And Dr. Fauci is the best person to answer that question.
I hear your question, but we're not doing this the way you want it. This is the disrespectful. It is. I'm done. Simon, I'm done. I'm Simon, I'm done. I'm done with you right now.
So what's the difference between President Trump not doing anything while the Capitol was being attacked and President Biden not doing anything while protesters, while the Supreme Court justices were under attack?
To say that there is no difference, that is just unbelievably wrong.
But is it concerned that Supreme Court justice
I'm moving on. I'm moving on.
You don't give us questions.
Okay. I'm trying to answer your question. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. I just tried. You wouldn't let me. Go ahead.
No, but can
I just tried, and you would not let me, sir. So your colleague is going to ask a question. Go ahead.
Ask you a question.
No, I literally just tried to answer your question. You shut me down. So now your colleague is going to.
Let me ask the question first before you answer.
Okay. Thanks, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow.
Question out of respect for the mayor.
It's a good thing she's unarmed, or Simon Ateba would be in deep trouble. He's his correspondent for Today News Africa, and obviously kind of a hero. He joins us tonight. Simon, thank you so much for coming on. Wait, you can feel it watching that tape. She is mad at you. Why do you think that is?
Yes, first of all, thank you, Tucker, for having me on your show. There's a reason why your show is the most watched show in news in the U.S., because you bring people like me. It's been a disaster, a total catastrophe, a real nightmare covering the Biden White House. Right now, I'm the voice of Africa in the U.S., but I can confirm that the level of discrimination against me and against African journalists in the White House, it's outstanding. It's disgraceful. You know, it's been 3 months that we don't have questions at the White House. Even as President Biden is about to receive 50 African heads of state in D.C. for the U.S.-African Summit, she didn't even give us even a single question. I've been trying for the past 3 months. And, you know, it's shocking because she's black. She's an immigrant. I'm black. I'm also an immigrant. And she's discriminating against me more than the white people who were, the white lady who was there before. And it's
Hello. In Saudi Arabia, representatives from Sudan's warring armies are having their first face-to-face negotiations. The pre-negotiation talks between the Sudanese army and the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces started on Saturday in Jeddah. The US and Saudi Arabia are sponsoring the talks. Several ceasefires negotiated between the factions have broken down in the fight that started on April 15th. Both sides have said they are in Saudi Arabia to discuss a humanitarian truce, but not an end to the conflict. A former Nigerian deputy Senate president, his wife, and their middleman have been jailed in the UK for an organ trafficking plot. Senator Ike Ekweremadu and his wife, Beatrice, brought a young man to the UK to harvest his kidney for their 25-year-old daughter, Sonia. Ike Ekweremadu will serve 9 years in jail, while his wife will serve 6 years. The middleman, Dr. Obinna Obete, will also serve 10 years. Their case is the first of such case under modern slavery law in the UK. Kenyans are today paying their tributes to Mukami Kimita, the widow of Kenya's Mau Mau freedom struggle icon, Dedan Kimita. According to local media, Mrs. Kimita developed breathing problems on Thursday and was taken to a hospital in the capital, Nairobi, where she died. Her husband, Dedan Kimita, led the Mau Mau uprising that fought for Kenya's independence. The British colonial government captured him, tried and executed him in 1956. It is 4:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 6:30 p.m. in Nairobi, Kenya, 5:30 p.m. in Cairo, Egypt, 5:30 p.m. in Johannesburg, South Africa, 11:30 a.m. in New York City. Wherever in the world you are joining us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. On our show today, we have Simon Ateba. Simon is a Cameroonian-born White House correspondent for Today News Africa. While White House press secretaries consider him a pain in the butt, he was the toast of Fox News, Tucker Carlson, and the conservative media in America. Before coming to America, he worked at the news magazine in Nigeria for 9 years. Simon will join us to discuss what has changed in the White House view of Africa as a collection of shithole countries. Simon, welcome to the show.
Yes, thank you for having me.
Yeah, Simon, thank you so much for joining us. And it's wonderful to have you on the show today.
Yes, thank you for having me. I'm glad to be here and, to discuss issues that concern Africa. As you know, our publication Today News Africa focuses on ties and interaction between the US and Africa. So every time I'm invited by an African medium, I'm always glad to be there.
Very good. Thank you. We appreciate you. Let's start with what's going on today in Sudan. They're having a peace talk, not to end the conflict, but just to help people to get away from the conflict. What is your take on that crisis?
Yes, so Sudan is a real mess. It shows you the failure of the African Union, but also the failure of the US diplomacy around the world. I just spoke to a friend of mine who is an American citizen who was able to escape from Khartoum to Cairo. And from Cairo, she will try to get a flight to New York City and then to Washington, D.C. And she described to me in vivid terms what is really going on there. She said, even though in the news, we say that the RSF forces were being defeated and they are nowhere. She said she saw them everywhere. Actually, they threatened them. She had an AK-47 to her head before she escaped. So it shows you hundreds of people have died, thousands of people have been displaced. And the way Khartoum, if you've ever been to Khartoum, the airport is right in the middle of the city. The army, the bases are also right in the middle of the city. So what is happening in Khartoum is those people are fighting right in the middle of the city. And that's why many people are trapped. As far as the US is concerned, there are 16,000 plus Americans who are registered in Sudan. Only less than 2,000 of them, according to official record from the State Department, were able to be evacuated. You remember that the conflict started on April 15, and the US actually failed to make the two sides to agree to a ceasefire. Actually, a US convoy was attacked by some of the people fighting there. So it shows you, I'm glad that at least they're having peace talks in Saudi Arabia, not even in Africa or even in the US. But it's good that they're talking, but it just shows you how the African Union and the US diplomacy has been waning in Africa. And it's sad. And we don't just see it in Sudan. We saw it in Ethiopia for almost a year. We had a war between the TPLF, the Tigray forces, and the Ethiopian federal government. And more than 600,000 people died, according to the UN and the US. And for more than those close to 2 years, you had those people die in the conflict in Africa, especially in the Horn of Africa, was more severe than the conflict in Ukraine. but we didn't really have that international mobilization in Africa. And I remember the White House asking them, why isn't President Biden doing as much for Black Africans, the people in Ethiopia, as he's doing for Ukraine? As you know, more than $100 billion or US dollars have gone to Ukraine, when the humanitarian assistance to Ethiopia is almost insignificant. At the same time, they're having a massive drought in the Horn of Africa, affecting Sudan, Eritrea, Ethiopia, and all the countries in the Horn of Africa. So my take is, it shows you that the African Union doesn't really have any say and doesn't really have any power. And I see the arrogance of the chairperson of the African Union Commission, Mr. Faki, when he comes to New York City. And I see who he wants to talk to. He wants to talk to foreign white journalists. He doesn't want to talk to people who look like him. And I see that he's a disgrace. He's a massive failure. Even though the president of Kenya was saying the other day that the African Union has to be, more strengthened, more stronger than it is now. But it just shows you how, it's a total failure by the international community to apply diplomacy to international conflict.
Now, yeah, thank you so much for that. But also, behind the scene, what's behind the conflict in Sudan? Does it have anything to do with, is it just Africans fighting each other, or something to do with the West and Russia? What do you know about?
So what I know, when I talk to people, especially people who are returning from the US, a lot of people in Sudan are dual citizens. They are Sudanese and American citizens. So when I ask them what's the real conflict, and so it has to do with power. And so what many of them tell me is, in 2013, there was this genocide in Darfur. And a lot of the people who are fighting, according to people who actually saw them, what they told me is many of them are young people. Just to give you an example to understand how young they are. When the conflict started, all of them went to break into a phone store. And they were so happy to have their first iPhones, and they were using them. Some of them didn't actually know how to use them. And the person I just spoke to a few days ago told me when she had an AK-47 to her head, she told those guys we're on the same side. And she told me that she believed that conflict has to do with all those people who feel disenfranchised, while some people in Sudan are flourishing. If you go to Khartoum, you will see that Khartoum is actually doing well, but the people who come from Darfur and other towns don't have anything. Some of them are the product of the genocide that took place there. I think it was in 2013. And so it has to do with money, it has to do with power, it has to do with poverty, which is always the bane of the conflict in Africa. So and I agree also that you have a lot of people in the West who are making investment in Khartoum. For instance, where you have that military base, and the airport, as I told you, the military bases, the airport, all of them are all those key places are actually located in the middle of the cities. If you go to that place, most people who live there are actually foreigners. So you have a lot of investment coming from Saudi Arabia and from the Middle East and even China and Russia, say Russia is involved. And so it has to do with poverty at home, people who have been disenfranchised, the product of the genocide, people who don't have anything, they don't know any better, but also foreign influence with investment flowing from the West and the East.
Now, some people think that it has something to do with also with the Russians trying to build a port in Sudan. That is a proxy war, just like Ukraine, between Russia and the United States. Do you hear anything like that?
Yeah, so I heard that, but I don't have any proof. What I know is the Undersecretary of State for Politics at the State Department, Nuland. She went to Sudan just a few weeks before the conflict exploded. She was there in March. I don't know if she was aware. I don't know why she was there. I don't know if she was there for what they call the so-called biolabs that have been,
Yes.
taking place there in Sudan. No one really wants to talk about it. But everything in Africa right now has to do with, not everything, but most things have to do with the power dynamic between the US, China, and Russia. And just to give you a concrete example, a few weeks ago, the head of the AFRICOM, the US Africa Command, which is not actually based in Africa, which is based in Germany, but he came to Congress to testify, and they asked him, what is the US greatest threat in Africa right now? And he said, China. And he gave three examples. Some of those examples included the construction of port, Chinese port in Africa, and military bases in Africa. But he mentioned something that was really key. He said the second thing and most important thing that he noted was the mineral resources in Africa. 40% of the mineral resources being used by American companies come from Africa. And right now, the Chinese are building all those infrastructure close to those military bases. So what will happen in the next 5 or 10 years is the Chinese will be able to drive out the US. And also, as you know, the Russian are also expanding influence. But if you ask anybody, the battle for domination in Africa has mainly to do between US and China, and to some extent Russia.
Okay, we don't have a lot of time, but there are so many questions. So let me take you to what happened yesterday in UK, where you have King Charles, the coronation of King Charles. I want to know, what do you think about that? Is that a change? Are we going to expect any kind of change in the relationship between UK and African countries? Because there's King Charles now, not Queen Elizabeth. Do you think that will happen, or what should Africans expect from the new king?
Okay, so I don't really know. I asked people in the US, I asked them, what do you make of the coronation of King Charles? And what I realized was we didn't have a lot of enthusiasm here in the US. There wasn't a lot of post celebration of King Charles. What I saw was people were indifferent. Some people watch it barely just to enjoy the culture, enjoy the costume. Some people say that the costume were scary and were even extremely expensive. And what I also realized, what kept coming in the comments was a lot of people don't really like the new king. You know, people like the queen who was there, Queen Elizabeth. She was someone people could associate with. They really loved her. And also, what people kept saying was Princess Diana. Her name came up virtually everywhere. People kept saying they killed her. I don't know if that's true. You know, they said that she died accident, but you know, they kept saying that they killed her, and since that time we lost interest. And some of those people were Africans, and so I believe that it's a new era. But I don't know if King Charles will have the same influence. Because you see, it's not just about having those beautiful costume and having that elaborate event in the UK, but it has to do with, you know, love and how people really do people love you? Do people want to associate with you? Do people want to do business with you? And I will say that he's coming to power at a time where the UK influence is also diminishing. I don't really know anyone who is using any technology right now that comes from the UK. When I talk to people back home, they always tell me, do you have WhatsApp? Do you have Facebook? Do you have are you watching CNN? Rarely do I hear anyone tell me, do you have an app developed in the UK? So what is happening right now is the UK influence continues to collapse around the world and continues to collapse in Africa. And so I don't know if King Charles will be able to rebuild or rekindle that relationship that has been in existence for hundreds of years.
Okay, we are going to get to the work you do at the White House, but let's talk about you are the voice of Africa there at the White House, and Africa is not doing very well. We all agree that Africa is not doing very well. Let me play this video of some of the people who rule Africa, who govern Africa. This is someone that you should know very well, and I'll play other ones.
You on top of the 21st of June, Prime Minister?
This is another one, another African leader who you should know very well. Okay, so these are some of the leaders of Africa that you represent at the White House. What do you think is going on across the continent?
Okay, so I want to say first that I wish President Bongo of Gabon well. I met him here during the US Africa Leaders Summit. I actually wish all of them well. But if you're not strong enough, if you are old enough, like President Paul Biya, who has been in power for 4 decades, and I also saw him during the US Africa Leaders Summit, and he needed someone to take him to the bathroom. And so he can't even go to the bathroom himself. He's been in power for 4 decades. He's 90 something years old. And so what's going on is you have all those people who have been in power for so long and who don't want to leave power, and they don't have much to offer anymore to the African continent. And so it's unfortunate. And that's why we started the US Today News Africa, to focus on US-Africa relations. And one of the things that we do is to just try to see how US and Africa can continue to strengthen their relation, and even in terms of infrastructure, in terms of economic development. As you know, the US and the G7, they're playing catch up. They're trying to invest $600 billion over the next 5 to 6 years so that they can catch up to what China is already doing. So I will say that Africa is not doing well. It's not just that the leaders are old. There's also an issue of corruption, but also there's an issue of, the people who are there don't have much to offer anymore. There's corruption, there are coups, but some of those people were also trained by the US, has admitted by the AFRICOM, the US Africa Command leader when
Yes.
he came to testify here.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, I remember that he said it, that the people he trained were the ones who are doing this across Africa. But even the people coming up, someone like Nigeria's incoming president, you are familiar with Bola Tinubu. So what do you think about that? Seeing the continent, when you think it's making progress in the right direction and then it goes in a different direction. What do you think about the election in Nigeria?
Okay, so people have been asking me, what do you make of the election in Nigeria? I know Tinubu well. I've gone to his house. I've met him personally. And I believe that the election was far from being perfect. Actually, from the report I got, it was the worst election in terms of rigging, in terms of irregularities. And most people that I've spoken to, I've not spoken to one person who has said that their election was great. We also know that Tinubu has been in power for a long time. He was governor of Lagos. He was a senator. He's been a kingmaker in Lagos and the southwest Nigeria for a long time. Now, the question is, He's been elected and is likely to be sworn into office on May 29. So how do we move from there? I will say that some of the challenges that he will face is also have to do with the reputation of Nigeria. He will have to rebuild that reputation. People don't trust Nigeria anymore. People don't respect Nigeria anymore in the international community when they can organize a clean election. Nigeria is the most populous country in Africa. I lived in Nigeria for many years and I consider myself to be a Nigerian. And Nigeria is the most important country in Africa. When Nigeria can't even hold a simple election well, there's a big crisis. When President Buhari came to the U.S. Africa Leaders Summit, he came, excuse me, he came to the U.S. Institute of Peace on his last day. The U.S. Africa Leaders Summit ended today, and I believe the next day he came to the U.S. Institute of Peace. And because when he became president in
2015.
In 2015, he made his first trip to the US and he went to the US Institute of Peace, excuse me, to talk about his agenda, what he was going to accomplish as a Nigerian president. While he was there speaking, a protest broke out. Some people who were in the audience, some American citizen, white people who were protesting the genocide in Nigeria. They talked about the fact that Christians are being killed in northern Nigeria, and President Buhari has not done much to stop it. It became rowdy, and they had to escort them outside the room. What I will say is, from going by how when I was in Nigeria and when I first came to the US, and how it was easy for me to send money to people back home, or people back home who had some of my cash to send it back to me. For many years now, it's been very difficult to even for people to send money or to even receive money that I send them. So it's been really difficult for people to do business with the international community. The naira has continued to collapse. I don't know how much is the naira today, and so the exchange rate has continued to go down as far as the naira is concerned. So I would say that it was really a bad election. It was, um, you know, uh, an election riddled with irregularities. But the country we have to move on. Tinubu is likely to be sworn in, but he faces many legal, economic, social, and political challenges, and he will need to start with rebuilding the reputation of Nigeria as far as in the international community.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's go to what you do at the White House. And how is the relationship? I saw a new guideline that the White House Press Association proposed, which will mean that one is that you have to go through SSS vetting. You have to get a letter from your supervisor. Do you think you will meet the new conditions?
Yes. I've done, every single thing that you do in the US, you always go through the Secret Service. Even the Secret Service has always been there. I believe that I meet all the criteria. I done journalism all my life. I have 2 journalism degrees. I've been arrested, attacked by pirates on the Gulf of Guinea, with an AK-47 to my head. I've been kidnapped in Nigeria, dumped in the woods, and left for dead. I've been arrested in Cameroon while doing a report on Nigerian refugees displaced by Boko Haram in northern Nigeria. And I was doing a report on Nigerian refugees in Chad and Cameroon. I was arrested, kept in a dark cell, and I survived. So if I've gone through all that and ended up in the US and ended up in the White House, I believe that I can survive everything. I will not be deterred. I will continue to do my job because I believe that it's important for the US and Africa to continue to strengthen ties. I have nothing against China. I have nothing against Russia. But our publication focuses on ties and interaction between US and Africa because we believe that it's important, especially in terms of democracy, human rights, and the direction that we want Africa to have. We don't want a continent where people are in power for 40 years, as we have in Cameroon, in Gabon, and in different Equatorial Guinea, where Obiangema Mbasogo has been in power for, he's the longest serving president in the world. And so we don't do that. And that's why I continue to push hard in the White House. Uh, because the US is still the most advanced countries in the world, is a country where Africa has a lot of relationship in terms of cultural relationship, educational relationship, business relationship with the US. And so I'm in a unique place to keep pushing the African agenda and also the US agenda because at the time China and Russia are expanding their own influence in Africa. And that's why I'm in the White House. As you remember, in December 2022, President Biden hosted 50 African leaders for the second US Africa's Leaders Summit here in Washington, D.C. For those who don't know, maybe those who are watching now who may not be from Africa, Africa has between 54 and 55 countries, depending on who you ask, the African Union or the UN. But when you have 50 African leaders in Washington, D.C., that means you have almost all the African leaders in Washington, D.C. to discuss with one president. The president of Kenya, William Ruto, is not happy with that. He says that Africa should begin to send the African Union to attend such meetings. But that means that you have all those people. And what's going on at the White House is the level of disrespect has been there for a long time, where people see Africa not as a continent, but not as a partner, but as a continent where people have virtually nothing to say. And so what I'm telling them is you need to give African a voice. When you are receiving 50 African leaders in Washington, D.C. for the US Africa Leaders Summit, the African guy in the White House needs to be at the table. You need to give him the opportunity to ask you questions about that relationship. When you fail to do that, what you are doing is you are showing disrespect, not just for that guy who is in the White House, but you are showing disrespect to the continent of Africa. And I know people who say, no, Africans disrespect themselves, there's corruption. There's corruption in the US. There's massive corruption in the US. There's massive corruption in Africa. So you can't disrespect Africans because Africans allegedly disrespect themselves. The people in the US also disrespect themselves. But what I realize is sometimes the people who live in Africa, they have this glowing image of the US. And so when you're telling them things are not perfect, instead of listening to you, they have this beautiful image of the US, and they believe that they will rather believe the US, maybe one official at the White House, that, how can the US do it? There's the First Amendment in the US, there's press freedom. So maybe the problem is Simon. And I'm even shocked. I see some people, I saw one crazy guy from Ghana who went to write badly written, opinion article trying to attack me. And I felt sad for him because I am there in the White House. I am there talking to officials. I am there in the briefing room asking questions. I am there trying to move the ties between US and Africa with accurate and relevant information. You are not there. You have never been there. You watch a clip on TV and you believe that you now have so much knowledge. And to judge that person who is trying to do the right thing, to criticize that person who is trying to, fight for Africans who are here. So some of the questions I've asked were about Ethiopia, when the war in Ethiopia was going on and thousands of people were dying and everyone was talking about Ukraine. And I kept asking them, when are you going to help Ethiopia? When are you going to give them the resources and give them and try to shine as much light as you shine light on Ukraine, on the Ukraine war? And I also asked them, when are you going to give the people who are fleeing Ethiopia the protection in the US?
When are you going to do that? Some of the questions I asked, you remember in 2021, when I began to have problems in the White House, was because I asked the press secretary, Jen Psaki, why President Biden banned 8 African nations over the Omicron variant. And that at the time when the variant was also in Hong Kong, in the UK, in Europe, in everywhere. How do you justify that you ban 8 African nations, 6 of them with 0 cases of the variant? And I challenged her, and she began to read false data. And I said, no, that wasn't true, because that same morning, the WHO held a press conference and released the latest data. They had just hundreds of cases, and they did the right thing. South Africa did the right thing by informing the WHO that there was a new variant of the COVID-19 that the international community had to pay attention to. How did the Biden administration react? They reacted by banning South Africa and banning all the countries around South Africa. And I challenge them. Just imagine for a second if President Trump had banned only 8 Black African nations when the variant was in the UK, in Hong Kong, in Asia, in Europe. People would brand him racist. And so when people ask me, what's the relationship between Africa and the US under President Trump and under President Biden? Well, I'll be saying that President Trump was careless with some of the things that he said, some of his tweets, but the policies were actually good. Some of the policies were good, and we could see strength from the US. And right now, we don't see that strength. We don't see that strength in Sudan. We don't see that strength. We didn't see that strength in Ethiopia. We don't see that strength in the coups that are taking place, and we don't see that strength with the fact that China is expanding bases, is expanding influence, while the U.S. influence is waning in Africa. I can go on and on, but I will stop here.
All right. Thank you so much. We know that the U.S. vice president was in Africa recently, and some of the comments and some of the reviews was that she wasn't well received. Some people said that it was because she was a woman, or because she was that what you are saying now, that the U.S. influence is waning and that Africans are becoming more confident, Africans are becoming more attached to China. What do you think is responsible for the reception she received?
Okay, so just to give you an example, when the war in Ukraine started in February 2022, right? There was a vote at the UN in March. And what the US realized was a lot of African nations, some of them abstained, some of them even voted against the resolution. The US realized that they were losing influence in Africa. How did they react? In August 2022, the Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken, went to South Africa to unveil what he called the new US Africa policy. And in December 2022, the President Biden hosted the second U.S. Africa Leaders Summit in Washington, D.C., where he invited all those leaders to come to D.C. When he did that summit, one of the questions that I asked at the White House was, why wasn't President Biden going to meet one-on-one with African leaders? Because a week before that meeting, the president of France came to the White House. There was a big reception for him. There was a red carpet. They brought all the cabinet, all the Biden appointees came to the White House to receive him. Journalists who are from France, who covered the White House, were allowed to ask multiple questions at the White House. But when Africans came to Washington, D.C. in December to meet with President Biden, they didn't have it on schedule to do one-on-one. President Buhari eventually went to meet with him, briefly, but there wasn't schedule. And I asked them, how do you explain that these people are leaving their countries, leaving their continent? Each of them comes with 50 or 100 people, and they have advanced teams, the hotels, $50 million sometimes for each of them, because you have to pay for the plane, and they stay in hotels where they pay $20,000 a night. Some of the hotels, some of those people who stayed here in the US, they pay $28,000 a night just to sleep. For those who have a calculator, you can just calculate how much is $28,000 every single night. And they had people who came in advance. And I asked them, if those people are spending all this money to come to Africa? Why don't you have a one-on-one meeting with them? And when the meeting ended, we had a press briefing with the Secretary of State Blinken. And I was trying to hear the result of the meeting, and I didn't see anything. There wasn't plan on how the US expect to compete with China in Africa. Because when the US and China compete in Africa, it benefits Africa. Because the mineral resources will not just go to one person. Now you have competition. Now you have bidding. Now people are paid more money. Now Africans have a say to what happened to their mineral resources. Don't get me wrong. Africa needs the US and US needs Africa. Africa needs China and China needs Africa. And we always have those relationships. We've always had them for thousands of years. And so when the vice president went to Africa, what happened was she didn't really have anything concrete to deliver. She didn't have, the Chinese are delivering roads and bridges, infrastructure. When she got there, she went there with empty hands. She didn't have anything. And I saw it when she did a press briefing in Washington, D.C. Before traveling. We had a background call in Washington, D.C. to discuss some of the things that she was going to discuss in Africa. I didn't see anything. And you know what they did? They took all the questions from, American journalists. And when he was about to end, because I've criticized them so much, they called, I think, one African journalist, say, okay, what question do you have? Of course, they didn't call on me because I would have challenged them. When you do the right thing, when you ask the tough questions and you do the job that a journalist is supposed to do, what you end up realizing is even in the White House, you face the challenges that journalists face around the world. So she didn't have anything to deliver in Africa. One of the things I also heard was she was telling them about climate change and showing them iPhone and how they should use iPhone. How many people can afford the iPhone that she was showing them? So she didn't do her homework well. She didn't understand the culture. She didn't understand the economy. She didn't know how to tackle or compete with China. She didn't know how to solve the security threat problems in Africa. She didn't know how to deliver something concrete. She didn't have anything to announce. And so she came back empty-handed. That's why she was received that way.
All right. So people who assessed George Bush Jr., the second George Bush, and Obama, they said that Africa had a better outcome during George Bush's presidency. The same thing with now. I want to know what you think about Trump, the presidency of Trump and Biden so far. Which one has been better for Africa?
Okay, so if you ask me in terms of access, I will say that there was, right in the White House, let me start from there. There was more access when President Trump was in power. President Trump was a showman. He loves the media. He fights the media, but at least he takes questions from the media. President Biden actually said that he loved the media, but if you read the report, there's no access during President Biden's briefing. You've seen people sending questions. You've seen the recent scandal with people showing pictures who sent questions in advance. And in terms of policy, what you realize under Biden, Ethiopia was a disaster. 600,000 people dead. The US tried to call for a ceasefire. No one obeyed them. Sudan is a disaster. And we have coups in Africa. And the US tend to focus on climate change. And people in Africa, yes, they understand there is a climate change problem, but people have other bigger problems. So when you look at the US policy in Africa under Biden, you don't see any concrete thing that has come out of it. Even the US Africa Leaders Summit that took place here last December, you don't see any concrete thing that someone in Port Harcourt, someone in Anambra State, someone in Lagos, Abuja, in Kinshasa, in Yaoundé, someone in Nairobi, Kenya can say that this is something that I just received during the Biden administration. what the Biden administration tried to say was COVID, that they delivered so much vaccine when Africa needed them. But what we realized was, even though Africa, close to 1 billion people, almost 900, almost Africa has 1.3 billion people, almost 900 million people in Africa, up till now have not received a single dose of the COVID-19 vaccine, and they are alive. Actually, they did well. Africa did better than the US, with more than 1 million people, dying from COVID in the US. Africa did well. So the people who didn't even receive a COVID vaccine, they are alive today. And so COVID wasn't a big issue in Africa as far as the health issue crisis is concerned. And so that's what Biden was saying, that, I ship more vaccine to Africa, but you don't see anything. During President Trump, what you realize is Trump didn't have the US Africa Leaders Summit.
And he wasn't in Africa. He didn't go to Africa throughout his tenure.
He didn't come to Africa. Biden has not gone. Biden says that he will go. At least the first lady has gone. The vice president has gone. But it's not just about traveling to Africa. It's about the policy. I will say that what destroyed the relationship between Africa and the US during Trump was the New York Times report that Trump called Africa an S-hole continent.
Yeah, you can say this is not NPR. Yeah.
S-hole continent. And what I realized when I came to the US was the same New York Times that published those things about Trump will not publish things about Biden. They won't publish anything about the laptop and the money with China and all those things. And so what you realize is what they try to do is to discredit Trump in Africa. And I've said it, I'm not a fan of Trump, I'm not a fan of Biden. I'm a fan of, I'm for all of them. I'm there to monitor how the decisions are being made, how the ties between Africa is increasing. And I will say that while Trump was distracted a lot by, COVID in 2020, so you take that year off, and then he had the impeachment one, impeachment second, and so he didn't really have the time to really look out, because when he was in office, he was impeached, I think, twice. And, he wasn't impeached at the Senate, but, the people in the House tried to remove him from office twice, and he was distracted. And there was also that report that said that he denigrated Africans. And so Africans didn't really love him. But when you get to see some of the policies that he was trying to implement in Africa, what you realize is the strength that comes from the US. When you have a strong president in the US, when someone knows that if you overthrow a government in Africa, you'll be removed from power, you have less of those things. What do we have now? We didn't have 600,000 people dying in Ethiopia when Trump was in power. We didn't have Sudan in a mess as we have now. We didn't have a lot of the things, that have now taken place since Biden came to power. I will say that it's not perfect. That relationship needs to expand, needs to be strengthened, and it has to focus on investment and education, transfer of technology. And it has to be a partnership where the US respect Africa and Africa respect the US, and you have this symbiotic relationship. Not just having a father-son relationship where you throw a few dollars to people and you claim that moral superiority in terms of advancing democracy and all those things that US aid does. Some people have said that US aid is actually an arm of the CIA. I don't know about that. But, it has to be a relationship based on mutual respect where we focus on what the Africans actually need. And it has to do with technology. You need to transfer technology. You need to invest. You need to, first of all, you need to change the mindset of people. I always say that the first impression that people in the US had of Africa was a continent deeply poor, deeply ill, deeply where we didn't have people who are intelligent. We didn't have anything. And so when someone like me comes to the White House and I'm challenging them, it's almost like, oh, no, 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 that's not your place. You know, Africa is not supposed to be like that. You're supposed to be in the White House, but you're not supposed to ask questions. So I believe that those are the things that should be taken into. And that's why I urge anyone listening to us to go to todaynewsafrica.com and keep reading us, and go to my Twitter handle and keep, following me. On my personal Twitter handle, I discuss a lot of things that have to do with the US because I live here, I have friends here, I'm impacted by things that happen here. But we have a Twitter handle at Today News Africa that has to do with US-Africa relation. And if you go to our website, you will also see some of the things that we've been able to, discuss.
Simon, thank you so much. I know you are pressed for time, and you've been generous. But let me say this. Yesterday on the show, I asked a lot of people what question would they want Simon to ask on their behalf, because you are there for Africans, and a lot of people have a lot of ideas. So I will let 2 or 3 people to come on the show and talk to you. But before then, this issue that came up when the US Vice President went to Africa, and she was lecturing African leaders about gay rights, and there was a lot of pushback. So if you had the opportunity to talk to her, and what is it that she probably did not understand about the reaction the Africans gave to her about that?
She didn't do her homework. That's what I said. And the homework starts here. What you do is you talk to Africans who are here, and you talk to Africans who are in Africa. And then you ask them, what do you want? You're not there to lecture African. You are there to build understanding. What she did when she went to Africa, she had 2 issues. She talked about climate change, and she talked about all those gay rights. Unknown to her, more than 30 countries in Africa don't even want to hear about gay rights. Personally, I believe that people should be able to live the life that they want. That's me, personally. People should be able to live the life that they want. But when you don't understand the culture of the people, and you get to that place and you tell them about iPhone and climate change and gay rights, you didn't do your homework. You didn't address the issues that the people really have. And I think that's what happened to her. And it was all a joke. She came back, and actually, when she came back, she had a town hall here. They didn't allow me to be there. They said, no, you shouldn't be here, because I was going to ask her about the deliverable. What concrete thing were you able to achieve when you went to Africa? And I didn't see anything.
Okay, all right. So I'll give the people that are here one opportunity to ask you one question only. Ovie, go ahead. You're first.
Good morning, sir. My question is, I follow you religiously. In one of your outing or 2, you had a very interesting section with Polsky, or even when Karen come in and to take over her place. But you end up in a Carlson show, Dr. Carlson, and today he's gone. What's your take on that?
Okay, so for people who watch the US politics, you have the country is always divided, right? You have the Democrats are in power right now, but 26 states in the US actually have Republican governors. 26 states. The US has 50 states. So even though the Democrats are in power, there are 26 states. Half of the country don't watch CNN. Actually, CNN is one of the least watched stations right now in cable news. And so what happened is Fox News, until when Tucker Carlson was still there, they're having issues with rating right now, because since Tucker Carlson left, they've lost almost 2/3 of their audience. In primetime hours, they've lost, people don't watch anymore. So what you do is, if you want to have your message across as a journalist, you need 2 things. First, you need to do your job. It's about the job, asking the key question. doing the report, the investigation when you can, as far as you can. But also, you need to be known. You need to go to a station that people watch. If you have a station where there are 6 million people who watch a night, and you have a station where you have 2,000 people, where will you go? You go to a station that has 6 million people, even though some people in Africa may feel, that station is controversial. But if you look at it very well, let me just give you an example. Just imagine in Nigeria, if 2 million people begin to come across the border from Cotonou or Ghana, and all of them are crossing to Nigeria on the same day, how will the reaction of people be? Of course, people will criticize it, because what that will do is people in the country will begin to hate immigrants. And so you need to strike the balance, accept immigrants, but also try to see how you enforce the border. And so you have those differences. I like Tucker Carlson. He's my friend. He was good to me. He is the one that makes me to reach 200 million people on Twitter every 28 days. He was able to tell my story when CNN will not tell my story, because CNN, they're a liberal outlet, and they support President Biden. So even when they're oppressing an African journalist in the White House, CNN will not report it because it has to do, the president in power is a Democrat. And I went to, Fox News, which is, which is a conservative media, just to get my message out. I love Tucker Carlson.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ovie.
Are you surprised he's gone, though? Are you surprised he got fired?
Yes, and I know people who have left. A lot of people in his team have left now because, he was number one in the US. In cable news, he has 6 million people who watch him. Like Tucker Carlson, he's not just he's accused of, people accusing him of, racism and, all those things. But he had me on the show, and I'm black. And when the press secretary, who is also an immigrant, wouldn't give a question, not just to me, but also to other Africans who are covering the White House when President Biden is hosting 50 African leaders. And I went to the person who gave me a call to say, hey, can we have you on the show? Did they have an agenda? Yes, do we have their own agenda? But, I just needed someone who can tell my story.
Thank you, Simon. Thank you, Ovie. Lexi, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Damages, and welcome to our brother Simon. And thank you for some of the things you have shared with us this morning. You just said people should be able to live the life they want. That's fantastic. That goes right along with freedom, whereby America itself is built, that people should have inalienable right in their lives to be happy and to choose what to do. Now, we have situations beyond American borders where people have no such right. And so we tend to want America to help. But they pick and choose what to allow for us to choose. I'm just wondering, since you are right there, thinking about Southern Sudan, did America do anything that helped them to become free eventually after so long struggle with their government? And if America did, why did it do that for Southern Sudan? I'm also aware of places like Kosovo and Albania, but that's not Africa. However, did America have part to play in the freedom of these people? And if they did, what do you think is their reason that they were able to help these people? Thank you.
So there's a great documentary on Netflix, and he talks about spycraft, and it goes into America's diplomacy, and he talks about why should America intervene in one country and not intervene in another country. And they say that you need to have a strong national interest if you want to sustain a foreign policy in a particular country. Um, America is not there to just do good around the world. They need to have, usually what they do is they weigh in their national personal interest before they can intervene. And so you will see America funding the war in Ukraine in hundreds of billions of dollars, but not having the same response in Ethiopia, even though more people have died in Ethiopia's Tigray region since the war started in 2020. And that has to do with the interest and also the media and people like me who have to keep pushing them and telling them, hey, people are dying in Ethiopia. You know, you are not sending them the resources. President Biden has not said anything about the election in Nigeria. Are you congratulating Tinubu? When are you congratulating Tinubu? When the UK Prime Minister became president, the next day, the same day, you sent a congratulatory message and you invited her to Washington, D.C. Even then, she lasted for 2 weeks. Was she there for 2 weeks or 3 weeks? The former Prime Minister. And so when I'm at the White House, is to point out some of those differences and say that you need to understand the culture of the people. Some people in Africa don't want same-sex marriages. And so if you go there and you try to push those things, down their throat, they may reject them. And so you need to have a better approach. I will say that the US picks and chooses based on their national interests.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Simon. Prince Akwechi, you are next.
I can take just 2 more questions. I'm sorry.
Okay, 2 more questions. So Prince Akwechi, yeah.
Yeah.
Just a question, please.
Good morning, Rudolph. Good morning, Rudolph, and good morning, Simon. Simon, I am kind of like a little, would I say, I'm a little surprised at your projecting Carson Tucker as, as your friend, in the sense that knowing fully well that he was being fired based on things that he did. As a matter of fact, the reason why people don't watch Fox News is because of all the lies that was being, put out there by Fox News, going from the election to other things that is happening. As a matter of fact, most of us here we look at Fox News as a racist, news outlets or whatever you call it. You know, um, in viewership, they don't have 6 million. If you want to talk about CNN, CNN is not even a liberal station. CNN is, neither here nor there. If you want to talk about liberal station, you talk about MSNBC, and they have more followership than Fox News and CNN. So my question to you is, how do you choose one part and just let out the other parts?
Okay.
If it makes sense. I just don't want to,
Yeah. So the first thing I will tell you is that if you check the ratings, you can ask the guy in New York City for all the years Fox News program, we have more viewers than MSNBC, CNN, and ABC News combined. So, and just to give you an example, Tucker Carlson will be on the show. He will have like 6 million people who watch him. And CNN, we have Anderson Cooper, who will be on the show, and we have 150,000 people who will be watching him. Just to compare that. And you can go to media.com and just Nielsen, just to see what's the rating. CNN doesn't have it. Actually, CNN Plus, they tried to start a podcast, no one watched, and they shut it down. Right now, some of my friends at CNN have been sacked. They lost their job because CNN cannot pay them. CNN is firing people. And if they're not careful, they will sell CNN. CNN is a liberal media. Let me give you an example. You are talking about Fox News. All the people here, they are men, right? All the people who are on this show, they are men. Just imagine, your 4-year-old son, and someone comes and says at 4, they need to change their sex because they feel like they're a woman. And CNN and MSNBC and all the liberal nonsense in the US, they push those things. And some people on the right who are still deeply religious are saying that no, you can be a gay if you want, you can be a lesbian as an adult, but you can push those things on children. A 4-year-old boy should not be able to take a decision that will change their life forever. And those are the policies that are being advanced by people on the left. And that's why a lot of people who come from Africa, when they get to the US, what they actually realize is, even though they were watching CNN from Lagos, when they come to the US, they realize that they are actually more conservative in terms of their belief, in terms of religion. A lot of people in Africa, in Nigeria, for instance, still go to church. Right now in the US, you go to church, it's almost a bad thing. Like if you say you're a Christian, it's almost a bad thing. If you come, you say, I'm gay, and then you are celebrated. And so what we realize, and we've seen those things with Google, Libra. You remember TB Joshua, whom I know very well. They shut down his station because he preached about homosexuality. Now, he's a pastor. You may disagree with him. You may say he's not a great pastor. He's not a good pastor, but he's a pastor. You don't expect him to preach something else than what he has in his Bible. And Google shut his YouTube account down with almost 6 million people because he dared challenge those people. And that's what is happening here. The transgender movement in the US is being is being opposed on the right because those people are saying that no, adults should be able to choose, but children should be able to wait. If they can't drink when they are 21, if they can't have a license until they are 16, a 4-year-old child should not be able to have a sex change at that time. And those are the things that are being pushed by people on the left, where they say everything is okay. I feel like a boy now. They say, okay, let me ask you a question. When you're in the bathroom, if you go to a bathroom, and if you find yourself in a female bathroom, how will you feel? Will you feel okay? And some of those things people are saying is not right. Now they are saying that how do you feel? You say, I feel like a woman. And then because you feel like a woman, you need to go to women's bathroom. Or now you need to play in women's sport. And so some of the people on the right are saying that, oh, wait, let's put a break to this. Children should be left away. Men should not be in women's sport, and men should not be in women's bathroom. And so all I've said is you have it wrong when it comes to the ratings. And I showed you that CNN is not doing well. As you know, they just fired Don Lemon, and they fired almost all their top people. No one is watching them. CNN Plus, they had to shut it down because no one was watching it. No one is buying it. They are not even second. They are not third. Usually they are like 9 or 10. So they're not even with the international audience, they're not even close to Fox News. The reason Fox News is having an issue now is because Tucker Carlson, who used to be their voice and who used to speak for the people, what you need to understand is there's patriotism in every country. If you open the borders too much and everyone comes in at the same time, the people in that country will become so angry and you begin to hate immigrants. And so what you need to do is to balance it. How do you balance it? People need to be processed. And so when someone is talking to those people, those issues, and that's why Trump won the election. Maybe I'm going a bit too far. People understand, how can Trump win an election in the US when he seems to be in quote, the racist, the bad guy. But how can he win? Because he's talking about those issues that the people really care about. And and so I will say that I love Tucker. He had me on the show. He has a lot of black people on the show, and the Fox News can be controversial. CNN is. I just give you a few examples, but they are not the same that you see in Africa.
All right. I know you said one more question, so I will take that question myself. I'm sorry, the guys here. Let me ask you. This is from a comment I got from somebody who wanted to talk to you but couldn't be here. He said that he knows that you're covering the White House, but when a story like Tinubu's drug case in Chicago came up during the campaign in Nigeria, do you feel like you have any responsibility to, being that you are in America, you are also at the White House, to ask the American government what do they think about something like this, someone like this being the president of Nigeria who has this case, or even to investigate? Did you feel you have that
Yes.
to investigate this story?
Yes, not just Tinubu. When Atiku came here, he stayed in a hotel here very close to my house, and Nigerian came from all over the place to hear him, and he didn't have the courage to even meet with them. He disrespected them. The only person he spoke with was the Hausa guy from Voice of America. And so when he lost the election, no one really cared. So that's it. You need to engage the people. You have me in the White House when there are big issues. For instance, when Osinbajo, the vice president, came to the US to meet with the vice president Harris, I was the only guy who didn't come from Africa, the guy in the White House who was in that meeting as he was meeting with them. I was the guy yelling out the question because they didn't want him to take any question. So when there are issues with drug, Tinubu's issues with drug in Chicago, Illinois, um, I believe that it's my responsibility to investigate that. Of course, we can't do everything because it takes a lot of resources. I'm here like in Washington. Usually, I will travel to Texas. You need to fly. You fly to Chicago, but also you need to engage the people. I would just say that sometimes people come to me and they say, "Why don't you do this story and that story and this other story?" And what you realize is, you want to do all those stories. They're actually telling me what I will do last, not what I will do first. When you start somewhere. You begin to do your journalism. You go to school first. You become a journalist in Nigeria. You begin to move and you find your way in the US, and you need to find your way in the White House. Most people who came before me, none was able to get there. Actually, they told me, you can't even get there. No one does that. They discouraged me. None of them got there. But I was able to get there. And when I got to the briefing room, even the other Africans, another African who was there, no one knew their names. They've been there for on and off. But when I came, I changed things. I said, no, we need to talk about Africa. Yes, they said I disrupted a few press briefings. Then I yelled question. I yelled question because Africans were in the US, and and we were discussing Africa in that press briefing. And I didn't understand that you don't even call on the guy who is covering Africa. You call a bunch of people who have never even traveled to Africa to discuss Africa. So I will say that I keep doing that every day. I keep pushing issues. And don't forget that our publication focuses on ties and interaction between US and Africa. We don't expect to cover every single thing that happen in Africa. We don't cover every single thing that happened in the US. What we focus mainly on is how US and Africa are increasing or improving their ties. That's what we focus on. So if the president is signing an executive order, like President Biden signed a few days ago, ordering sanction against Sudan for the instability that is taking place there. That's the story that we focus on. When African presidents come to the US to strengthen ties with the US, that's the story that we focus on. When Tinubu comes to power on May 29 and is trying to see his foreign policy as far as the US is concerned, that's what we focus on. We won't focus on every single thing that happened, and we only even have the resources to be able to do it. I can't pay people to begin to be in every country, in Kinshasa, in Abidjan, in Yaoundé, in all those places. So that was a story that we began to do. And, I also, sources told me that, the Atiku people were pushing that story, and I know the guy who went to Chicago to try to get the papers. In the end, it has to do with Nigerians who chose, and it has to do with Nigerians who will oppose rigging and irregularities in the election. And so, yeah, I will continue to do that. I will tell everyone who is watching us to just keep praying for me. Keep praying for me to do the right thing. Keep praying for me to get the wisdom, the understanding, and keep pushing those policies. Like, people may think I'm perfect and I have all the answers, or I know every single thing that happened. No, you can actually send me an email, say, hey, this thing is happening. If it falls into this area that I just explained to you, that is something that you'll be able to focus on.
All right. Thank you so much, Simon, for this wonderful time. I know you wanted to spend 25 minutes, but you spent over an hour. So we appreciate this. And hopefully you'll come back again when you have more time, because you see, we have a lot of people who are sending questions and they want to talk to you. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
All right. So we'll take a break. When we come back,
Thank you, Simon, and do come back to see us.
Thank you, Mr. Simon, and we will keep praying for you.
All right. So thank you, everybody.
Who's got prayer?
Thank you.
Okay, are you
Thank
back?
you, Simon. Are you back?
All right. So thank you, guys. I'm so sorry. He actually said 25 minutes and insisted on it. So, but the conversation continued for this long. So I appreciate the time. And so let's go.
Let us discuss.
CM, what was the question you wanted to? I wanted to call you, but I got this.
Let's discuss the question I had for him. Yes, the question I had for Simon was, from what he said during his presentation, he said people no longer respect Nigeria in the international community. So I wanted to ask him how damaging, as a journalist in Washington, D.C., probably in the White House, how damaging has that been? And then what advice will he give? How do we change the situation, at least to earn the respect of the international community? That's just the question I want to ask him.
Okay, that's good. Austin.
Yeah, personally, the question I wanted to ask, because I was expecting something direct, but when he moved into something that wasn't relevant for us, gay and the culture, for me, that's not relevant for us. And if it is what is there defending for us, I wouldn't want it. I wanted to ask him, in February when I went to Cameroon, I had option to fly, but I decided to drive. From the border to Buya that I went through, I saw more than 15 cops, people dead along the street. I saw more than 50 vehicles that were burnt along the road. And what's his duty? What does he think that the influence of the Western world to the African leaders? And he talked about corruption. None of us is taking away the level of corruption in the United States, but are they the same level? At what point did the US get it right that all of us are striving to come into US?
Okay, that's good. Igbo Basics.
Actually, I didn't want to show up, but listening to Simon speak, I just commented at Basic Express that he has a load of knowledge, and regardless of what any of us may think, but I look back and I said that Simon needs a network of African journalists, if you may, to give him a backing as to what he's doing out there. Why do I say that? Robert Torresella, when they were having a conversation about circumcision in Africa, when one Kenyan or so came down to the US seeking asylum under the guise of circumcision. Igbo Basics then published, I still have a copy of that, an article called Circumcision, something about something, much ado about something. And then we followed it up in Igbo Basics quarterly with Circumcision, much ado about something else. That article was actually the real life story of a lady who went through that. We call it Ola who remembers. But Torresella, a senator from New Jersey representing us, had no knowledge of what we're talking about on circumcision. So when I met with him, I gave him a copy of that particular publication. He actually took it to the White House as a reference point to him having his discussion as far as circumcision is concerned. Simon touched up a few things which we all know about, things like gay rights. These things didn't start today. It started long before we were born. Even when we were high school, we said some people were, we call them queer or whatever you may call them. Before Adam and Eve, these things have been going on. But the issue is that you don't shove it down the throat of anybody. Come to my village and you see whatever you're talking about, you keep it wherever it is. So the question I was simply going to ask the brother, before Nigeria was highly respected, I once presented a paper called The Image of Nigeria and International Politics, Business and Communications, along with one of some of those Nigerian ambassadors of whatever they call themselves. Things have so changed that to be a Nigerian, and I wonder how he is managing it, because it's when somebody looks at him, you're looking at Nigeria. It's not like that before. When some of us came here, they used to host you. There used to be things called host families. Nigeria's money was so good and everything. So my question was, what is it that, as much as resources are concerned, why is it that the policies in the US is not allowing the Africans to actually develop their own resources? And what are they doing about it when they go to this White House question series or whatever that is happening out there for them seeking knowledge? I know it's good that they not have their say, they have their interest. But if they can give us a little break, what are they doing to do that? And can we do anything, Rudolph, that goes to you, can we do anything to back the young man up with practical, how do I call it? What do you call it? Evidence. So that when he's talking from the position of authority.
All right,
of reality.
Thank you. Okija, you're next.
As soon as possible, Rudolph.
I mean, like I've seen the guys before, on TV battling with the White House press secretary, and I mean, he threw a lot of tantrum, and when I logged in, I wanted to give me a benefit of doubt and I listened to him, and actually, I liked some of the things he was saying, but he lost me completely. When we started talking about Tucker Carlson, he loved Tucker Carlson, his friend. I mean, everyone, I don't know, even Tucker Carlson is so radical, so full of hate that even Fox News rejected him. And this is the guy that is friend and that invited him. So basically, he just chasing for cloud. He wants where he will go and get. Following, he's asking us to follow him. I don't know what I'm going to follow him to do. I was going to ask him a question about Ambazonia, because some years ago, before Nigeria got independence, I think he's from that area. They decided to get out of Nigeria and joined Cameroon. So I wanted to ask him if, the children of those people that made that decision, how do they feel about that decision today, based on what is going on in Cameroon with the central government? And but then, I forgot when once he mentioned Tucker Carlson, I forgot about that. I was gonna just jump on him on Tucker, but then he had to go.
Yeah, but Okija, don't forget that he was talking about numbers.
No. Yeah, numbers is important, but are you talking about you love Tucker Carlson? So that means you like what he. Tell me your friend that I will tell you who you are. You love Tucker Carlson. Because he invited you. Like, listen, when I came to this country, like I was security guard at a bank, and a friend of mine came to see me in the bank. Nigeria, another Nigerian. So one of the bank workers, a Caucasian. So after that your friend, I said, yeah. I said, oh, you Nigerians, you are not like black people. I said, but then I've read things, I would say, no, please don't do that. I am black. We are not different from Black America. We are black. So that's now Dr. Carlson has invited him, to the show, just like he invites some other black people. So that means as we can exonerate Tucker Carlson, we don't that he's not a racist anymore because he has selected to a group of white people. What are you going to Tucker Carlson to say? Who are you trying to reach? Africans or Americans? Where do you reach Africans? On Tucker Carlson? So so don't get me that bull about numbers, please. I'm really angry right now, to be honest with you.
All right, let's hear Lexi. Go ahead. You want to say something? 1 minute. Unmute yourself, Lexi.
Sorry about that. Yeah, his email. I think we can share his email here. You have it. I need it personally, and he didn't quite address one aspect of my question, which is to agree that America did help South Sudan to come out of the mess they were in with the rest of the country. And also in Kosovo, I remember George Bush and his family making some reference to some kind of event in the past, and they were having some empathy for Kosovo. And eventually those countries are free today. Albania, Kosovo, and so on. So I was a little bit trying to put him on the path of talking about freedom in Africa, because Africa is not free. I don't see any part of Africa that is free today. But there's need for that. All this talk about, if this group move from the main group, then it will happen all over. Why doesn't it happen? Let it happen, because it happened in other places. What is the fear? And this gives me an opportunity also to make this comment, to link up with what someone was saying in another chat forum, that if a certain part of the country was allowed to go, that they too will go. And so because they don't want, for that reason, they don't want that part of the country to go. So you are basing your stance on what you think is going to happen to you when people free themselves. Why don't you join them and all of you will be free? So this is the kind of trend of thinking that I have about what is going on in the entire African continent. There has to be a reshuffling of what we call nations in Africa for things to quiet down. Thank you.
All right. Can I hear next?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. Good afternoon, everyone. So I think what actually prompted me to calling in was when your guest asked a question. Actually, he made an analogy of when you have a male child, and the male child comes back and I was trying to change his gender. And to my greatest surprise, none of us here answered the question. It is easy for my brother, Prince Akwashi, to come up here and say that everyone here sees Fox News as a racist news. No. When I heard that, I was like, no, not everyone. So for me, I don't see Fox News as a racist news. But my question to your guest specifically is this. I don't know when, what's his name? The other black guy. Obama was the president. I think the only dividend that African countries received from Obama's administration was he going around from Kenya to Ghana, pushing gay rights on Africans. And today we have another uh, administration from the same Democrat, that is the Biden's administration, where we see Kamala Harris, that is the vice president. All she does is to go from one African country to the other, pushing gay rights. And I begin to ask this question. More than 70 countries ban gay activities. Specifically, 13 out of that 70 actually have death penalty against the gay activities. And among these 70, 6 of them are members of UN, including Nigeria, where we come from. Some of the northern states, I think about 12 northern states in Nigeria, have a death penalty against the gay activities. Now, why is it easy for this administration? I mean, Democrats specifically, let me have a distinction because I don't see Republicans doing that. Democrat, why is it easy for them to always jump from one African country to the other, pushing gay rights? On the other hand, they have a cordial business relationship with the countries like Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAEs, and these countries have death penalty, and we've never seen them in these Arab countries pushing for gay rights. Why is it Africa? Is it because we don't have leaders? Is it because we are confused people? Is it because they think that we don't have a voice? That whatever they push on us, we must, accept that. If the Americans claim that they are Democrats, why is it that the right of a select few triumphs over the right of the many? Because as far as I'm concerned, the population of the gays, maybe in Nigeria or wherever, is smaller to the to the yearnings of others. In Nigeria, for example, we reject gay activities. Kenya reject that. Uganda reject that. But they want Uganda and Kenya to accept and give them a special treatment against the interests of many. So when he made that analogy, I was expecting one of us here to say, yeah, I would love my male child to come back and wants to change his identity. Last time my daughter come back from school with a book, I don't know, I've forgotten the title of that book, but it was all about telling young children, trying to kind of brainwash them to begin to see themselves as if they are in a borrowed body, that the gender they have right now is supposed to be their gender, right? It's all about gay activities. I had to, without even second thoughts, I drove straight to the school, seriously warned them to stop giving my child this kind of book. That was the day I actually remember that I was a Catholic and we have Catholic schools. And I made up my mind to change their school immediately and have peace of mind. So we Africans, we know that we wouldn't accept this, but we still go back and still vote for this kind of people. So my question to him, I don't know. Maybe someone will answer it here. Why is it that Africans are always a target to pushing down these gay activities? Why not focus on these Arab countries that actually have death penalties against gay activities, if they truly believe in democracy?
Okay, let's hear Prince, and then see, and I'll continue with your question. Go ahead. Just 1 minute, please.
Okay, so a quick rebuttal to Kene. Number one, I never said everyone. I said most people believe that Fox News, just kind of like show their disdain by not watching them because of all the lies that they were propagating. And if I would be allowed to throw a little more light into what you are saying, none of us, I would say myself, for example, I'm not gonna say, that I agree with everything about the transgender thing, LGBTQ, whatever, they have going on. An example is when I newly came to America, I have this, when I see them, I look at them and I said, why do these people behave this way? Until I started working with some of them, and all that stuff. The thing is, as a Democrat, everyone is free to have their own association. I am a Democrat. I believe everyone have their rights. The Democrats are not saying that the gay people, Africa should allow the gay people take over the other people that are not gay.
They are.
To tell you the truth, even while I was in Nigeria, that we never heard about all this. Then we used to call them homosexual. It was being perpetrated by even the what do you call it? Most alhajis and those people in politics, and everybody was hiding. But all of a sudden they come up. Oh, they want to, when they see such people, they want to jail them for 14 years and all that. To me, it's inhuman. Or the other ones will say, oh, you kill them. Nobody's God. They should leave them, let them live their life. And when we get to God, let God judge every one of us. That's all I have about that.
All right, thank you. CM, 1 minute.
Okay, yeah. Regarding the question you raised, I think though it borders on leadership, because when Obama visited Kenya during the time of Uhuru Kenyatta, during a press, I think there were sort of fielding questions openly on the podium. Obama raised the issue of gay and then the right they have in Kenya and all those things, whether they are suppressed. So I remember Uhuru Kenyatta, you can cross-check this, telling him that maybe in America, because America has overcome all this bread and butter issue, what to eat, infrastructure, all those things. He said maybe in America is a problem. The people are asking of it. He said, but here in Kenya, they are much more concerned with their daily bread and how can they move out of poverty, and is that the issue of gay is not even, it does not resonate with the people, so they don't really discuss it. Maybe in future, he just said like this, so he dismissed it outright, and I'm quite happy with the reply he gave. So Obama looked so sort of so out of shape when he was just like a shame, because he dismissed it, say, look, this is not what matters to the Kenyan people. They are more interested in economic issues, how to develop, get out of poverty, improve their life, and gay is not a problem. They don't even know about it. So something like that. So if other leaders could sort of address it that way and then shame them on the podium, I think it will help. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okoye, you're next.
Yeah, thanks, Doctor. I was going to
Okoye, we can't hear you. Your line is not good. Can you speak again? Let's see.
Sorry, can you?
You're breaking. Can you guys hear him? I don't know.
Can you hear me?
No, he's breaking.
What's going on and off here?
Can you hear me now?
Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. So my question would have been to the guest whether there is ever a time there is a policy change in the White House because a correspondent asked a question. Because to my mind, there's never been a time as that, because most of those White House briefings are quite dramatic. They're quite very, very dramatic, because no one could outdo Jim Acosta during the time of Trump. You know what went on during that time, Jim Acosta with Donald Trump. So I don't really think, those, journalists there are there to force policy change in terms of how the government, American government, will treat Africa or not treat Africa. At the end of the day, they have their, think tanks that actually, sit somewhere and come up with policies in terms of how they treat Africans or any other country for that matter, or any other continent for that matter. So my question would have been, okay, has there been any such occurrence in the past, or and maybe you, Rudolph, can maybe educate us if you've ever heard of any policy change from the United States government because a journalist asked a question in the press briefing?
Okay, yeah, I don't know, but it's something that we could check. He's claiming, if you go to his Twitter account, he's saying that the whole new guidelines were because of him, being put in place because of him, and that I'm happy he said he's able to overcome that, because one of the conditions is that they wanted his supervisor to be the one that will now recommend him to the White House as a correspondent. They wanted to make sure that the paper is committed and is paying somebody just to cover the White House, not just someone who will come in whenever he has time or he wants to show up there. So there are conditions they are trying to put in place to make sure that the way they said it, that things are more organized, that there are no disruptions. But he feels that he's the one being targeted. So I don't know. So let's hear from IPOB under Ochia. Go ahead.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask Mr. Ateba, what if you could ask this what's the name, John Karim, the press secretary for this Democrat Party, what they're doing about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's kidnapping. But I think that would have been a waste of time, because I see the Democrat Party as they are terrorist enablers. And I think it would have been a waste of time. Because they are the ones, bear in mind, they are the ones that helped this terrorist, this Islamist, Buhari, into the Nigerian presidency. So, I mean, that Biden, he's a legitimate POTUS anyway. He didn't win that 2020 election. He was rigged into office. He's a corrupt man. This is why the cabals are committing all kind of atrocities in America under his, power. So, but anyway, but since he has that platform, I wish he can use it to try and raise the illegal kidnapping of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who is an international political prisoner. And I wish he could use his platform to raise awareness of what Igbos that are suffering in Nigeria, what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is going through. It's unfortunate I came in late. And I want to say to Okija, I'm a big Mr. Donald Trump fan, and also Tucker Carlson, by the way. So you said that they're racist. I would like you to point out where Tucker Carlson is a racist. He has said racist things. You're making a lot of false allegations against people, and I invite you to stop that.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, I'm really sorry. Please forgive me.
IPOB under Ochia, I will also stand here to tell you that please don't peddle lies. You understand?
Mr. Man.
As much, wait for you to talk about the election being rigged. You are living in mass. You are living in mass, my brother. You are living in mass. Please come back from mass. When you come back onto the earth, then you live in reality. For you to think about that, and for you to think
let's talk about that.
Can we talk? Hey, listen. Can we talk like adults? I'm listening to you. Allow me to land, and then you can give me a rebuttal. You understand what I mean? It's not a quarrel. I'm not here to quarrel you. Okay, so what I'm saying in essence is, on what grounds did you think that the elections were being rigged?
You're talking about the U.S. election, not Nigerian election.
Yes.
Please be specific.
That's what he said. Yes, that's what we were talking about U.S.
I will take you up on that.
Okay, hold on,
on
guys.
U.S. elections.
Yes.
Prince, hold on. This is how our conversation just moves away from. We're still talking about our conversation with Simon, and I want to touch on a few things before we go to our traditional talking points. The first thing is
wait, Rudolph, we never go around now.
We did it. Who did I miss?
yeah, you started from
Man of
Leslie.
prestige.
I know he
So,
just came. He comes in and out anytime. I don't know what.
so you never hear everybody
But
talking.
who else is left apart from
I
man?
didn't say anything because I got to ask questions, so that's why I didn't say anything.
Oh,
I
okay.
was
All right.
waiting for
All right. Man
everybody.
of prestige. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, I listened to the guy, but I wasn't opportune to come in and talk to him. What's his name? The IPOB under Okada or whatever they call him, and Kenneth. I know you're conservative and everything, but that's fine. That guy made some of the statement that he made when it comes to the American relationship and the current,
Sorry, can you
the
speak up,
current government.
please?
I mean, can you hear me?
Yeah, your audio is low, but I can hear you. But maybe
Hold on, let me increase it. Okay, some of the points that he made, he's right in some of the points, but he did bend the truth when it comes to Carson, on MSNBC. Yeah, he has the highest rate. I mean, he's been doing that for 2 or 3 years. That's not a new. When the rally was there, rally had the highest rate, so that's not anything combined. I mean, sometimes their rating is you can combine Fox News rating, MSNBC, and the CNN together. They still have the higher rating. But what people don't understand when it comes to American politics, people are grouped in their own position. They want to hear what they like, and that's it. So that's why when it comes to CNN, they don't have any rating. They goes conservative, they goes liberal. So nobody want to watch that, and that's why MSNBC always comes second. First always comes first. I mean, it's not even close. It's just how people are so wired particularly in this country. Nobody want to hear the truth. Everybody want to hear what is good for them, what is good for them. So that's just the way the news is. But I think he bent the truth. Some of the things that he was saying. I mean, he like Carson. There's nothing wrong, but Carson is a liar. I mean, completely liar. Do you know why he was fired? Because of the lie he perpetuated against America. I call it against America.
Oh,
Because
goodness
of
me.
everything that he said. He lied like anything. This is why he
Oh
get a
my
lot of
God.
rating. He even
Man of
said it.
prestige.
Man of prestige. Sorry.
Oh, hold on. Can I let him finish? Can I?
Okay, go ahead.
I mean, this is the reason why he was fired. Have you ever read the reason why he was fired? I mean, this is the guy who's getting them, at least if just say from, let me finish, from 1 to 10, he's probably getting them like about 3% of the 3% of the whole rating they have on Force. Why would they fire him? It's because of he lied. They couldn't keep him anymore. I mean, he can be your friend or whatever. So I'm thinking that guy is doing that because CNN didn't give him the platform, which I'm against anyway. They didn't give him the platform. But Carson was able to give him the platform, because he wanted to promote his show. So that's why Carson is his friend. There's nothing wrong about that. But the way he painted Carson and Fox News, like all that, I mean, I'm not in favor of what some of the things that the progressive or I'm progressive, but some of the things that the liberal, like social culture, women and men, I mean, I can't stand up those things. But there's a lot of things wrong with conservative group here, the MSNBC, the Force and everything. There's a lot of things wrong, wrong with the Republican too. But if I have to weigh both of them, that's why I'm progressive. I rather choose progressive, what is good and what is wrong with them than what is wrong with Force. Force, in my own opinion, is worse than any other candidate. So he cannot bend the truth.
Can I just say something, please?
No. You have to wait. Let me call you, please.
I'm going to forget my train of
Please.
thought.
Yeah, you
All right.
write it down. Write it down. You won't forget. So, all right. So let me go to all politics. The reason why I'm going to him is that I know that you want to talk. I will call you. But the reason I'm going to him is that if Kenneth speaks now or Chair, what will happen is that man of prestige want to respond to them, and then we leave other people hanging. So, Ovie, go ahead.
Yeah, Rudolph, I wanted to say thank you for actually bringing in a lot of my questions and curiosity
we're
were asked
discussing America.
because of your conversation with him. One other question that I really wanted to ask him is to know if Biden will be attending the Tinubu's May 2029 inauguration, or he will be sending delegates, but we didn't get to ask him that. Now, it baffles me to say that Republicans are different from Democrats is to say CNN is different from Fox, or is to say PDP is different from APC. They are all the same. I mean, as somebody who is seeing these people from afar, I'm not an American. But an American, maybe but seeing them from afar, they are all the same. But I think one thing that we all miss, the point that we all miss about this interaction with Simon is the silencing culture that is going on, right? How to the cancel culture that he's experiencing. To to actually understand that Democrats actually pride themselves that is pretty liberal and all that kind of stuff. And under their nose, he is complaining that they are not giving him that opportunity to actually hear his voice. Now, people are condemning for going to Carson. That is the only person that actually given opportunities to come and speak. Do you not expect him to go against them? No. This is a man who is representing two interests, the African interest and the American interest, against every other, like the Chinese and all that. We should understand that first. Those are these two interests.
That doesn't make Carson in a good person. That
That's
doesn't
not
make him
a
Messiah.
Hold on, now. I didn't
That
know
does not make him a Messiah of Africa.
When you were speaking. I didn't know.
No, it doesn't make him a Messiah of
You
Africa.
said a lot of things that I disagree with, but I keep my cool. Just respect that. You understand? Again, you are missing the point. The point is that why is it that the other side is not giving the opportunity to come and hear his voice? That should be the question. It's not about attack Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson is a journalist, just like every other journalist out there. They are not different. None of them is different. Antazi Cooper, whatever, they are all the same. It's who's paying them is what determines what they say. These are legacy media. But the point is that why is it that this other side is not giving him that voice to come and hear his voice? If they actually care about you and me, we claim that we are Democrat or Republican. Why? That should be the question. Not necessarily end up in Carson. He said it himself. Carson is the only man that gave me the platform to come and talk. You will do the same thing unless you refuse to go. You want to be on CNN. CNN say no. You want to go on SMB, they don't give you a chance. So what do? But today we are talking about it just because that man gave him the opportunity. Let's forget about our personal interest about with the attached. These people don't care about us. That's the planted truth. Everybody is fighting for their own interest. America is fighting for their own interest. That's the only thing I actually pay attention to about this man. He has interest. And there's nothing wrong in that. But to now, as if he has authority to actually discuss all these things, when this guy appears in the press briefing, he can only stay on the agenda. If they are talking about how calamaris to go Ghana, you don't expect him to be talking about what they happen for South West or Northwest in Nigeria. That's not how it works. I mean, at times, could they pay attention to what these people, with the kind of situation they found themselves before we start to actually true job as a Republican or Democrat? Trust me, as an African, if they are the same, they see you the same. Everybody now who deceive you past, now who appeal to you past, just like what man of practice said. Everybody believe who appeal to you past, that's what you listen to. American media is divided into pretty much three places. We have 80% of them. We have about a Democrat and Republican. That's how the media represent. Then we have the few people in between who are neutral. Those are people. Most of them are individuals. They don't even have the half of the capacity or the resources to actually carry out their propaganda the way these both sides are doing. So we can fall for Tucker Carlson, we can fall for CNN. Guess what? They don't see you different.
Okay, thank you. On my part, let me just point out two things before we continue. I'll get connected to speak. Igbo basics. So you raised an important issue, which is, I tried to, before he came on, I tried to find out who owns the outlet where he works and how big it is and everything. So we know what it is. Anybody can approach him through his email or through his Twitter account. And if you want to contribute to his media outlets, you do. Contribute, including, support him whichever way, or even write for him. The point is that that's what we don't do well. We expect a lot from people. We don't, how do you expect him to send somebody to Chicago, if it's only two people on his website? So these are some of the things. It's not just about expecting them to do things. They cost money. even to go there and sit down at the White House and do, it's so the support could be contribution, right? Like he said, giving hints or leads to stories. If there is a story you had, there are people who are watching probably who know politicians who come here and buy houses, who come here and hide money, who come here and buy expensive cars, $1 billion cars shipped to Nigeria, and they are not saying anything. But if you send such tips to media houses, they will expose it.
Yep.
So there are many ways anybody can support anybody who is doing any job in the media. And remember, people don't pay for the price anymore. People don't pay for information, essentially. And how do they survive? So that's one. That's something I think anybody can contribute in that way.
So you see, my brother Rudolph, I raised that issue because I know what you go through. I know what I have gone through. I probably have been in the business for quite some time for a lot of people. And I tried to put it this way, taking it in one scoop. I talked about the circumcision issue. That was a real thing. And I talked about the gay right thing, going all the way from Sodom and Gomorrah. The way I tried to paint my own story, and when I touched upon my brother IPOB under Ochiaga, I just came up with 3 things that I wanted to wrap up this conversation with. They say the person where no sabi where rain begin to beat am, you not gonna know when the rain stop. And on top of am, we come talk say hunter know they talk everything we see for bush. I'm talking because we are the, they talk everything we see for bush. And on top of am, from my brother Ochiaga IPOB, I come talk say chinchi. Quarter. He tell him picking them, make the weight, make the jet. And he got joy. Tell the thing where hot, it go cool. Having said all that, it boils back down to now everybody's a journalist. Now everybody's a publisher. Now everybody's a writer. When I really doffed my hat for people like Rudolph, for having the ability to be able to keep things in perspective. Yeah, it's a free-for-all. Somebody called me on the chat line. It says, Igbo Basics, I think old age is taking its toll on your capacity. And I just laughed. I really, really laughed. And that's why I summed it up with Chinchi, Kwarekwata. Person probably don't know what is called Kwarekwata. That is bedbug. Bedbug, tell him children, because you palm water, you go. So, consistency in anything that you do. And to be a correspondent at the White House, if it's just that easy, all of us will be there. It's a privileged position. Some of us came to this country when they see you wear Abada. I used to go to the Arkansas Exporters Roundtable Conference. Bill Clinton was governor of the state of Arkansas. I was vice president of student government. When I wear Abada go in, all them were there for Exporters Conference. They look to talk to me. Why? Because they were seeking for a connection on how to go and tap the resources from Africa. But today, because of the things that has happened, if you come out not just as a black man, say you are a Nigerian, when I bring out my Wunigwe passport, somebody saying I'm waiting for this. When dollar was 42 cents per kobo, dollar was 42 kobo to $1. That's what you used to buy. And today, when we are talking, people will just jump in. We no take Pan Am flight to come America. We no go to youth call for Nigeria. We no see Nigeria for 9 years on the ground. When you talk, the person will think, oh, we're in a new generation. Bottom line is this. If there is a way, Rudolph, that we can actually have a through African underground network that can feed not only people like you, people like Simon, with the facts. And I'm talking about facts. Not just you hear something or you read something. If you saw it, if you witnessed it, it is a different story when you are talking authoritatively. I saw the man killed. I saw the man steal. I was there. Then if I'm calling on Rudolph, I'm going to be telling Rudolph. And Rudolph will believe me because basic trust is what it takes. anything I don't understand, I ask Rudolph, is this true? He says, no, I leave it alone. That's why we say we don't break news at Basic Express. And to conclude, for the people who think we're old, again, I'll be doing my age grade retirement ceremony this December in Ibere, my hometown. Probably I'll be about 68 or more, thereabout. But I will do that retirement ceremony in a style that I wish I would have Rudolph cover it, because I'm going to do it in the bush, in a place where you will be shocked what you will see.
When
That
are we
will
getting
come
our
to pass.
invitation? When are we getting our invitation?
Go to igbere.org. igbere.org. Follow it. You will get the invitation. I raise my case. I will grow older. I pray that I have 30, 40 more years. I pray to be 100. My mom lived to be 100 plus, and I pray to be that. And anybody who comes to this forum to say, old man, pray to God that you get old like me. Because if you don't, you will never see the smell of a nyash.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Some of us come here because of you and Leslie. We need to past experience matters a lot. So we tap on that once in a while. So we need you guys around. So
all right, thank you. Let me point out one more thing before I let Kenneth talk. So Prince, you see what happened here, so someone like Simon, no matter what you think about him, he does a lot of interviews. He's a darling of at least the conservative media. So he has experience doing this, and sometimes it's something that you can only learn, if you don't do it frequently. There are things you miss. So there's something that Prince Akwachi did that I wanted to point out. So he has an idea of the question he wanted to ask him. But what I always say to people on this program is, someone like Simon who has experience, and you don't come out and quote figures or that are not true or something that, and they will pick on that. So when we are saying that CNN and Fox News, and
must have done this.
Yeah, you have to know. Don't even assume that you had it from somebody else. You have to be sure of what you are saying. Otherwise, if there is a very important thing you wanted to say and you just throw out something that is totally off, they will hold on that to basically ignore the real question you wanted to ask. So the figures you gave about Fox News and CNN, and that denied you the opportunity to ask for him to deal with the actual question you wanted to ask him. And some people will just tune off at that point when you say something they know that this is totally wrong. It's like yesterday, a lot of people were standing up and saying that Tinubu did not win any states. That was it. I mean, if I'm the one that you're talking to and you say he didn't win any state, I won't take any other thing you are saying seriously, because if you can't accept that he won a state, that there's no conversation to have with you. Anyway, Kenneth, go ahead.
Yes, my brother, man of prestige, I really don't want to talk about these people, Tucker Carlson and Don Lemon. I think they are not of any relevance here in this conversation. But, when you ask the question why Tucker Carlson was fired from Fox News, that's really, really got me somehow. Because as far as I know, Tucker Carlson was not fired from Fox News. They entered into mutual agreement. He left based on mutual agreement. However, Don Lemon was fired from CNN. And, I will agree with Ovie that said that both Carlson, Don Lemon, they are all the same, working for same interests, right? And this is why I said so. If they are truly for humanity, for example, the same Fox News was in this United States, dump and moot. CNN was moot as well. While Nigerian crude oil was being stolen from Niger Delta and pushed to Pennsylvania, refined in Pennsylvania. Every week they push our oil and none of them reported it, right? So these people are the same, working for same interests. My own concern majorly is on morality. Don't come and influence my children with your nonsense belief or with your nonsense, gay right and all that. Keep it to yourself. I have friends that are gays, right? We are still friends, but keep it to yourself. Don't influence my child. My child grows up and make his own decision. That is up to him, right? Don't push it to our schools, right? A man is a man, a woman is a woman. Whatever is in between your leg is your agenda. Have that identity. That is your agenda. Don't come and be pushing some negative stuff on Africa while you are living your business friends in UAE, Saudi Arabia. You're still transacting businesses with them. You're looking down on Africans because you know that we have useless leaders in Africa that never stand up for their rights. So that is all my interest. Cousin, Don Lemon, they have their own life to live. That's not my business.
Okay, so let me explain something.
Hold on,
No,
just a
not a
minute.
message. Hold on. No, wait. I don't want this back and forth. Let me explain.
No, let
something.
me just correct Kene.
I will. Hold on. You will. I will get to you. But let me explain something. So when you said Don Lemon and Tucker Carlson, they're working for the same interest. So the interest, I want to make sure everybody understands. These are corporate media. They are not. They are there to make money. The actual reason why Tucker Carlson was kicked out was that he was costing them money at Fox News. He became. It wasn't because he was saying things that were lies or anything. They always known that. But he became a liability. He was costing them a lot of money. So that was why.
There you go.
That was why they let him go.
But the costing of money not due to viewership. It's
No,
due to
this is Dr. Damages, right? Dr. Damages, right? I agree with you. Because even the Tucker Carlson has once worked with CNN and MSNBC. Yeah. He has worked with them and then come to Fox News. So now, from what I know, from what I read about why he left Fox News based on mutual agreement with the executives or owners of Fox News, they say that his boss, which is A.B. Grasberg, claimed that she was being faced with sexism and hostile workplace. Whatever she just had a claim of being sexist, him being sexist, and also she was faced with hostile work environment. So that was why they now entered into agreement, and he left. He wasn't really fired. He wasn't actually fired.
There was no agreement. They called him on Monday that he wasn't coming to work.
But Don Lemon had a greater shocker when he was fired without prior notification.
Hold on. Listen to what Rudolph is saying. He has nothing. The viewership of Fox or that of Carson has not. Hold on. Where they are losing money because of the company trend is the sponsorship, right? Based on the rhetoric the guy is pushing out now. I mean, it's becoming obvious in terms of COVID-19 and other kinds. So him consistently staying on that is causing advertisers who are putting in their money based on that off. That's basically, but in terms of viewership, nothing to do with it. Until he left, the viewership has not keep increasing, even the fact that he's losing money. The viewership has not changed. That until now that they left, that everything started dropping. So it has nothing to do with of course, all those races, whatever. Well, not a normal thing. I don't know why. But most importantly, what is the American interest generally over us as African or as Nigerian? That is not going to wait, regardless of who's in power.
Hold on, can I hold on?
No. I just want to keep in something, just 10 seconds, please.
Regardless of who's in power,
this is my stand. This is my stand. And I think somebody from the comment section actually made a point, made some point, right? If Americans or Western world, if they want Africa to embrace gay nonsense, right? They should also allow us, Africans living in the Western world, to go into polygamy, to go into polygamy. Because some of us here, even on this panel, some of us want to have 2-3 wives. So they should give us that right to also go into polygamy. They shouldn't be all for themselves alone.
No one is stopping you from doing that.
Can I please let me talk, please. Can I let me talk?
Not Ovia. Ovia cannot let you talk. I will let you talk, Prince. Let me say this. I wanted to point out something Kenneth said. This is something common with us, all of us Nigerians. You okay with saying that Don Lemon was fired, but you are not okay with knowing that Tucker Carlson was also fired. This is the point. It doesn't mean anything.
I'm okay with that. If he's fired, it's fine. I'm just telling you what I read. Maybe I might be wrong.
Maybe you got it wrong. Well, he was fired too. He had 10 minutes, so he didn't even pack his bags. He didn't know he would go back to work.
That is fine. They should keep firing themselves. That's okay.
All right. So, but that's very important. The fact that you support somebody doesn't mean that the truth about that person is not right, So, okay, yeah. Who a man of press?
On this LGBT stuff, if you know the budget where they behind to Africa, you will understand that it's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time. I'm not going to accept that. If you see the budget,
give it to
now my turn now.
Go ahead, man of press.
But anyway, you just said exactly what I was going to say. When I was saying he's lying or whatever, I mean, that's my own perspective. I mean, I watch him. I'm that kind of person who doesn't like to watch a channel that say, always say what I believe in. I like to hear opposite point of view. I mean, I used to watch O'Reilly when he was there, as far as I don't like most of his views. So I'm that kind of person. I watch Fox, I watch MSNBC, I watch CNN. So I'm just, watch all of them. Carson lie all the time, I mean, he's one of the reasons why. Whatever reason why he was fired, that's the bottom line. I think that's what I'm going to counter to Kene. He was fired. It could be anything. It doesn't have to be about lying because he's been lying since he's been there. So it has to be about maybe the January 6th or like Dr. Rudolph said, he was causing them money, whether it's something about sex or whatever. I don't know what the reason why. So that's what I wanted to correct. So Dr. Rudolph has,
All right, thank you. Prince, go ahead.
So, look, in the first place, I did not want to. I wasn't putting a data on CNN or whatever it is. What I was trying, even my favorite channel is MSNBC. I don't, that's why I told him. I said CNN is neither here nor there. They're just everywhere. That's their own. Apart from that, I wanted him to understand that the rating he's giving Fox is in general. I'm talking about individual hosts. Carlson does not have that much rating. Just like he said, I don't know all their ratings offhand, but I know that
Prince,
if you talk about
Prince, Carlson had the #1 show in the country, so that
okay, that's fine. So he has more than so he has more than Sean Hannity too, because they are all in the same category. Okay. And then can
I'm agreeing with you. Dr. Rudolph is right. He has more than anybody else.
Sure. So Carlson is fired due to the text message that he exchanged with Powell. Who's Powell? Powell was that lady attorney for Trump that they were peddling lies, and there was something Carlson wanted her to, she was saying to Carlson, and she wanted Carlson to project that, and Carlson was kind of like disputing that. So all that, because Fox News just lost a lot of money. And they still gonna lose a lot of money. Even Sean Hannity and the other man, they're about to lose their job too. They're all involved. Even George Perrin or whatever they call her, they are all gonna lose their job. So in my own is, I don't have anything against anybody being Republican, but don't be a hypocrite. Do not be a hypocrite. Because if we talk about this gay thing that we talk about, most Republicans are gay. Most of them are gay. And then, for your information, if you want to practice, let me land. And if you want to practice polygamy,
before you make that comment, I beg.
Okay. Let me put it. Some Republicans are gay. And then, if you want to be a polygamist, it's very easy. You can just move to Utah. Go to Utah and join. You can even join Mormon. They will allow you for religious reasons.
What about gay people? If they want to be gay, they should move to Utah and stop spreading it all in every state.
If they want to be gay, they can come to California. They can come. We accept them.
So why are they spreading it across the states? They should just focus on one state.
Dr. Rudolph, you really respect me enough, Rudolph.
Why,
Only
why,
small
why
question
would
when
it
I
be
ask.
reserved for polygamy alone?
Okay, we are deviating
Yeah.
Not just
Rudolph,
debating.
you're supposed to debate me because
I think Kene is
only small
determined.
question when I ask. Only small question when I ask about
Hold on.
casting. I ain't seen me go on up till now.
Public schools have been buying over Catholic schools. I am a Catholic.
Hold on.
If they infiltrate Catholic schools, we'll do homeschooling.
All right. So the point is, we talk
sorry,
about social.
Rudolph, let me put something out here.
Ovia, hold on. We talk about social issues. Eventually, we will. I think people are itching for that. I wanted to welcome Janaba and then Dobesi to the show. But Ovia, say one minute, no more than that.
No, I say at this point, you know, they give you the kind of respect I deserve. Only small question when I ask. Now I take 2 hours. So small question when I ask. Back to Kakasi. A small question. You rattle everybody up. I mean, that's my capacity, but I also might make you know in case I begin to ask for money.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, that's because you are very controversial.
All right. So, Jonaba, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy.
I'm not sure. Did you watch our conversation with Simon?
Not a lot.
Okay. For people who may not know, Simon is actually, someone actually said something about Simon being a Nigerian. He's not a Nigerian. He schooled in Nigeria. He practiced journalism in Nigeria, but he's from Cameroon. So that was very important. And I was thinking that if he were to be a Nigerian and doing this at the White House, all Africans would be saying, "Oh, this is how Nigerians are." But he's from Cameroon, so they can say and Nigerians are always aggressive everywhere they go. They want to show,
I respect the fact that I have love for his president. When you were playing the Pobia's clip, his expression and what he said about him, I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, he didn't want. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good thing you noticed. He didn't want to take on any of those. And he was open enough, to say that he's been to Tinubu's house, and that's the nature of journalism. Sometimes you find out that not the type we practice, but you because of the job, these people on a personal level, and sometimes it ties your hands. So that's why some people sometimes refuse to get close to them. But if you're a reporter on the ground, you need access to people, and by getting that access, then you are in a way constrained by what you can say about them. Janaba, so welcome.
Thank you.
So you didn't watch the interview. I don't know what you.
No, I didn't watch that much, but I little. But then from all the conversation of the human rights and all the gay no gay, polygamy no polygamy. I think I hope you sleep in a good bed today.
Janaba, not everybody. Okay, let me not go there. And go ahead. When you see Kene, you see that Kene is a strong man. You do think Kene is the kind of person that anybody can push around. Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Yeah.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Good afternoon. I joined late. I just came back from Mass, and I joined when it was answering, I think, the last 3 to 4 questions. So, about the question you asked him about Tinubu's link with drug, he didn't follow it up as I thought. I was thinking probably he would say, okay, I had it, and I didn't find time to do some ask the White House spokesperson about that or so, because I don't know, maybe the way he does his reporting, he may not be in the best position to ask that, or he doesn't want to stir up controversy. But like you just mentioned now, he knows Tinubu to some extent. He has been to his house, probably when practicing in Nigeria, and maybe he doesn't want to ruffle some feathers or so, or he wants to get more details. So that is by the way. Then the other thing I would have loved to ask him if I was there was to generally ask questions about what is U.S. interest in Africa as a whole. and the inroad China is making in some parts of Africa. What does it think? What does it think America's view is on that? And that would have been a question I would love to ask him.
I think he touched on it. If you had watched from the beginning, he talked about what they have been doing to make sure that they counter that influence by sending Secretary of State, the Vice President, the wife of the president, and Biden is preparing to go to Africa. What has been happening of recent is that the recent American presidents, they face a lot of crisis that there is no time to go to Africa. Africa is the place you go to when either everything is going well or when you are in trouble and you want to escape from America, you go to Africa. So, but recently the trouble for Trump was too much that there was no escape. And Trump couldn't think about sleeping in Africa. And maybe in his life, he has never been to Africa. I don't know. But he couldn't think of sleeping somewhere in Africa with mosquitoes and all those things. Trump just couldn't figure out. But someone like Clinton, when things were tough in America for him, he just decided, this is a good time to go to Africa, knowing that all these people will not follow him around. And he went to Africa.
Coming to that area, I wanted to, I would have loved to ask, or maybe even find out that it appears, since I've been following international affairs, it appears, apart from in one or two instances, it appears American leaders, they don't travel to some African countries that are having serious crisis, maybe not full-blown war, but where there are tensions between 2 or 3 different factions. They only go to countries where relative calm is. Like when Clinton came to Nigeria, it was when we recently just returned to democracy, about a year or 2 after we returned to democracy under Obasanjo. Like what is happening in DR Congo, this problem, that country, I don't know, doctor, maybe one day we may need to discuss that country. I know it's not Nigeria, but that country seems to be in constant factional trouble every time. And European interest is deep, 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 and the trouble is there. There was time I read about the country when King Leopold II or the first took it as his own chiefdom and all that. What the atrocities there was so terrible. I know it's the same in many countries. So, like, why can't US go into a country where there's, or even invite, then as they used to invite Israel and Palestine in those days to come solve their problem. But like he answered the question in a way, he said that America always weigh their interest in those countries before they make a move. But I think humanity is one everywhere, and then attention should be paid.
When will Africans take up the responsibilities of solving their own problems? Why do you always look up to the US? That's a question you can answer yourself.
But you know the answer yourself. You know that their individual interest will not make them to solve
it. So if you have individual interest in Africa, why wouldn't Americans have their own interests and go where it's more cost effective?
But we have seen when America intervenes, when they wield the big stick and ceasefire was.
Why do you want them to beat you? Because you might be at the other end of it, that you may not like what they want to do. Like in Nigeria, people complain about their interventions in Nigeria. You may not be at the end that is getting what you think is the right reaction from them. So I think what Africa should transition to is when they can handle their own problems. I'm not disappointed that this Sudan crisis, they had to go to Saudi Arabia to go and meet. There was no place in Africa where they could go and meet and talk and solve the problem. So US and Saudi, they have to sponsor this kind of peace negotiation.
But Simeon seems to like it. Like the fact that they meet in Africa or anywhere in Europe or Saudi Arabia.
No, I don't think he liked it. He said something that, I think he wished that it was in Africa. And no African will want to see that. But again, it also goes to the point that Sudan probably they see themselves more like Arab country than.
That may be a point.
Yeah.
So, Doctor, one more thing before I go off. There was something I was thinking that we should add to our discussion. This recent 22.7 trillion naira request from Buhari that the Senate and House of Reps just approved. If you have watched news events in Nigeria in the last few days, many experts were condemning it. Some even said this is against the CBN law and all that. So I don't know. I don't have all the full information, but I don't know if there's any way you can invite an expert so because it's adding to our debt. Our debt is rising, and I don't know how we're going to survive that. And there are allegations that CBN printed money. They printed raw cash and used it. It's not as if it was money revenue from somewhere. They have been printing money in the past couple of years.
Yeah, I saw that story. Like you, I don't know if you understood it. I don't think it's new money that they are approving for the government that is living in 30 days. I think it's money they've been using, they've been getting from the central bank and using. You know that this is something that all of you here probably do not know. Nigeria has no money to operate. Nigeria has no money to pay salaries. Nigeria continues to borrow money for years now to pay basic things. So I think this accumulation of all the money that they borrowed, I don't think it's new money that they are approving for Buhari to spend in 30 days. No, it's money they've been borrowing without approval. So they just wanted to go to the Senate to now approve. The one that should interest you is the one that Fashola was to the Senate. To explain some trillions again. They're now talking trillions. We've advanced about land that were sold. And Fashola said, I thought I was the one in charge. They just give me the certificate of occupancy. I sign off on them, but I don't see the money. They said that they send the money is under the secretary to the government. That people should go, that senators should go and ask the secretary to the government. So a minister who signs off on certificate of occupancy has no idea who is paying for the land and where the money is going to. It's a mess, And that's why when we talk about transparency, the need to have transparency, people think we're targeting one person. So you now see that there's 22 trillion being spent without anybody knowing in Nigeria. You have another trillion, some trillion, 7 or so, paid
we are
for.
Worried about Tinubu's 11 million house in London. That's what we are worried about.
Yeah. So, but we should be worried about all of them. We should be worried about all of them, not just the big ones, the small ones too, because it starts with the small ones. But that's why we just want these things open so that you and I will know this is our money, who is spending it, who is collecting the money. How can you have 22 trillion spent without approval by the Senate, without anybody knowing that the money was being spent? All right. Okay. So any other comment?
Rudolph.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Rudolph, yes. I think this issue of Nigerian borrowing, I think they said that about 92% of whatever we have is used to service debt. That's what I read somewhere. That actually Nigeria is just borrowing to exist. That what we have, whatever we get, I think 96, sorry, not 92, I think 96. In other words, for every 100 naira in your pocket, if you are Nigeria, 96 belong to somebody else. So it's actually 4 naira that is you can use to run your country. Is that not a shame? In that case, Nigeria is all for sale now. Anybody can, maybe Trump can buy Nigeria if he wants to. Could buy Nigeria with all the people in it. Yeah, yes, they could sell Nigeria for sale.
That's why we are saying
look at where APC kept Nigeria.
That Tinubu is going to come in, and he has started sending out the warning. If you remember, he said that we are going to take some tough decisions. He knows. He knows, and people around him, they know that there is no money to run the country. Even the American government and the British government, they were pressing Buhari to remove the subsidy before he leaves. But Buhari looked at what will happen when that happens. And he couldn't. He doesn't want that to be his final legacy. So he pushed it to Tinubu. And then the census was going to be a disaster. And Buhari said, no, I can't deal with this, and pushed that to Tinubu. So Tinubu has his hands full. The first thing is that subsidy. They also, I don't know if you guys listen to that. They borrowed 800 million.
Rudolph, Rudolph, you shouldn't say Tinubu had his hands full. I think you should be saying whoever comes in, because Tinubu is not guaranteed. Given the result released by
No,
Right.
I think Rudolph is saying
Yes.
as it stands now, as declared by INEC. So that is just what he's saying.
Let's
Not
see
as
him. Hold on, guys. Let's see him.
given the figures released by Labour Party, which they are going to defend in the tribunal, Tinubu did not win. There's every tendency that he may not.
CM, where did they release it? That's my issue with the Labour Party. Where did they release this result? Is it on their website?
You go to the website now. I even have it here. Go to the website by Akioshu.
Send me the link.
Akioshu talking now. The thing is,
CM, send me the link. I will show it here.
CM, go and look at that thing again carefully. You will see numbers that are the same. I looked at the same thing you're looking at. However, not to go too far away from your subject matter, which is what happened to our money. I discussed when we bought dollar with 42 kobo to a dollar. And when the Civil War ended, Nigeria had so much money, it was not funny. When some of us came here in the 70s, 77, thereabout, Nigeria had enough money to buy half of Manhattan. Quote me any day, any time. When you walk into the airport, there was a bureau de change that will collect your money from you, give you dollar. They were paying. So these things did not happen overnight. And even Tinubu or anybody who is going to take over next, we need a serious reacculturation, or whatever you may call it, of the mentality of Obrosina High Sea. Overnight get rich.
Okay.
Things have happened. It's not going to go just like that. Those who stole all our money, and took abroad, please, we are begging them to bring some of them back, not all of it, and we will be just fine.
Basic, thank you. CM, where is the figure? Can you give it? Because I've been hearing these people saying this. Where is it? Send me the link.
It's on WhatsApp.
Let's share it. No, not WhatsApp. Tell me the website where it is. Labour Party's website where they publish the results.
I give you what I have. Nice. I will give you what I have. I'm obedient, so that's what I will give you. I will give you what I have. That's all.
But you said
you just said
it's something flying all over social media.
CM,
hold on. You said that it's from Labour Party's website or from the official. If it's from the official Twitter account.
The spokesperson.
Yeah, and his official site, his official website, or official Twitter account, because someone can attach someone's name on something, and is circulating. I'm not looking for that. I'm looking for something that verified Twitter accounts or websites.
See. Let me tell you why you should accept this. I rather say it this way. The one Mahmoud raised, the person you paid the billions was dictating. The paper he was holding, after dictating those figures on the midnight, what he uploaded for the world to see is different from what he dictated. So what do you have? If you you believe that, and
it's
you
it's not what he's the one giving the power, and he said this is what it is, and the world is that's what the world is.
His word is official.
If you are a Labour Party member and you have a different figure, you put it out for the world to see. Just like Mahmoud put out his own. Okay, why they are not putting it out is something I don't understand, and I'm not interested in inviting them on this show anymore because they don't want to talk to people. I don't understand what they are doing.
Until the tribunal opens, until the tribunal opens, because
if we say he has the power, he released what he had, then why are we mad at the guy, the Adamawa guy? Why are we mad at him?
Who is mad at me? I don't know who is mad at
him. When people are saying, "Oh, he did," the guy that released the results, in Adamawa, because the guy in Adamawa even said that for him to release that he got the permission from Abuja.
I don't know.
From Abuja.
Leave that story, because one of the things about that story was that they've not finished counting. I don't know the sequence of events. It doesn't make sense to me. But it's sometimes state matters are minor. Go ahead.
The guy he lied. He lied.
Excuse me.
You know they've released him,
Rudolph,
right? They arrested him and they released him.
Excuse me. You know, that's what I keep saying about being politically correct. Sometimes it can be very injurious to the truth.
Yeah.
Now, I understand your stance as the moderator and someone who wants reliable information and truth to be brought to you. Almost, at least in my opinion and many people's opinion, more than 50% of voters, more than that amount, 50%, agree that what we heard from Mahmoud is not what was done. That's why Nigeria is so quiet and sad. Who is jubilating about the results that were called, except those Sako fans who want to associate with the winner and get something? Nigeria is not celebrating the result of that election. And that is because falsehood was brought forth for us to accept. Now, where is the truth? I mean, the real result is somewhere, right? It is true. You haven't seen it. And so unless you see it, you may not be able to say anything. One thing is sure, that result is not the same thing that everybody is now sad about that was announced. So there is no doubt in any fair mind in Nigeria that what was announced at midnight Nicodemously is wrong as the result of the election. If anybody is still doubting that, then I don't know what kind of...
Let's see if I understand Rudolph correctly. Rudolph is not saying... Rudolph is not saying...
No.
That what you're saying is not true. What Rudolph is saying is this, that Mahmoud is the person entrusted with the power.
I know all that. But I'm telling you that, yes, they gave him the power. He has used it Nicodemously. And we all know that what he said is not acceptable to the people because it's not what happened. And some samples have been given, like the one in Jos, in which Oraka came out so boldly to say, look, you can do anything to me if you like. We scored over 1,000 for Peter Obi, and this is what you have announced. By the way, I'm not...
Over a million.
Yes, I'm not one of the obedience. I am more than obedient. In other words, what I want for Nigeria is far beyond what you people are looking for. Because I know Nigeria can never work, but that's by the side. Now, what CN is saying to you, I saw those figures, and I believe them. It's out there now. But Obi is the kind of person who would rather not even expose that number until he gets to the court, because he wants to believe that the court can make a good use of it. Remember, you were there when it was confessed that they took over, that his winning of Anambra was stolen. His result of the election in Anambra was stolen from him. And when it was time for him to even speak, he couldn't. I had to tell him, I said, go there and say what you have to say to accept that this man has confessed that your mandate was stolen. He said, it's in the court. I said, it doesn't matter. That's Nigeria. Here is America. The man has confessed that he stole your result and you are here. Go up there, take the mic and receive it. Let it be on record that you have received the truth from the one who stole your mandate. That's when Obi got up. He's a very peaceful man. He would rather keep that result with him for the right time in the court. That's the way I understand him and the way I see him. That's his approach. So it's not like the truth is not existent somewhere, that what Mahmoud announced is the truth. No. Or even if, because he's given the power, so whatever he says is what we have to accept. In fact, those of you who keep calling him President, whatever you call him, add president to it, you are wasting your time. The truth is that man did not win the election. And if you all are ready to accept it and say, let's move on, because it doesn't matter. Maybe after 4 years, we will see the truth in another election. You will meet a totally disappointing result. As if we give into that, Tinubu did not win the election, but they are trying to force him on us. If we have the figures of the truth about who won the election, it is somewhere. Maybe the one that we have just seen this morning that I saw, which CN is talking about, maybe it has to be authenticated. But even before then, there is something being hidden that does not tally with Tinubu winning that election. That's the point I want to make. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Loco, I'll come to you, but let me just say this again. So the reason why Fox News fired Tucker Carlson is because they allowed people to come on their platform and tell lies. People were telling lies about domino machines, voting machines, and they went to court and they lost. And they had to pay 700 and something million. And not just that, there are another company that is also going to sue them again for another. They sued them for another 1 something billion. They are going to pay again to that company. And there are so many lawsuits as a result of what Carlson and others were allowed, they were doing on Fox News. So what I'm saying is that media organizations, no matter how small you are, if there is anything you have to be careful about, it's about what you present to the public. Anybody can sue you. There are people who go around suing media houses just because of the cost, what it will cost you to defend yourself. And they will just sue you. At a point, you get tired, just even if you don't win, even if you don't lose, to pay the big amount. That's the only reason why Tucker Carlson is not there anymore. They were sued because of what things he allowed and other people allowed. And other people are planning to sue them too for what Tucker Carlson did. So as far as the media is concerned, it doesn't matter if you get only one person watching or two people. But what you don't want is to be discredited in a court of law because something you allow somebody to come and tell you, somebody said this, I saw this on social media, and then you put it up. It's just to make people happy. I mean, if you have your integrity and your reputation to protect, you won't do that. Anyway, Loco, go ahead.
Rudolph, before you run off into that, because of what CN was talking about, or just looking back at the same Ebonyi, Edo, and Ekiti, is there any possibility that these states can have the exact same numbers? Like Ebonyi had APC 8%, according to the same Osuntokun thing you are talking about. Ebonyi had APC 8%, LP 74%, NMPP 4%, PDP 14%. Edo had APC 8%, LP 74%, NMPP 4%, PDP 14%. The same exact numbers, and I saw that that's why nobody pushes that out.
Yeah, Basic. When it comes to percentage can be rounded off, but figures might be different, still under the same range of percentage. So it's possible.
No, okay.
Yes.
The issue is not about what you see. That's why I don't want to get into the figures again. Anything, it doesn't matter to me. What's important is who is behind it. If Labour Party is not behind it, if we don't have somebody who can say it's coming from this official source, I don't have any use of that. That's all. Any day if they want to wait until the day of the court to release it, that's okay. We'll wait. But as long as we are waiting, we only talk about the media, international media, local media. They will talk about the figures that are from sources that can stand by it. If nobody is standing by whatever figure, even if it's so accurate, the blood of people who voted are in that figure, I'm not going to.
Okay.
Somebody has to own it.
That's understandable. It's understandable.
Yeah, so that's the point. It's not about what is correct or not.
Okay.
It's about what.
But that man did not win.
Okay.
No, he didn't win.
It's not about that. That's not the issue.
And I strongly believe that Labour Party is with the figure and they are in court with the figure and they are going to present it.
All right. The other thing is, so they said, there are two laws, the public opinion and the court opinion. Maybe by the time the court rules, and if you didn't get a public opinion behind you, it will be too late to do anything. But anyway, that's for them to decide. They have their advice. I'm not that smart. They are smart. Loco, go ahead.
Okay. Hello, brothers. How you all doing? Hope you're having a wonderful day. Anyway, for the guy that came anyway, I watched, but I wanted to ask him some questions pertaining to where Africa, the situation Africa is going to right now. You know, so and just to ask him why we are where we are. You know, coming from the fact that these third world countries are having huge interest in Africa and be where it is today. Why himself and other, top Africans who are doing very well in the American government, why are they not doing fighting for Africa? Why they are in the government of the America? You understand? Yeah, I know they have a duty to do over there, but at least being the fact that they know what the kind of policies that they are playing to keep Africa where Africa is, they are supposed to do better.
Who are you talking about, Loco?
Whoever's like himself, who's like
it's not the government.
I thought, it's a chief correspondent. Okay, sorry. Yeah. I thought chief correspondent to the White House from the press angle, from the official angle.
No, press, independent press.
So probably be somebody like okay, fine. But like that's what I ask him. But even regardless of that, he must have known one or two persons in the government that is there, not having.
Yeah, there are. You're right. There are questions I wanted to ask him. Like, do we have Nigerians?
In government.
Who are in government? If he had no opportunity to talk to the president, or maybe he could approach them.
Exactly. Like, come on, we can't be celebrating them every time. Hey, one Nigerian person is there doing that. Like, okay, what is your effect there to us? Is it just getting the glory we are having backing that? Yeah, we are one of us. I mean, why we can't see your effect in the progress of Africa? If you want to be there, be there. Don't call yourself African again because you don't want to help us or whatever. So that's.
But again, today I don't know these people, but I can tell you that whatever they are doing, they don't have to come and advertise it. Sometimes it's better to do it quietly than to make it a policy. I'm here to fight.
I understand that. But at least let the effect.
And maybe there's some bad things that would have happened that they prevented. You wouldn't know this.
No, I understand what you say, but let the effect be seen, not even in Africa, but let the effect be seen in African Americans there first, before we can think of the effect.
That one is a heavy load.
Anyway,
okay, so
all right,
let's see in the first. Then that's one. Then two, as regard the INEC, whatever. Yes, see, whatever Tupac will say, don't believe everything you read. Do you understand? Whatever you read, if there's no official backing on it, anybody can come and say shit and look for a funny tongue and twist the whole thing. And because it suits your narrative, you want to believe it. But if that person, take that person to court to go and defend it, you will not see the person there. You understand? So people like that, you don't take what they say, even if it suits you or it looks logically correct. You just take it with a pinch of salt, not take it wholeheartedly. Keep at the back of your mind. If it happens to be true, fine. But that person may not be able to stand with his life betting on it that what is given is correct. You understand? So that's what. So if Rudolph is asking for unofficial stuff that anybody will back, will put his life on it that what he's saying is true, it's correct because that's journalism. Because if we allow everybody to just come on air because it's trending online, whatever facts or so-called facts they are giving and we take it to believe it, we might end up tomorrow having a superior fact. They will not discard that one and follow this other one. So if there's no official backing on anybody's whatever, just take it with a pinch of salt. Yes, and don't discard it, but take it with a pinch of salt and go with it first for the now. So
all right.
Sorry. One thing more for Tucker Carlson, right? Not really because of they letting him go, was because for other things that you said, but one of the reasons also allowed him to go is because to cushion the number of lawsuits that they are getting. That these guys, this is what this guy, what this guy is doing that you are having this. So if we allow him to go, then it will serve as if yes, they've dealt with this guy. Okay, so let's pedal softly with the suits that they are getting, something like that. So that's also one of the reasons why they allow him to go.
All right, thank you. That's true. BQB, go ahead.
Yeah, hello. Am I on?
Yeah, you're on. Go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, Dr. Damages. Yeah, I don't have any comment or contribution as regards to the guest, but when I heard Mr. CM talking about the result, I was particularly interested for some of us obedient to really see this figure that is talking about. So, because I've checked Akin Oshutokun's, I'm also checking Labour Party's website. I can't really see anywhere it is computed that Labour Party won. So we have some states like Rivers State, Premium Time did exclusive on that one that Labour Party won, but there's no comprehensive result of all the states that shows Labour Party won. I've not seen it, please. I'm particularly interested in seeing it if there is any. That is on that. Then the second point I wanted to, because Channels Television summarized the prayers of each political party, which I was kind of surprised when I saw it. The prayers of Labour Party essentially is to disqualify Tinubu as a candidate for the election, and that the court should declare Peter Obi the winner or conduct a rerun between himself, Peter Obi, and Atiku. That is the summary of Labour Party's prayer. But coming to the PDP is not challenging Tinubu's eligibility. But PDP is saying that based on lawful vote cast, they believe that they had the highest number of votes. So they should be declared winner, or they should conduct a run between Tinubu and PDP. So PDP is not even mentioning Labour's party at all. So PDP is saying that the court should declare them the lawful winner, and Labour Party is saying they should declare them the lawful winner. So it's kind of contradicting in a way, the way I'm looking at it. But be that as it may, if there is any figure that we can, the process is starting already. So we should have some figures that we can play around with, at least even if it's on this platform. We have obedience in all the states, and we have officers around on the field. They should give us some of those figures state by state, so that we can start doing the computation and see ourselves even before the court will determine who actually won. But I feel, based on the petition already, that Labour Party did not win the election. That was why they hinged their prayer on disqualifying Tinubu. So, because if they have the strong doubt that they won the election, so why are they hinging their petition on disqualifying Tinubu? If you have the highest number of lawful votes, if they remove all the APCs and PDPs illegal votes, so the highest number of votes should go to Labour Party. But they are not doing that. They are only focusing on disqualifying Tinubu. So I think based on those two aspects, we can look at it from that angle. But I am hoping for a nice and interesting legal battle. The 25% first will first of all be determined whether the Abuja has a different head or Abuja is a super state. At least if that one is determined, you can move forward from there. I think that's just my observation I said I should put across.
Thank you.
So if there's any figure online, we should post it, but I don't think there is any. Then again, Dr. Damage, 1 second. There was a guy on Twitter that was computing the results based on the polling agent report at some point. So I don't know the reason, the politics behind why the guy stopped suddenly collating the result. So I think some obedience might have an insight into this particular one I'm saying. They said initially Labour Party was leading.
Yeah, I know that story.
What you know the reason? So at
No, I
some
don't know the
point,
reason, but I know the story that the guy started at
uh,
the point he
the
stopped.
guy started, Labour Party was leading. But at
But let
some
me,
point,
they stopped, yeah.
Tinubu catch up and started leading, and the guy stopped. So they brought out the propaganda that probably the guy was working for Tinubu or something like that. So there's so much politics and uncertainty happening around. So nobody should come out and say they saw one result that Labour Party won. No, nobody can say that. I think let me just hold on for now with
All right,
my
thank you,
yeah
BQB. Let me.
yeah
It just reminded me, and it is something
yeah.
not because of this election or anything. I want to think beyond this election for everybody. Sometimes we wait for the government, we wait for these parties, we wait for nothing stops anybody here from deciding. You know what? These figures are out there in the IREV. I will do it. I will gather my friends. I will set up a non-profit. I will raise money. I will get people, and you do it, and you become an influential person. It's been how many months now? How many days? And nobody has been able to put it together. We are just
ANAP, Dr. Damages, 2 weeks ago, the ANAP Peter side was on channels and Arise. I'm not sure now. He says as at that time, the result have not been fully uploaded on IRF. The maximum was around 90,
yeah, but even that
96,
number, that
97% as
90
at now.
something, yeah, that 90
So I
something,
don't understand why they couldn't, even that number, they should have, even he himself was invested in all this pool now, and there has been some time now, he
even
invested a lot in the pool. You should have computed this figure. I think
even
they have computed the figure, and it's not showing that Labour Party won, because if Labour Party won, even computing the figure on IRF, they will have put it out. That's just my belief.
the point is very
Can I,
important to me that if
can I
if
ask a question too? Can I
hold
ask
on,
BQB a question?
yeah, you will. Hold on. Okay. So this is for general public, anybody watching and anybody. These countries we live in, America, UK, wherever, they didn't become what they are because the government did everything. A lot of people, individuals on their own, decided, okay, there's a woman in America, nobody gives her enough credit. She lost her son, I think, from a drunk driver, and she formed Mothers Against Drunk Driving. And they've been influential in passing so many laws that changed this country, that prevented the death of so many people. I use that as one example, but there's so many organizations in this country doing good work, that they did not wait for a political party or for the government to do. So there are things that you and I, anybody can do. And if you're at home and you're watching, or you have the resources, you can do it. You can go to one state like Rivers, like Premium Times did with River State. Go pick up one state and do it, and tell the world, come and present it and say, this is what I found out. That's how society is improved. We can't just sit down and be waiting. The other people are sending me the same press release with figures from spokesman for P2B, and I'm like, oh, where did you get it? Was it on his website, on his Twitter account? No, they can't.
It's not anywhere. It's
Well,
not
go ahead, Sam.
on this.
Unmute yourself, Sam. We can't hear
Okay.
you.
BQB, the question I want to ask you is: at least we've all agreed. Oh, okay. Can you hear me now? If not, I leave. BQB, the question I want to ask is: at least we've all agreed that INEC, whose duty it is to conduct the election and release results, have not uploaded 100% of the results. Now, they've not even started uploading, but they've declared a winner. And from given the evidence we have from Port Harcourt, the figures Mahmoud read out from the paper he was having is different, totally different from the figures he uploaded, at least for River State. What does that tell you? He read the figures, he uploaded them, and they are there, but they are different. What does that tell you in relation to the person he announced as a winner? Remember, it was those figures he was reading out that he used to announce a winner. He based the winner on the figures he was reading out. Now, the figures he left for the world to see, to attest, is different. What does that tell you? Does he say that the person he announced as the winner is the winner? I want you to tell us.
Yes, most reference obedience only make reference to River State and Benue State. You are not giving me results from Kano, Sokoto, Borno State. That the one Mahmoud
Oh dear.
read was different from the one uploaded. It's only result from River State that you are just like you are emphasizing now.
It's an example I gave. There are others.
Yes,
There are others. I gave a popular
yes, I'm also
example.
saying that the result was released in Lagos now. I've not seen anywhere that they said the result in Lagos was different. They only mentioned River State, River State, River State. That's the only one they only mentioned. So because you said the result was different for River State, that means that applies to all other states. Does that apply to all other states? That's the point.
I gave an example. There are others. You can also investigate and disprove it. I said as an example. You can give one example to justify your point. That's why I said the word that so that nobody can say I'm saying something from I'm plucking. I say at least the one River State. That is an example.
I'm not in charge of
any states. That's what I'm
man
saying.
in charge of the poll and investigation at Ted Peter side came online and he was showing the result from River State. Himself was showing results from River State. River State is not the only state. You can show any result. I want to justify your position.
Please.
You should show us the result of polling unit from Kano, from Sokoto State, from Borno State. But it's only showing us results from those states that he feels that is a candidate won. So if I want to go in that line, I will believe that definitely maybe that's the reflection of what happened in the other part of the country. But I don't want to believe in that narration. That's my point.
All right, hold on, guys. I don't want this to be songs for BQB. I want everybody else to get involved in the conversation. So I'll come to you at a point, Prince and Louis, I think. Buddy, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Good day, everyone. So, today, Dr. Damages, you really warm my heart because, like I always say, we shouldn't turn this forum to a room of meal. The facts are sacred. It doesn't take us so much, no matter how partisan we are, to really go out there and seek those facts and verify it and ensure that it's true and can hold water and can stand the test of time. People are really paying big time for it. The example of this is Tucker Carlson. You can't just say because this is just our own forum, we turn it to something else. It's very important. People can come up with numbers. I can only say Lexi, CM, they are not familiar with electoral act. In electoral 2010 and 2022, there's what they call front load. Whenever you are filing an election petition case, you have to front load all your evidence. The evidence you don't adduce or you don't have at that point in time, you can't bring it in at the hearing stage. So when this case was filed, the copies of it were flying out into social media. We see the relief that will be sought. And then if you look at those relief that were sought, they weren't based on any number. Because we are going before election petition tribunal. I've said it without number here. That you have to compute the table by yourself. The court will not do it for you. If you are claiming that you won, you have to compute the state where you won, the state where there are electoral malpractices. Go and check those petitions. The relief that are being sought by Obi were just mainly on qualifications. That's why if you see the reply by INEC, they said that kind of relief being sought, they are ambiguous and they are just mere academic exercise, which they lack clarity in law. And then people kept saying it, that the kind of relief that this guy is sorting is like challenging the process. Even the process I was mentioning is not even challenging it at all. Go and read it. The petition is out there. Most of the dailies, they carry it. If you are familiar with election petition tribunal, which none of you, I doubt it, because we have to pay attention. We have to study this thing. It's not by emotion. I could remember in 1994, why a father of a friend lost a councillorship election. He nearly jump out, commit suicide from veranda of his house. If you don't have capacity for anxiety, you can't be a politician.
All right. Thank you, buddy. Uzo. Uzo, go ahead.
Right, Doctor, thank you for letting me in. Good afternoon, everybody. I don't know, I prefer to listen to all of you have better ideas on this than I do, so I prefer to listen.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Mama Icho.
Thank you. Sometimes when you come here to talk, it makes me feel that inhumanity in you is dead. People died in this election. People died. Some are in the hospital. And you call that an election. MC Oluomo make a threat and it was carried out. And you don't see anything wrong with that. Baba Bloom have a conference and told them to go and get him the presidential seat by every means, and they carried it out. And that affected the life of our brothers and sisters. That alone does not speak to your conscience. It doesn't. But you know what? All those of you that this doesn't speak to their conscience, I ask today, let the blood of those innocent people that died for coming out to vote, let them ask you questions day and night. Let their spirit torment you day and night. You can speak of any other thing, but for the fact that Nigerians went out to go and do their civil duty, and somebody who wants to come to power by all means instructed some hooligans to get that vote from him by all means. And some mother lost their children. And you come here, you are telling me of figure. Where is your humanity? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? See, and here lost a loved one for the same purpose. And you are here asking us, you go and do the job you are talking about. So I give it to you as an assignment. Go and do it and bring it before us.
Who in particular, Mama Icho?
If now big yo, whether BQB, go and do it and bring it for us. If not for any reason, my fellow brothers and sisters that carry the green passport with me, they just went out to carry out their rights. And today, they are in the grave. Untimely death was given to them by somebody who wants to come to power by all means. And you are here telling me what? I ask today, by the mandate upon my head, let the blood of those people and their spirit want every one of you that speak about this election.
Mama Echo, today is Sunday. That's not the kind of prayer we should be saying. I don't mind the mandate on your head, so we don't come here and blackmail people by using whatever mandate or whatever spirits.
Body match your break there.
No, Mama Echo, I am
not blackmailing anybody here. You know,
Okay. Hold on,
don't
everybody.
curse anybody. You know, people
Rudolph,
are
do
trying
your
to
job,
protect
please.
their
Do your job,
opinion.
Rudolph. Do your job.
Yeah.
So that's it. You know, it's this is a public forum.
Yeah. Hold on, everybody. So what am I? Can you mute yourself if you are not speaking? I'm getting an echo. All right. So thank you, everybody. You know, the idea of this forum, I hope eventually we'll get there, is that we will have different opinion. We will learn from different viewpoints, and we are not. We always think we are always right. I know, and trust me, guys. I've done this for more than 25 years. Going to a public forum, airing my views. Sometimes I'm right, sometimes I'm wrong. Sometimes people challenge me. I learn a lot from people. That's what I hope we are going to achieve here. But if people come here and their idea is to, stick with the same talking point or don't want to listen to other people, I learn a lot from different people here. I can't read everything out there. Sometimes people talk and I get new information and new ways of looking at things. That's the goal. And I don't think we should personally be attacking people for their viewpoint. Or even if someone talks to you, attacks you directly, you don't respond that way. But the most important thing is don't attack people for the view they expressed. It's their view. My view depends on my upbringing, where I grew up, what I've dealt with in life, and my experience. It can be the same with yours. You didn't eat the same food I ate. You didn't have the same parents I had. All these things. That's what determines my viewpoint. The fact that you don't agree with me is okay, but it's not a reason to abuse me and try to. I hope we'll get that one day. I know we are just learning. We've been doing this for a year now. I thought there will be changes. I've learned a lot, and I hope people learned a lot. But it's very important that we don't invoke heaven and earth on people because of what they express. Let me tell you one story. I had someone, a friend who is a lawyer, and I said to him one day, somebody shot somebody and the person died. And he went to court and said, not guilty. And I said to the lawyer, why? We all saw this. I mean, it was on camera. We saw the picture, the video of him. So the lawyer said to me, look, you guys who are not lawyers, you don't understand that in the court of law, being guilty or not is a technical thing. It's not about whether he shot. The question was not whether he shot this person or not. He could say that he was insane. So all the things we talk about outside of the law courts, when the case starts on Monday, I think on Monday on the 8th, if they show it to us, we'll be shocked at certain things that the judge might say, oh, this is not admissible. Don't even talk about this in the court. It will be a different world from the one we live in, the one that we can talk about. So we have to be open-minded, be willing to listen, to learn. I know people want certain outcomes. Someone must lose at the end. For me, I want the process to make sure that the process is followed and is right. It doesn't matter who wins at the end for me. I'm thinking about next election, the next one, 15 years from now. How do we make sure that the process will be good? That's what I think we should all demand. Not just about whether it's Tinubu or Atiku or Obi. It hasn't been about any of those people for me. If I criticize what happened, it was just about the process. Anyway, so
Dr. Damages, let me just make a point so that I will leave for another person to come in. This is not the first time, and I'm not the first person that Mama Echo will always come with this pattern. It's not a nice pattern. At least I'm not sure. I participated in the process. I even showed who I voted for. I even displayed the result in my unit. Today's discussion is just analyzing the case in court now, dispassionately. It's not about conscience, swearing, and cursing, and this platform should not be for that kind of purpose. It should be an intellectual platform. If you claim that somebody won, the petition and the prayer should be supporting that claim and be presenting a situation of that claim, not to disqualify somebody else. So it's just a simple argument that making, then I don't understand why Mama H.O. will always come across to be. But if you want me to say it, I'll say it before I leave the platform. I feel I just like you want. Peter Obi won. The court would announce him as the winner. So I think with that I'm okay for now. I can watch in the background. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, Dr. Damages, for coming on the
I
show.
don't care who
Yeah.
win, but the
Thank you.
process to
Yeah,
the
thank you.
winning must be defended.
Thank
It
you.
is not it is not the
Dr.
blood of the
Damages.
innocent that will be used for it. If
Okay.
you want to win, do not incite people to be killed. Win gallantly, and we will all support you. But when you spill blood by your instruction, and some people are defending that, I have a problem with that. And that is the highest impunity that we can ever think of.
All right, Mama
And
Rachel,
your
hold on.
talking does not pay my bill. Therefore, I give no damn to your nonsense.
Doctor, please, let me be in the
Doc,
background, please.
doc,
Let me let me be in the background. So
Okay.
doc,
I want to be in the
Dam,
background.
please, Dr. Damages.
Yeah, go
When
ahead.
people say, when people say that we are here to discuss politics or the process, what I was saying was the process. The process is Mahmoud announced a figure, and later the figure Mahmoud uploaded for us to see is different. It's process. That is the process I'm querying. Now somebody will say it's emotion. I have that is my you cannot tolerate. Is something like that. I'm saying Mahmoud announced a figure with a paper. That is what they did in Adamawa. You are announcing a figure. Later they said, okay, let us know that figure you are announcing. You uploaded another thing. Do I not have right to query it? And somebody is asking me, why should I be querying only Port Harcourt or River State and querying Benue? Why didn't I query Sokoto? The fact that one polling unit result is false can be queried. It means the thing is false. And I've told the person there are other states, but I can't be reading out. You can find out. And they are telling me it's emotion. That if you want to discuss politics, it should not be emotion. I don't know. They are trying to educate me with English language. After all, Shoyinka, the man who manufactures language, said it's fascism if you query. So which means because Mahmoud announced, I cannot the figure Mahmoud announced. If Mahmoud say my fee, what he will pay me is 10 naira, and eventually I got 5 naira, so I shouldn't ask. I shouldn't say Mahmoud. There's a difference in figures here. So when I say it, people say it's emotion, it's emotion, it's emotion. You know, the thing is that sometimes, I don't know, we don't tell an old woman to sit properly because you do not know the direction from which she takes in fresh air. So when this type of thing happen, you don't know what to say. But all I know exactly I'm saying is that I'm talking of Mahmoud giving us a figure on the day everybody had him. Now he uploaded, even up to today, you've not finished uploading a result, but yet you declared a winner. In other words, you've given somebody first class honors with a prize, with a certificate. They before sitting down to go and mark the person's answer script. What sort of election is that? When you
CM,
query this, they say, oh, it's emotion. Emotion. There's no emotion. Let's remove emotion. Please. I don't
CM,
know.
CM.
Thank you. Yes,
Thank you.
please.
I wanted to point at Nasarawa State. I believe it was Nasarawa where they just told the judges there to go and get their law degree. They get their law degrees and give them 2 years or so to get their law degrees. But the point is this: it doesn't.
No,
But oh wait, that was a joke. But the point I'm trying to make is that uh, we are discussing this. Nobody is stopping us from discussing this, and I think people should discuss this. Okay, whichever way they want to come at it. The only issue I have is that when we're discussing it, we should come with facts. That's the only issue I have. And then in terms of our analysis, that we should hold people accountable for what they are saying, not to abuse them for their opinion.
I'm not abusing any person for opinion.
But
I'm abusing the statement they say. How
no,
can you? People are still weeping just because it not happen to you. So when we are making our own analysis, let's have, because I don't know. Do you imagine how the mother of these children feels every day? Come on. You don't train pikin reach where go give you water to drink. Your pikin go do election, e not come back.
Mama Echo, what I'm saying is this. It doesn't matter what someone says, their opinion. You are not going to say, I don't think it's right to say that the
I will
blood...
say, Joe, may they not come here, come tell me no. May they not look me for face. Remove the fact, say, my fellow brothers and sisters, if you say I dem Nigeria and I go vote, maybe they forget if you payment me. Did you understand?
Mama Echo, hold on. The point I'm making is this. You don't say, bring the blood of, even though to me, if you are talking about me bringing the blood of whoever, I wouldn't care. But the point is, it's still not right to say bring the blood of people that died on the head of this person because I said something you don't like. Okay? That is not right. That's not right. I want you to hold on. Let me finish now.
The blood, they are crying for vengeance. And
Mama,
people, when you take them for granted like this, they go require, I go talk them anytime, any day. So if you don't want make their blood be required, make them hunt you, when you want to talk about this election, put them into consideration before you make your utterances.
Mama Echo,
the higher you go talk, make another.
The point is that you have to, first of all, allow somebody to moderate what we're saying. When we say hold on, you hold on. You will talk. That's the number one for me. Okay, so I don't want to tell you, it's not about me. It's about the people, our panelists, who are also guests on this show, okay? If you are talking about me, you are addressing me and you're bringing the blood of the, I will just, because I know you don't have power to bring the blood. I know the blood is looking for me. I know all these things. So it doesn't bother me, but I still think you have to respect our guests, our panelists. You can challenge them on what they are saying. They are wrong, they are right, or you find this faulty. There's something that Ngozi said yesterday that I wanted to point out. She came up with an expression that solves all the problems people have here. Sometimes people want to use some bad words, and she was saying yesterday, it's unwise. What you said is unwise. I found that so beautiful. I think if people can borrow it, and you can say somebody is unwise, and you can say someone is wrong.
That was even derogatory.
But you don't say I'm bringing down the blood of the dead, the people that died during the Civil War. I'm bringing it on your head because you said something I don't agree. I don't think so. I don't think it's right. And the other thing is, people have been watching this for almost a year now. And when I go out there, people say to me, they mention some of the things, even expressions some of us here use all the time. And there's a frustration on a lot of people's parts, viewers too, about what they see and what they hear. I know everybody here, we all have our fans, we have people who don't like us, but that's the nature of the thing. But we should respect everybody. That's my message, really. All right. Let me hear from the VC first. Yeah, the VC, go ahead.
Thank you, Doctor. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So I want to reboot what Mr. Body said about the summary of Obi's petition, that it only includes a prayer of that he should declare him winner and disqualify Tinubu. And one other comment he made, that is not true. You are not his lawyers. They know what they are doing. They have their information. They said that they equally asked that Obi should be declared winner based on that he won the lawful vote cast, and they have evidences. Some of these spokesmen have said that.
Quick question, sir.
Let me finish. I didn't interrupt when you were talking. So sometimes we go with all this narrative that Obi's petition is only based on declare me winner. How can somebody go and say, "Course, you declare me winner," just like that without presenting evidence, or disqualify Tinubu without any evidence. It's not true. So you've said this thing sometime in the past, and sometimes some things do fly around, and people will think probably is the truth. And if you say you got it from channels, we all
I'm
know.
not the one that say I've got it from channels.
Okay. If you saw it in the papers, or you saw the full report, I don't know. If it is a full comprehensive report, which is very lengthy, when they released their picture, that is what you saw. Everything is very clear there. But if you say you saw a summary of it, somebody who crafted that summary might have other reasons to cut it short. But that is by the way, the truth of the matter is that the lawyers have their information. They have everything, and the battle will start probably tomorrow in court. These are seasoned lawyers. And this is not an ordinary case. It's not a governorship petition. They have all what they want to do, and then don't compare them with Atiku's own lawyers, Atiku's own petition. They are coming from different angles. They know all their lawyers. They know what they are going for. So don't say Atiku's own is more comprehensive or it includes this. Or this one doesn't include this. No, it's not true. So what I'm trying to say in essence, don't discredit what this petition is all about. It is all encompassing. It has to do with both the 25%. It has to do with Shetima's double nomination. It has to do with Tinubu's non-qualification. It equally has to do with declare me winner because I have the majority of lawfully cast vote, and he has his evidence on that. So that's just all I want to say. So don't throw out information that is not completely true.
All right, thank
you. Please, doctor. Please, one minute.
Buddy, go ahead. 1 minute.
Okay. I'm not the one that say all what you said. It's the BQB. All I just said, do you familiar with what they call front loading? What I'm telling you is that there's no hide and seek game in election petition. Whatever the relief that you sought or what you are requesting for, you must back it with evidence, and you will submit it from day one. That's what they call front loading. You can go and check it in the electoral acts. That's what I'm saying. So there's no hide and seek game in election petition. I repeat myself. No hide and seek game in election petition. Every evidence that you require, testimonies, everything must be front loaded. Check it. That's what I said.
No problem. Let the fireworks will soon start. Let's see how it goes. No problem.
Okay, CM, I'll come to you, Mama HRC, but CM, go ahead.
Yes, what I want to say is this: Obi's lawyers are one leave Uzuku, the lead lawyer, and then you have another Ibazu and something like that. They've been handling election petition. They know it's only me and you and some of us here may not know what is meant by front load, how to present evidence. They are experts, and I'm sure they know more than you, Body, because they are senior advocates. So coming to say you didn't see it, you ask the lawyer, they know. They are not stupid. They are not small kids. They are over 30 years, 50 years, more than 60 years experience between the two, or all of them. So coming here to come and lecture me on whether we have to front load or not front load, I'm not the right person. You challenge Uzuku, their obese lawyer, that they did not front load, so that you deal with them, not me. I'm not a lawyer. Do you understand? So it's obese lawyer. If obese lawyer fail to front load, it is them you write a letter. If you are so confident and you know you worth your weight in gold, you talk to them. They are the experts. So like you, when you come here and try to bamboozle us, then later they say it's emotion. You are wasting your time. You go and meet Obi and say, Obi, your lawyer should have done this. Not to tell me I'm a scientist. I'm not a lawyer. Do you understand? So that is the better way to do it. Don't come here and come and say you want to be. If you go and meet your thought. If you're a good footballer, you challenge Messi. Exactly. Okay. If you know football, you go and challenge Messi, and not to play street ball. Don't say you're a world-class player when you can't face Messi and Ronaldo. You are not a world-class player. So don't come here and play street ball with us.
You can't talk until I call your name, please. Let's have order.
Brady, go to court and go and join them.
Still talking. You can't.
Sorry, I'm trying to say body.
No. No. Don't speak, please. All right. So what just happened here is very interesting. So Buddy came up with this. This is what we encourage people to come up with. We're having analysis. So his analysis, I like CM's rebuttal, which is simply that if obese lawyers do not know these things, it's their fault. You know, that's how we want to encourage people to come up with something that we don't know. I'm not a lawyer. It's something that whatever they read. And to me, if I'm supporting Obi and he's saying this, and I'll be thinking, if I don't know this and I think, oh, I hope my lawyers know this. If they don't know this, then that would be terrible. I don't think the lawyers defending Labour, they don't know. If they don't know it, that's a terrible thing. But it's not something to fight and bring down the blood of people that died over. You know, this is the kind of conversation I want to hear. All right, Mama Echo. Oh, sorry, Prince, I missed you. There's a light that when you raise your hand, I don't see your hand. I see the light.
If
we
you are bringing something we should analyze and we are laughing about it,
Mm-hmm.
it saddens me. It still bounce back to the same thing. Where is our humanity?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Where is it? You know very well. For a while show, I use this my face to tell Obi, you are not my favorite. Showore is my favorite, but because my children want you as a good mother, I don't have a choice here. So it's not that I carry Obi for head, but in the process, they kill some of my children. Yeah, not be me born there, but I be woman. I know what it means to carry a child for 9 months. And somebody come here, BQ and body. When I just make jest. Not be me, talker. The Bible say, when Cain killed his brother Abel blood cry for vengeance. So when he want power by all means, kill my children. My children blood, they cry for vengeance. Now Bible be that. Avenger, we they get. So any person when they support this impunity, my children blood and their spirit, it go after them. Because they have the right to still live today. The only offense they committed was to carry their voters card and come out on election day to vote. That is the offense. And somebody come here, look me in the face, and go they make jest of that. Me, I not go take a move.
All right.
So tell your panelists, say he get one button when they not they press for my front. And that button that involve the death of my children. Any person when he make caricature of their death by talking the two people they talk so, me I go wear one trouser. And
right.
those when they confront you, when they confront you well, Oga Udo, tell them say they don't pay my bills, but the blood of this innocent will not go in vain.
Amen.
Okay, let me say something. Today is not how you say. Today is 90 Minutes Africa. So when I come here on Sunday, I'm in a different mood, which is that I challenge anybody who is a guest here. People in the panel, I don't just let you say whatever you want to say and get away with it. So that you guys can understand my frame of mind on Sundays. So, Mama Icho, you know, this is something I've had before, not from you, from other people. And I know that it's something of concern to people, how people react. We are different. Everybody here is different. What will make you angry is not what will make me angry. What will make, we're all different. But when we appear on a public forum, we try to be as much as possible respectful for the forum, for everybody who is there. And I hear people always say people are smiling and laughing for whatever reason. Not everybody will take things as serious as you take them, you trying to force people or expect people to react that way. It's not, you can't achieve it even. You cannot achieve it. So the fact that people died, let me say this. I don't think anybody wants people to die. I don't want people to die. But look at this America where we are. Most of us are in America. How many people are killed every day in America from gunshot wounds? How many? And nobody's they
Seven
basically
killed yesterday. Seven killed yesterday in Dallas, in Texas.
yeah. And
So
what is going on? Is it that the country is not what I'm saying? I'm not minimizing deaths, but the point I'm making is that you are trying to say because people died, so people want to control how people react. So anybody who, for me, I use myself as an example. There are certain things I have to take it in a lighter mood. Otherwise, I don't know how I react. I don't want to go there. I don't want to go there. So sometimes there are certain things that you guys will be doing now. I will just be smiling because the other option is to act like people I'm trying to see that they don't act that way. So what I'm saying is that what I don't like, especially that's my philosophy really, is about trying to control other people. That's why I have your say. I want you to have your say. Respect other people. Let them have their say. And for Mama Echo, if you believe that the blood of these innocent people are looking for vengeance and stuff like that, do you have to drag the blood down on other people? Let them go and get the vengeance. It doesn't have to come from you. You don't have to invoke it every time. Let the blood do what it has to do. You understand what I mean? That's how we take it. If I feel that what you are doing, that karma will deal with you, I'm not going to go and invoke karma and say to you, karma is coming. I'm telling karma to. It's not necessary. If you believe it, there are certain things we just have to. We have to sanitize what we put out there. I told you guys the reason why I have not initiated the putting this on live on this our show on radio and TV in Nigeria is because the quality is still far away from what you want to put the name of all of you and say we are doing this from abroad. We are the ones that escaped the jungle. We are the ones who we've been to civilized parts of the world. We understand how this is done. We listen to BBC, NPR, and then we present this to Nigerians and say, "Oh, you guys watch, see us in action, learn from us." It doesn't show. Even Fox News is not like this. I don't think they will allow someone to bring down the blood of the innocent because some people were killed in Atlanta or in Dallas yesterday, or blood every time they come on the show. I mean, every week they kill people in America, a lot of people. It's not the subject of bringing the blood of the innocent. They wouldn't discuss anything else because people were killed in Chicago this night or New York. Why should we do that? All right, Mama Icho. You see what I did? I just gave you the chance to respond. Normally, typically, hold on. Typically, I will just move to someone else so that you calm down and rethink what you're about to say. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm glad you mentioned all this TV station. When somebody died, did they go to trivialize it? They talk with empathy. They present those things to the world with empathy. Those report with empathy. But your body and BQ, they have no empathy in what they were presenting. And that is where I have a problem. When you present your argument with an empathy behind what you are presenting, then me and you not get problem. But the situation you take away that, and you are here to justify Baba Blue. If Baba Blue win gallantly, we would have moved on since. If when Efio made those threats, Baba Blue came on air and said it will not stand, my children wouldn't have died. If Sanwo-Olu has stood against it publicly, my children wouldn't have died. So you see, impunity all around. And Big U and Body carry that same impunity into this place in their discussion. And that is where I have problem. I have problem, oh.
All right, so and
when
this
we
is
are talking, we
Mama
should
Icho.
talk with empathy.
Mama Icho,
Knowing fully well, some of us are in the grave for doing the right thing.
Mama Icho, this is the last thing on this issue. I will have stopped you the first sentence you made, but I allowed you to go through because the thing is this: we are not discussing the killing of people. That's not what we're discussing. If people were killed in Nigeria and we're discussing it and people are making fun of that, then that's an issue. That's what we're discussing. We're talking about a case in court. And you are bringing the people that were killed in the election and you are trying to, maybe, I don't use the word blackmail. You're trying to say that these people are not respecting the people that died. It's a different thing. You understand? So the point is this: we have to respect people. We have to stop bringing down the blood of people that innocent people that died. Nobody wants anybody to die. I can tell you, Mama Echo, you said on this show when we were before the election, if anything, if any hair comes out of the head of everybody, you are going to do this. You are going to do this. People have died. I don't see you doing those things. I've not seen you doing those things. That should be your main focus.
We are doing something.
Okay, but that should be the concentration.
We are doing something.
Okay, thank you so much.
So when the time reach, we go see her.
Okay, but
because every step of the way, once my lawyer starts their work, Sahara reporter will carry the news.
Okay, thank you so much. We're looking
Samuel Ogundipe will work with us, so we are doing something.
Okay, thank you. We are looking forward to that, but before that starts happening, please let's discuss issues on the merit of the issue, not bringing the blood of whoever died. We are sorry people died, and I can tell you also the next election people are going to die. So you can start preparing unless we do something to change the system, which is my interest. How do we? It's not about bringing down the blood of the people that died. People, it's unfortunate, but we have to be respectful and have very credible conversation. All right, who is here new? Okija, welcome.
And I think tell your people to respect my children when they die too. Yeah.
Dalu, actually, I wanted to ask this barrister body, the senior advocate of Dr. Damage's show. It seems he has so much electoral petition cases. He has handled so much, and he knows all of them. So I wanted to ask him questions like a layman, for him to educate us. So maybe we can make him guess. Like what do you do usually? Like accidental guest. We'll have him, answer us questions so that we can find out, how many cases, he has tried and then, but he left. Buddy, if you are out there, please come back. Okija wants to engage with you. So I mean, like
you want to cross-examine him?
Yeah, we are cross-examine him. Yeah, but, I've listened to some analysts, people who I know that they're way smarter than me. I don't even argue what they say. I'll just make sure I fact check them, and they've seen that, their cases, even though they don't agree in all of them, but, some people, they see, there are cases here, there are cases here. And, but Bud is telling us that P2B has to prove this, prove that. Yeah, I know he has to prove certain things, but there are certain things he has to prove. It's obvious to us, people who have looked into IREV, for example, that P2B won River State, it's out there. There is obvious from people who have calculated all the numbers in IREV, that the numbers, they don't tally with whatever INEC declared. So so it's out there. It's out there for anyone who wants to know. But just like Rudolph, Dr. Damage said, it's not about who won. It's just about the process. So that we, like he said, next 15 years we are sure that we're gonna have good election. Next election, we know we're gonna have good election. So that and then it will reduce the concern of Mama Hecho, so that people will stop dying. Because if we're going to have a good election, there's possibility that there will not be people dying during the election. Because everybody knows that is whatever you're wasting your time. You're wasting if you go Togre or whatever. You're wasting your time. It's not going to work. Whoever you are working for will lose the election. They're supposed to be just like every one of us will call for rule of law. Yeah, so that's all about it. It's not. We have to wait and see what the tribunal what they're going to do, and we're hoping that the lawyers will able to ask them questions, and we're able, people who are not there, people viewers at home or whatever, people like us who want to consume the information, that we're able to whatever decision is made, so that we have to be it has to be concrete, so that everybody will know that this is they arrive at this decision based on the law. So that's what, buddy. If I have to talk about these guys, uh, uh, Abado's response to the cases, I mean, it was laughable. What they were throwing at, making some cases. They were just dismissing certain things without even, doing a rebuttal of, using law to rebut certain things. They just dismiss it, and do the same thing with INEC. Like what APC said that Tinubu, what's his name, Atiku has been perennial contender. That's not why bring that into the issue. He had made a case, dispute his case, answer to his case. Don't think about that he has been a perennial contender. He's a loser. It has nothing to do. I was just arguing, like, is this the is this the lawyer they have? Are these guys lawyer people that fight this case? But hopefully, like everybody is hoping that there will be justice, whatever. If Tinubu wins, so be it. We'll wait for them. But the issue is this: that if whatever happened, if all these things that happen, if they prevail, that means now 4 years it's gonna be worse, because they'll have to do everything possible, because they know that we are coming. Those that obedience and some other people that came out in 2023 to make sure that there was a good election, that they know that we are coming. So they probably going to repeat what happened in a governorship election in Lagos, and they make it across Nigeria, because then they will have all the instrument of power. They will have the police, everyone, and they have the money. So that's the problem I see. That's what keeps you up at night. This is one of the things that keeps you up at night. That we are not, if this thing holds, if prevails, we will not going to have good election the next time around. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Kija. Prince, sorry, I know you wanted to say something.
Yes, Dr. Damages, I wanted to say something ever since. For me, when we come on this panel, some people use it as a means of attacking others. When I mean attacking others or trying to portray what they are not. Body and BQB, if you go on the chat thing, what they have just come up to make us feel they are. I believe BQB said he's obedient or whatever he said he is. But what is on the chat is different from what he just said. Be it as it may, my own thing is I'm not here to attack anybody's personality. And Obi has said it. He doesn't have anything against the person of Tinubu. Rather, it's the process that he is against. Lawsuit is about strategy. And the strategy the APC thought he was going to use is not what the lawyers are using. The strategy they thought he was going to go for was to contest the results and all that stuff. But instead of that, and because of that, the two, what do you call it, the INEC refused giving them the results, most of some of the documents that they asked for, and told them, refer them to the states. Now, when they went to the states, they all giving stories, but they have enough documents that they have. Just like CN has said, the lawyers know what they're doing. This is not their first time. So anybody coming on this panel and asking us, show me the numbers, show me that. Wait, you will see it. The case is in court. And the good thing about it is, if they don't have the numbers, why would they be inviting forensic experts, just like Tinubu did some years ago, is to come and analyze the documents. That's why they invited those people to come. They're not going to spend their money to invite experts if they don't have the numbers, you know. And we are here, we all talking about how it's Nigeria is going to be better. You see, sometimes when I listen, I see all these APC people trying to infiltrate everywhere, it shows they are not even confident of their own self. I'm a Democrat, and I remain a Democrat until I die. I don't care what it is, because I believe in justice, equity, and fairness. That is it. That is my own, and that is me. I don't know what they have. That's their own. It's in court. From tomorrow, the court starts. We will see the strategy, and they will see what's gonna happen. You know, just they will present their own evidences, and Obi will present his own evidences and all that. They will see that. I said before, I'm not supporting Obi because he's an Igbo man. I'm supporting him because I feel he'll be the one that will be able to at least extend some of the things that we enjoy in another man's land to them. Just imagine few days ago, Tinubu was addressing Wike, and he said that Wike will have to lobby him. Everyone here knows what lobby in Africa means. It's not come and talk to me now. It means I'm gonna get my own percentage. Period. Period. And he's gonna do it. He's gonna do it. So that means they are bringing up corruption right in, in the, in the worldwide whatever for everybody to even see. So, like I said earlier, we're not here to fight. We are not here to do whatever it is. We are here for finding solutions. And I also encourage every other person, please be who you are, portray who you are. Don't go on the chat and say something and then come on here to even gaslight other people. That's not right. I yield for now.
All right, thank you. Austin, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you, panelists. I just came for one reason. I realized that some people sit from the background and all they want is just to stir the waters and change the narratives they want to spin. But I'm so surprised that people don't own their identity, even when they live in the Western world. I'm so disappointed with BQB coming here to introduce himself as an obedient, and he ended up messing up the identity. I don't like that idea. Belong to where you belong, and that will make us to have a friend of mine to discuss with you. You don't come here with the wrong identity and you want us to pay attention to you. And for Bobby that talked about what Channel did, I placed it on the comment section. It's less than 5 minutes. We can watch it and see the summary Channel give, which is not even exhaustive of Obi's appeal. So people should stop just making us to rally around. Today I was thinking we'll look around the idea of Tinubu must be sworn in. And what's my background here? Because I've been thinking about this. If it is a case of disqualification that it doesn't merit contesting, would he still go on with becoming a president until the Supreme Court decides? Thank you.
Austin, can you send that to my email, drdamages@gmail.com, and the link of the channel, and I would like to see that too.
Okay.
I think that conversation about what should happen or I think there's a lawyer for Aloy. I think Aloy wrote an article on that. I've been trying to get him on the show, which was about whether we must have an inauguration of the president on the 29th if the courts are yet to rule. I felt that I wanted him to come and defend or talk about what he wrote. But I also know that I think there is a consensus in terms of the the people that determine things in Nigeria, that that's what will happen on the 29th, unless any court stops that. But I don't, so.
Check if you've seen it.
Oh, you just mailed it. Okay. All right. Okay. Who has something else to say? NWC?
Yes, concerning the swearing in, I think there is no law that says they can be somebody that INEC declared as president cannot be sworn in while the court matter is on. It's only when if the National Assembly can work on that, maybe if they can adjust the electoral law, maybe do a new or a new amendment if they so choose to say, okay, because of all these troubles, let us now do amendment that cases will end before somebody is sworn in. That may be the only solution. But like some of us have been saying in the past, our constitution is so porous. There are so many things that needs to be changed. That is why some of us are saying that we need a totally new constitution that will address so many matters, not just election matters alone. Thank you.
All right. CM.
Sorry, I think you're talking about the constitution. Let me know.
About swearing in before election petition matters end.
Okay, yes. I listened to one, I don't know the group. They said if you swear somebody in and petition is going, what you are trying to tell the Supreme Court or whoever is to confirm whoever is already sworn in. That is the meaning. Ideally, and the Constitution, like I read again, was not emphatic or specific on May 29. All they say is whoever wins should be sworn in. Now, part of the election means until you dispense of every case surrounding the election, you've not concluded the election. When you say the election has been concluded on 25th and the winner announced, but there are what is it called? Matters arising from the election until you conclude those matters because it's still open-ended. What if it is decided that the person you announced as a winner did not win free and fair, and there are so many things, there are so many breaches, in which case you have to reverse yourself, and when you reverse yourself, it means that the winner has not emerged. So Nigeria should have been, if there's anything in the constitution, it should be a case of they can never swear anybody in until everything surrounding that election has been decided, including the legal battle or maybe legal decisions. So on this note, I do not see. I think it's still in order that May 29th, which is around 3 weeks from today, should not be sacrosanct. It should be left open until the Supreme Court decides, concludes the case before they talk of swearing in. In fact, as a matter of fact, it's even a shame. I don't think there's any country in which a sitting president will be attending court. What if you swear the president in and in the course of the election petition, they summon him to the court to come and explain certain things? What do we do? Does it make a sense? In other words, the credibility is not guaranteed until the case is concluded. So why be in a hurry to swear somebody in? More so, in this case, there is a very clear evidence there is malpractice. This is even before the case starts. INEC, who is supposed to conduct the election, indicted itself because it bungled the election. You reading a figure out for us on which you base the winner. We now tell you, okay, let us see, upload it for the whole world to see. You uploaded another thing. And it's based on all those fictitious figures you read out that you arrived at a winner. So when the figure changes, the winner should change. It's simple. If the figure did not add up, the winner should change. So that's what we're saying. or that's what I rather say things like this. People will say it's emotion. I mean, you had people say it. Oh, we remove emotion to it. They start to lecture you on how to discuss politics. Something as basic as conducting an election, in which you add 1+1, it gives you 2. How many are in the polling unit? How many voted for A? You add them up. In the end, you get what you want. It's very simple. Yet people make it difficult by. But what justification? How can INEC justify that since 25th of February they've not uploaded all the results up to today? They have not. Why? What does that mean? Where in the INEC electoral law does it provide for using TPEX to change a result and then put another figure? By the way, let me bring this home so that I give others the chance. When you say somebody scored 154 votes in a polling unit, and the INEC decide using their TPEX to bring it down to 27, it is not figure you are dealing with. That 154 means 154 people who you do not know. They've decided all their, maybe you don't know their state of mind for them to vote. Now you are trying to tell 154 that the decision they made to vote for party A is wrong. It is you as an individual that will say, okay, 154 of you should not decide to vote party A. Let only 27 vote for party A. Who are you to change people's opinion? I've always said it that in any country, espionage is the number one crime you can commit in any country. Espionage. No country can forgive you by leaking their secret, particularly intelligence. Secondly, rape. No country, especially in the Western world, you can't rape somebody and go scot-free unless it's not proven. Thirdly, it's an electoral crime. How can you change the opinion of some people? When you reduce a figure, you are not just reducing a figure like you are doing mathematics. You are changing the opinion of human being who say they've put their one and one together to say this is the person we want. And you as an individual, you use TPEX and TPEX it and put the figure you want. That is a crime and it's an insult. So to that extent, our election is not free and fair. May 29th, I do not support it. Everything should be kept on hold unless the Supreme Court will, within 2 weeks, decide the entire case and let us know where we are headed. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to let Austin know that I didn't get the video, and I sent you a private message. You didn't get it, so
Okay.
all right, go ahead, Lubisi. Okija, you want to say something? Let me hear.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, CM, I mean, I understand, how some people feel, but the fault is in our constitution. It's not it's not the people that were declared winner and the people that announced the winner. So the INEC, the law has made it that the burden of proof is on the people that are contesting the result, that they have to prove this, prove that, instead of having INEC, defend that the election was credible. So that's one of the issues we have. And then also the constitution doesn't there is no provision for the office to be vacant to May 29, because on May 29 the order of the hierarchy, the president is going to leave, or he's completed his two terms, or Osinbajo is going to leave. What's his name? The Senate president, his office will expire. The hierarchy in the National Assembly, it will they will end that day, because the Senate has to sit to elect a new president. Okay, who actually, in the situation where there's vacancy, the Senate president is supposed to take over. But then May 29th, we don't have a Senate president, because usually the president is sworn in. The House, the National Assembly, they go in the House and the Senate, they elect their leaders. So probably sometimes it takes like a day, 2 days, for them to elect whoever. So with May 29th, who is going to take over if the Supreme Court says the election was bad? I don't think they are in the Constitution. We have Supreme Court Justice, Chief Justice taking over the affairs of the nation. So the issue, the Constitution, hopefully, whoever, because why I have, especially I have issues with Tinubu and co, because I'm sure if they comment, they will not try to fix the constitution, to stop all these things. But I know that if P2B or even Atiku comes in, they will try to fix all this, all these complaints we have, deal with this within the constitution so that interpret 2050 has not been interpreted. Interpret 2050 so that we put the clauses, make sure that the next time we don't have all this trouble. What next time if that also most importantly the election cases should for the presidency especially should end before, maybe say 1 week before swearing in. So I mean I understand this, but it's just the constitution. There's something we can do now.
So okay,
yeah.
Yeah, so Dr. Damaji, so the point here, both of you are saying in a normal situation, and you guys are seeing this as election petition. What if something abnormal happens? Something abnormal indicates that if the drug issue goes through and say that because of that drug, he's not qualified to contest as a president. And remember, when you're thinking about this, remember, the Senate, they are electing the new officials in June. So does it mean that there will be no National Assembly till June, or these guys will be holding on till June?
Yeah, the National Assembly will be in existence, but if they don't have a leader, I don't. That's what I don't know about the constitution so well. If they don't have a leader, okay, who's supposed to step in if there is no president? Is the president? Is it the president they call National Assembly? I mean, the president of Senate president.
Yeah, the Senate president.
Yeah, but imagine now we don't have Senate president. So I mean, Nigeria created a difficult case for itself. The constitution created a difficult case. We can't, there's something we can do. I mean, except if the military will take over. The military will just take over. Yeah, which I mean, I'm saying I don't pray for that. I don't want that. So that's the problem we are left with. There's something we can do about it. If but I don't know also if the court rules that he wasn't qualified to contest. I don't think his vice will take over. No, because they've not been sworn in. So I don't know who has a contrary opinion. I don't know about that.
So the Bayelsa case, how did the Bayelsa case happen?
The Bayelsa, they have been inaugurated. I think the guy has been sworn in already.
No, few days to inauguration.
Okay.
It was the same week of inauguration.
Yeah, but it's possible. No. I agree with you. If this court will clear all the cases before swearing in, yeah, that's good. But they're not going. But the way it looks like right now, because for instance, okay, they start tomorrow, okay, and even if they rule tomorrow that Tinubu is not qualified to contest, then Tinubu they have 21 days to file a case. So they wait till 21 days, which is from 9th to 30. So until the night you'll be sworn in.
All right.
So you see the issue we have right now.
Ndubisi.
Oh, sorry. What I wanted to say, Kija has closed that gap a little. Is concerning whether all cases, if before May 29, the court rules that either in whatever way it rules against him, whether he's not qualified or he didn't win. So, but they will now file a counter to the Supreme Court. So those things will drag to May 29 and all that because the status quo that INEC declared will remain before he will be sworn in. So the only way out is in future if the constitution will be amended or a new constitution put together to take care of all these areas. Another thing I wanted to say, normally, since I've been following this election since 1999, they usually sworn in the president and his vice before National Assembly, few days after. Now elect their principal officers in the Senate and in the House of Reps. So if they do that one earlier, and this matter is still hanging, the Senate president can take over as the acting president, but that one doesn't come in here because all of them are coming in newly, and the president and the vice are sworn in first. So it's still an issue.
All right, Nikubi.
Yeah, I love all this hypothetical scenario we are painting, but I would put my own point forward by saying that right from the first elections that have been conducted in Nigeria, there has always been a petition contesting the authenticity or the legality of that president-elect. So this is not the first time. So I don't understand why we are just putting up this different scenario. Tinubu will be sworn in. Those cases will continue post inauguration, and if the Supreme Court decide otherwise, it can be the new president that was declared can come in. Vice President of Labour Party, Dati Ahmad, won an election as a senator. The person that challenged him, I think it was McCarthy, I can't remember, took the case to the petition tribunal. He was a senator for more than a year, almost a year, and the person came over and becomes the senator. So all these kind of hypothetical situations of trying to looking at scenario of stopping the inaugurations, creating a form of anarchy and kind of scenario. I don't understand where we are headed. So, and somebody will now want to accuse me of not being obedient. Is it a must to be obedient to hear your say on Dr. Damage's show? This is have your say, and we are analyzing an election petition. You say your own point. Somebody else will come in and say it the way it feels like. I agree with my brother Okija that it's a constitutional matter, and this issue has been captured in the Uwais report. I think it was set up by during Yaradua that election petition cases should be concluded before swearing in. But as you see, that's the way it is now. So we can't say we want to force the case should be concluded before. What is the particular interest now that the case must be concluded now?
Okay,
When Peter Obi won the election, Mr. Augustine, just wait. When Peter Obi won the election in Anambra, it took almost about 2-3 years. But now that duration has been reduced to barely, it should be concluded within 10 months or thereabouts in the new Electoral Act. So it's an improvement. Maybe probably before the next election, we can reduce it to before swearing in. So all this conjuring, all this hypothetical situation should not be swearing in because of one drug case, 125% in. It's just, we are just stretching our luck. And this has nothing to do with somebody that died before somebody will not bring up that somebody lack emotion or somebody that died. We're analyzing election petition. That is what we're analyzing. And if I present any position that doesn't sit well with you, that doesn't make me, you don't expect me to present your position. I'm a full human being just like you. I'm presenting my own position. So don't give us any hypothetical situation.
Yeah.
Tinubu will be sworn in 24 days' time. The case will continue, and we will see what will happen from there. You are focusing your petition on disqualifying Tinubu, and you felt you won the election.
Just make them lie down now.
That even also shows that he didn't win the election. So I will always repeat that point. So if anybody wants to be angry, we can be civil. Make your point, but don't be angry. Comment section is different from this live. So I might be different from comment section from the real life. So I just said I should come in and make my point. So that's my point. Don't let us focus on these hypothetical situations. Tinubu will be sworn in. The cases will continue after he has been president. So I think that's just the point I want to make now.
So, Dr. Damaji, sorry, I want to come in here because this is the issue I want us to talk about. It's not the issue is this. Okay, let's assume that in 2019, that the case of Atiku not being a Nigerian, if Atiku had been the one that won the election, and they said, and the case of not being a Nigerian went through, would we have handed over to a non-Nigerian, the Nigerian government to rule? So there is an abnormal situation in this petition. Look at all the past petitions that have gone. Nobody has challenged this abnormal situation of drug, of FCT 25%. So these are the Guinea passport have not come out in the past. So there are issues that are new that have not been there. And it's not hypothetical, it is intelligent.
I agree with you absolutely, Mr. Augustine. But that doesn't still rule out the fact that they have election petition. It doesn't still stop the president from being sworn in. If you now discover that it doesn't still stop the president from being sworn in now. And this same president has gone through the process of verification. He had contested an election as a senator. He has contested an election as a governor. So why do you now suddenly want to stop him from being sworn in? Is the drug case a recent case?
Okay,
So
sorry.
that is the way I want us to look at it, not to
Also, just to understand that
give different hypothetical situations on.
Our Supreme Court, they do miracle a lot. It's possible that they'll come up with miracle because they did miracle in Imo State. People that somebody that came forth, came first. So it's probably before May 29 they will spring up another miracle. And
I'm even praying. I'm praying they come up with that miracle, then they declare Peter Obi as the president. That's my prayer too.
Yeah.
So it's not there, but we shouldn't, because of that, now instead you should not swear in the president. We are just trying to create an anarchy, a difficult situation for Nigeria, and it reminds us of what happened in 1993, which is what happened. If you try to create a vacuum, you can't possibly explain what will happen after. So you are just thinking as if the same person, the same Dati Ahmad, was sworn in as a senator. He was there. He collected the salary for almost 12 months. He didn't return the salary, but now suddenly he's now claiming to be he's now advising the Chief Justice of Nigeria not to be available to swear in. On what moral standing is he saying it?
Can you address issue and stop running around? The issue is, this is
which
abnormal.
issue are you talking about?
What was Dati Ahmed's case? What was being challenged was election issue.
It's not about anything being challenged. It's about any issue you have with the candidate. The issue of drug case, he didn't win 25% in Abuja. I don't know how Abuja suddenly become another state, because Abuja is not a state. That is why if you mention anything, you always mention including FCT. That's the normal statement. If you said,
who is the governor of Abuja?
Because it's not a state. That's why you mention it. It's not that
the president is considered as the governor.
No, you are the one giving the interpretations, because Abuja is not a state. That is why if you are making any conversation, I constructed 25 kilometers of road in all states of the federations, including FCT. That's the way people make the statement. It's not like I'm putting Abuja as a super state in that context. I developed an infrastructure in all the states in Nigeria, including Abuja. It's a normal statement. It's not that I'm giving Abuja a special power. That's the point.
Yeah,
so the 25% for me.
Let's allow that to sit on this case. We're not spinning it out. Thank you.
Yeah, there's no.
Please, I want to ask you something, because my people say either you are Anil or Ranala, either you are a bird fly or you are rats walking on the floor. I don't know where you belong. I met you first on the night of the election. I made some comment to challenge me that it's not true. End of the day was true.
Which comment did you make? Can you remind me?
I mean, my people used to say either you are bird up there or you are a lizard, you are a rat.
I don't understand that. I don't understand your speaking in a language that we understand.
What I mean, you should take a side. It means you take a side where you belong. You don't go from code to code, deceiving people. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't tell you my own comment.
When Dr. Damages opened this show, it's not about taking a side before you make a position. Make your position. I'm making my position. I don't need to tell you whether I'm obedient or not obedient.
I want to ask you something. My question is this. When the letter say and FCT, what does that mean?
Uzo, hold on. Uzo, I don't like Uzo. You're my man. You just came in. You didn't say hello. I didn't call your name. You just join in and start talking. Why do people do this? What's wrong with how? How is that possible? Nothing. Nobody talked to you. Just join in and start talking.
One snap, and Focola. I owe you. I beg, forgive me.
All right. So Uzo, you have to hold on. Let me hear. Mama Echo raised her hand for a long time. Let me hear what she has to say. I'll come to it.
I hope she will not start abusing again.
No.
That election that they were cheapest, that is a fair election you are.
I've never said anything about fair election. We're
No,
analyzing the
you say
petition.
he won.
Simple.
You say Baba Blue won.
No. I didn't say
You
Baba Blue
said
won.
it
No.
then
I've
now.
never.
Why
No,
you
wait.
deny your
Now.
own statement?
No. In all
I
my
heard you. I'm not dead.
no,
Now
Mama
leg,
Isho.
not God for accident. Not be my brain. I heard you.
Mama, I never said.
Abba, Abba,
Mama, wait. I
Abba.
never said. I never
You
said.
said it. I am saying what
Oh,
I heard.
hold on, Mama Icho, hold on. Why are people picking on? So, for example, if I want to, I'm a reporter, I'm writing something for an American newspaper. I have no right to say that Tinubu did not win. I will say that he was declared the winner. I'm
He
not
was
sure.
selected. Me and you
Hold on.
not go join that language say you win. I
Yeah.
will say he is selected.
I know you can use your language, but I'm saying I don't even know what BQB said. But what I'm saying is that this has nothing to do with anything in terms of the conversation we're having. Whether you believe he won or he was selected or he didn't win, or it doesn't matter. The issue I think we're discussing is what will happen on the 29th. Okay, what are the rooms? What is in the constitution? What will happen? That's the issue. It's not about what you think or what I think. It's not about what BQ or anybody here thinks. And I want people to start thinking about that. This is not about us. It's not. It doesn't matter what you stay in your home and think and hit the wall and punch the wall. At the end, what will happen will happen. So we can discuss what is in the constitution, what the lawyers are saying, what we think should happen. But it's not. We have no power to change. I want people to understand this. So when you pick on someone and what they're saying, whether they say that he won or he was elected, it doesn't matter to me. I hear people use any expression they like. I don't care. That you said that he was selected doesn't mean that on 29th, if nothing happens in the court, he will be sworn in. And nothing might happen. Okay, let me go to Uzo now and hear Uzo. I'll come back to you, Mama Icho, because you're picking on something I don't think is necessary. Uzo, go ahead. Welcome to the show.
Okay, all protocol observed. The other message say we know even in diala. If you hear that, I greet I hail everybody. My own I joined the show earlier on. I listened to background, listened to the visitor, everything he said. For me, I have no comment on that, but my concern is always a lesson to be learned on this past election. This is the first time me myself, for example, I appear an interest on how Nigeria is going to be. Nigeria is going to be good. I'll never be a fan of any party. I'll never be a fan of anybody. Yes, I know when he was an Anambra State governor, all things he's done. We followed him before now. We are following him. But not as a president. People enter the scene because of hope of what they have. At the end of the day, it happened as it happened. Nigeria never happened to you. People say that. Now Nigeria happened to everybody. So I was saying this. Let's look back and see the way to get it fixed, and be straightforward on things and know where we belong. Either you are cold or you are hot. Either you are A, you are B. It can't be A, B, B. Today you A, today you B. That's what I'm trying to say earlier on. All right. Either you A, you B. Everybody bring their case, all right, and dialogue. Even in the sister conference, they dialogue for something. They dialogue which one is the best to go. But we can't be A today and talk good. Tomorrow it become B and talk A against B, which is not for me. I don't understand such things that goes on. And I want to ask someone to make you understand. They said, and that in electoral law and FCT, why must that and FCT come in place? They could have one living like that, 25%. All right, 25%. But putting an FCT, I know this is where people are getting more. They don't understand when you put on something. It's just like you are going for anywhere. They say, okay, bring birth certificates, bring this, and your light bill to prove your residency. Yeah, bring this, and your light bill. If you don't bring that light bill, and that light bill, you don't bring it, then they'll send you back to go and bring it because it's added there. So that's what I'm trying to understand. That why must they put that and for you to be a winner in election and FCT? That's what I just want to know. Thank you.
Okay, so I want someone that can answer Uzo's question, and
let me answer from what I understand. And if anytime we are making any narration about states in Nigeria, you want to capture Abuja as an area, as a different entity, because we know Abuja is not state and capital. It's not in our state and capital. Abia, Umaya, Adamawa, Akwa Ibom, Uyo, it's not there. So anytime you make any narration, you put an FCT. It's just a normal thing. I've just made given an example now. If you want to make a categorical statement, we constructed 36 kilometers of road in 36 states, in 35 states of the country. And FCT is just because you know that FCT is not a state. So it doesn't mean that you are making FCT to be, FCT is different. That's the point. So making it look as if you must score 25% in FCT. That's just our own interpretation. From my own interpretation, FCT is just one of them. But because FCT is not a state, that's why they have to put an FCT. You have to make 25% in 2/3. That's it. An FCT, because FCT is not part of those states.
All right.
It's not that it's compulsory that you must give 25% in
Why do they
FCT.
conduct election here?
That's
If not a state, why do they consult? They don't. I know they don't.
no.
There's no governorship election.
You're asking another question. You're asking another question because
You answer
it's
now.
not
I
a
want to
state.
try another question for you.
Yes, it's not a state now. That's why they are not conducting governorship election. So in every
So
narration you must add
why
an
they
FCT.
conduct election there?
Uzo, are you saying that people there should not vote for a president?
Should not vote now. It's part of the entity of the country. It's part of the geographical area of the country, and it's not a state. So you always have to put it in your statement. An FCT. That one is a simple narration that you make in every statement that you make. So it's not about ascribing any special privilege to that.
So can another person contribute on the same issue?
Obviously, anybody else can interpret it the way they like.
Before you do that, let me welcome Rockland to the show. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me well.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. I have listened with a lot of intense interest at the contributions made. I think there's one thing we have to understand. When the elections, before they took place, I was always concerned. First, not necessarily because there would be rigging, because rigging is always a given in Nigerian elections, as everyone knows, not today, way back to the 60s, but as to the institutional framework that would help support a valid mandate or something we can live with. And in that institutional support, we'll think about naturally INEC, and then of course the courts, their constitution. Are we guaranteed that we would get a fair decision on the cases that are brought before them? Because remember, political cases are highly explosive and there are multiple interest levels in them. This really is my worry. And that was why I was a bit wary that as much as many would love Peter Obi, that aspect of our own system, the institutional framework, is what may let us down at the end. That's all I think. So it's all well and good, the contributions made, but I fear for our institutional framework. That is the truth. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I'll go to Austin, then Mama Isha, I'll come back to you. Austin, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Doctor. I so much love the issue and the way BKB added it. But I know that the English word and including are not the same. And if we had wanted 24 states, make it 24, they would have simply said, and I know that any word in the Constitution are not carelessly made. And I'm not taking or mastering on this position, but I'm only opening up an opinion to this position. Because if they had said you would make 25% in 24 states, including FCT, but when they said FCT And the FCT is a special bride in this case. Why? How would you have a president that is not popular residing in Abuja? So you need to be popular in Abuja because only one senator represents Abuja. So if you're not popular in Abuja, if you're not accessible by the citizens living in that location, you might be a very big danger to that location. That's my submission. And I don't think I can take the position of BKB because Abuja cannot just be relegated. It's a special place. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to make sure you guys know that senior advocates of Nigeria disagreed on what that means. So when you are talking, just be aware of that. Mama Icho, go ahead.
Dr. Odwa, I'm glad you said people look at this. And when we say people, it includes children. And most of these children, they are also smart and intelligent. They were there during the election, and they are still there now. So when we are using statements here, we should know that we are either teaching them that the way to become president of Nigeria is to tell thug to buy people so that they can become president. Or we are teaching them that that way we saw in this 2023 is wrong and it's not the best way. So let us have them in mind in our discussion because they are learning from us. Then those ones are being English past me. And this and this, it makes two. So when we interpret this our so-called, I dey wonder. And for those senior advocates, some of them, wetin I know them be senior association of non-entity. That is what their stand for. Because after they don't collect Ghana must go, they go begin to twist English and say we not read English. This phone and this. So let us not come here and begin to twist English. Whether there be sound, majority of Nigeria sound. Look at me very well. If you collect Ghana must go, you belong to Senior Association of Non-Entity. That is what you belong. If you collect Ghana must go to provide justice, you are not a senior advocate. You are a senior association of non-entity. Look at my face. Now they hear me? Because you people are not teaching us anything that talks about justice. If you want to fight for justice, stop to collect Ghana must go. Fight for justice so that we can correct the impunity in our land that has made us a caricature in the global world. And if that does not make sense to you, you do not belong to the class I call the Senior Advocate of Nigeria. You belong to the class of Senior Association of Non-Entity People. Thank you. I'm going for another meeting.
All right, thank you so much. Omori, hold on, Rockland, I'll come back to you. Omori, welcome to the show.
Dr. Damages, good afternoon, sir. Thank you for having me.
Yeah,
Always a delight to be here.
How are you today?
Fine. It's really well. I'm fine.
Okay, good. So,
yeah.
Have you been watching?
Yeah, I've been watching. I just closed from church. I was watching. What really prompted my interest was the contradiction made by, I can't really see his name very well. Did he disappear? He was trying to, he was neither here nor there. If you say, they said, this is not an English class, but it would be nice to try, no matter what our political affiliation, our tribal affiliation is, let's say the truth at all times. Let's have the courage to say the truth, no matter who else is God. If you say 36 states and Abuja, there's a difference between and all. If you say all, it means it's optional. If you say and, including Abuja, So if you didn't score certain percentage of sisters and Abuja, there's an emphasis on that and Abuja. It's not like or Abuja. If you say or Abuja, it means you can either or not. If you say an Abuja, you have to do it in Abuja. So he contradicted by saying and Abuja, and at the same time say it's not compulsory. It's our own, permutation. I don't know what he means by that. He didn't win. He didn't win. They're trying to force him on the people, and people will continue to resist him. There's difference between you might be in government, and your government as well lack legitimacy. If he doesn't have the support of the people, you don't have it. He don't have it. You don't have it. And you cannot give what you don't have. No matter how they try to, bend it, it is clear that he didn't win. He didn't win. This issue came up sometime in I think Second Republic. Where Obasanjo, tactically imposed Shagari on the people. A mathematician was invited to come and, do the arithmetic. At the end of the day, they still went ahead, and even before the arithmetic was done, somebody was sworn in. So this is not new. If you say an Abuja, he must score certain percentage of votes in the 36 states and Abuja. So if he didn't score it in Abuja, he didn't say all Abuja. All means optional. Either this or that. And means you have to do it. You have no option. Thank you, Dr. Damages.
All right, thank you, Omori. Jay, before I come to you, let's go to Mr. Scribe. He's been here for a while. Scribe, go ahead.
No, I've been listening in. I think I'll continue listening. But I think DQB was following logic. I don't think he ever made any conclusion. I'm a little bit taking. Well, I'm not surprised, but I'm, I don't know if it's no longer. Are we not no longer allowed to think, or even though we people expect a certain conclusion from us, but then at least I think he followed his own line of thought, and I feel like it's unfair that people were not listening and just once you this is my problem, my beef with obedience, don't come after me. Is that if somebody dare espouse ideas that you guys just want to hear one thing that Obi wants to win, fair enough, okay, fine. But then if somebody else is following, sort of like precedence, we know this is Nigeria, right? Once Tinubu becomes the president of Nigeria, he has the Nigerian 1999 constitution gives him absolute powers. So you have to be wary of it. And I think there's nothing wrong with what DQB said. I genuinely believe there's nothing wrong with what he said. I think he went with his own line of thought. And so, yeah, I'll just continue listening in. And yeah, that's my position, though.
All right, thank you, Jay. There's something you said. You reminded me of watching American football. When I watch teams that are not, I have my own team. When I watch other teams playing, I don't care who wins. But when my team is playing and they're not winning, oh, you see me. So I think that's how I understand all these people who support these candidates. Like I said, I have no candidate, and I'm not kidding. And it's easy for me to watch what's happening. All I want is, make sure that the referee is doing the right thing and the game is going the way they said it should go. And that makes it easy on me. But I understand why they may not, people may not find these things easy to discuss without going crazy. Jay, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Dr. Damage.
How are you?
I first the follow now before that I did drive, so I know if he just enter. Then I better log out before now. See, you get one thing with the verse me, and I want make people help me for one question. I don't know if I did inside on a matter now, but you get everything I know understand. Maybe you, Dr. Damage, or anyone here. Like for example, maybe a competition that has a time limit, maybe 20 minutes. Then you have to run a race for 20 minutes to be able to win maybe a car or anything. Then before this 20 minutes, you'll be able to get there. Did you win it or not?
No. I didn't. I got lost. Say it again.
Like for example, you have a race, and this race has time limit. Someone just come up with something like, okay, if you can be able to run 2 kilometers
in
20 minutes.
Mm.
Then you make it in 6 minutes. Do you win it?
I think so.
Okay. Because there is one thing Keyamo said. I'm really upset with Keyamo. Like, seriously, you see this man, I don't know how it becomes Sam. You understand? Because he always says they have 180 days for this court procedure. This 180 days starts from tomorrow. So I think if there is enough evidence, like the judge look into it and says within 1 week, I say, oh, okay, this thing is like this. If you go in favor of Tinubu. So this 180 days, I think, is just the time, not the day it will end.
Oh, okay, yeah. Let me maybe I can explain this. This is what I think. I don't know what Kiamu said, but this is what I think they are implying. So even if the judge, remember that we are still at the beginning. Even if that judge rules against Tinubu, they will go to the next. I think they go to the Supreme Court. I don't know this. Yeah, they will go to the next court. So it's not they know that they have in total they have 180. I thought the count. Go ahead.
I think that is my problem, because if really, like, for example, you have something, you know very well that this thing belongs to me, I win this, I want this according to them, then why are they afraid to wait? If they know, okay, we see me, I'm not a Nigerian. I can say I'm not suffering, but my people are there, and I'm planning to go there soon, right? So if people just come here, sometimes, Dr. Damage, there are sometimes if I just listen to people here in your show, as in, I would purge. The thing they pay me, because now when they chop belly full, me they like use our English. Now we are no rich at the talk my own thing rich. Now when they chop belly full, they drop, they even they throw away. No, they feel.
Hold on, Jay. Why don't you say we where they chop belly full? We
no. Okay, for we where they chop belly. Yeah. Thank you. We where they chop belly full, they throw away. We they look people for if. I guarantee you, there is one thing that happened is in Ogun State in Nigeria, something like that. Ex-governor, maybe one of his daughter, person using her for ritual. They sentenced the guy to death direct. This is what happened when you tamper with politicians, people like their relative or their loved one. Since Boko Haram be killing people in Nigeria, none of any politicians' children have ever been victims. None till date. This Festus Keyamo, they know what they do. See what Festus Keyamo just rush go do. Then now he don't set post. I just say he set post. May look if they go win or he no go win. May run come up for Nigeria. These people are not just know they can't sense whether they use for Nigeria people. People they die every day. They will say, oh, after all, it's not just 3 people die yesterday. Just 3 people.
Jay, let me ask this question, not just to you, everybody here. Do you sometimes think if you didn't leave Nigeria, I think everybody here today is out of the country, that, or when you were in Nigeria, that you used to think like people who were there? Have you? I mean,
Dr. Damage, see, I thank God I'm not from Nigeria. I really thank God I leave Nigeria, because I believe if I'm still in Nigeria, see, there are sometimes if I communicate with my people, the way that they answer me, it just be like say they come from another world. Yeah, if I talk to them sometimes, there is one day I have even problem with my brother. They ask me, I say, why you even they behave like animal? My own brother. Because of the way they think. You understand? And if they try let them know, see what thing they happen, some of them. And these are the poison the politicians are trying to give everybody to drink. They won't weaponize this poverty so that when they come out tomorrow and give you maybe 2 naira, 3 naira, you can fight for them. This is the problem we are facing. How you will say, okay, I win this thing. That's okay, this matter don't go court. So me when I wait first, if they pay you, say that they say me you wait. You go wait. If you know say you win and hit hand for your chest, I win. I won't wait. I will see the end. Why are they in rush? They want me to do inauguration 2 times, Abi. Just they spend Nigerian money. Imagine they want paint Aso Rock with 14 billion. You know how many people they suffer? See these people, they don't get sense. So.
Thank you, Jay. Yeah, you made some good points.
No problem. I hope God go do one day. All these presidents we don't try, we don't come out, open their mouth, say, oh, we have tried our best to help Nigeria.
Let their family be victims as ordinary Nigeria till they happen to them. One day you go see Nigeria go good.
Thank you, Jay. But let me also say, in America, I've seen people who were victims of gun violence. They come out and say, I still like people should have the right to bear guns, to carry arms. It shocks me. So I think the same thing in Nigeria is if you see someone like Okadibo, the way he died in Nigeria, if you guys know him when he was a Senate president and everything, or if you look at what's happening to the child of Kwaremadu now, it's not that they are not victims or they don't see it doesn't impact them. It does in some ways, but I think they're incapable of changing. And if you've been around these people, what they think about every day, and their primary goal is really about acquiring things.
I want to say something about. Sorry if I did take on time. Like somebody like this, Ekuri Madden. Yesterday I did see some kind even from Sahara reporters, because for me, I anything I see from Sahara reporters, 100% believe say, okay, this is true, because this guy no belong to all these politicians where they lie. You understand? I see say Nigerian prominent people they write to UK, may they pardon this man. I wish na their Pekin. Now this man want to. I guarantee you say they go even write to UK, say may they give a life sentence. Sure, you see what thing they happen. They won't pardon him. One lie, I'm sorry, one lie, ex-governor, this man in Gige, they come and say his salary na 900,000. You hear what these scam people? May God forgive us. It's okay, I'm done.
Yeah, Jay. Mr. Damages, please, guy, my brother, what I would say to you is that Nigeria never put anybody. We that grew up in Nigeria, you know how it is, know how we struggle. Sometimes you leave Nigeria, they will answer you that where you go quicker. How do you manage to leave Nigeria? Let me tell you one thing you understand in Nigeria is that Nigeria wake up every day, everything is normal. You run a traffic light, it's normal. You jump from one lane to another lane, it's normal. Even this election that just go past now 80% of Nigerians have continued moving on, it's normal. All right, that's where our main problem is. I remember when my wife came to Montana International Airport, we are heading to one African country. This guy is a white guy with a briefcase. He jumped from the back lane to the front lane when he was on the line. All right, everybody think it's normal. All right, like he need to do that. It's normal. It's Russian. It's normal. My wife went there and drag him back. Hey, okay, go and like, if it's in your country, will you do this? Will you do this in your country? That you have to leave, come from the back and go to the front. All right, people start like leaving now. Is normal thing. So our problem in Nigeria is everything is normal. So that's why when we come out here, we see that those things are not normal. They are something that I don't know in society. I don't know why I'm going to put it, but it's not normal, man. It's not normal. So my brother, what I will tell you is this: some of these guys you see, politicians and all those, some of them they're not also normal. All right, because who they are dealing with. Why would they come here? When they come here, they come to Post Oak in Texas here, and they will hide to go and eat. If they know that what they are like is normal, they will come in here where I am. They will hide to go and eat. Where are they hiding? If they know that what they are doing in Nigeria is good, all right. Where are they hiding to go and eat? They go and go to the place and to go and eat. They will go. Restaurant will close by 10. They will be there by 11:30. They will close all the whole place, close the place, then and eat. So just we try our best to make it normal, to make people to feel at home. The little change we have, we help them. But Nigeria may never happen to anybody.
Uzo, thank you. Jay, I really want to engage you a little bit. Sure, I'll come to you next.
No worries.
Someone like, look at what happened. Ekweremadu was in trouble. And someone like Olusegun Obasanjo wrote a letter appealing that they should release him or help, reduce the sentence or whatever. The point is, you see, if we say that Obasanjo fought corruption and Obasanjo knew that Ekweremadu, at least we know that EFCC had a case against him where they listed about 44 houses he owned all over the world. you think that Obasanjo, that's enough for Obasanjo, someone like Obasanjo, to disassociate himself from someone like Ekweremadu. But no, because they are in a gang, they're all in one gang, all the political class. But it's ordinary people that go out there and fight each other. When one of them is in trouble, they come together and find a way to solve that problem. But we outside will be hitting our head and abusing each other, and that should tell us something about what is going on. But this is something I asked, and I don't think anybody answered me in terms of how people used to think when they were home and what changed when people leave home. I'll give you another example. I went home recently, no, not recently, one time, and I entered a taxi. And the gearbox of Nigerian taxis, when they move it, smoke from that should be going out from the exhaust will be coming into the car. And I thought I would die. I was seeing sulfuric acid. I was seeing sulfuric acid. The molecule was coming into my nose. I opened the window. It wasn't enough. It's already on the highway when I saw this, and I couldn't stop there and stay there and be waiting for another taxi. I thought that was the end. So we got there quite all right. Twice during my stay, I entered another vehicle, the same thing. At a point, I didn't notice it anymore. By the fourth day, it was normal. I didn't die. It became normal to me. But the first day, I thought it was the end of the world. So I think when we criticize people at home, when every day you wake up and you see these things happening, eventually to make you numb. I used to be a reporter in Lagos, and I go out at maybe midday, come back in the night. I could count number of days I would go out, I won't see a dead body on the street of Lagos. And dead people became nothing to me, that someone died and the body. If I see a dead body in America here, it would be scary to see somebody lying on the street dead. So that's what I think. Sometimes when you are there, when you see these things every day, they make appear that you are powerless. You just have to accept it. Some people are powerless. They think they can't do anything. So we have to.
Okay, even Obasanjo corrupt. Obasanjo no like Tinubu. Now he make and they do all these things when they do. I wish na person when he like, if for don't put on for your agbada. Obasanjo no like Tinubu, he corrupt. Why he no make all this amendment when he did it? Why he no do all these things, all this nonsense stop? This nonsense start from where he did. Even this election ring, it start from his side. It happened during his time. So now he's supposed to change him. This way be say, okay, you don't do them. All these things don't be problem. Then as you see, you won't come out. You're supposed don't maintain the area so that what go happen to other people. You lay foundation for people now. The foundation can't go up now. You want to get wings where you want to break them. How you want to break them?
Exactly. I wasn't clapping for him for whatever he was doing. I was criticizing.
Yeah, because I was even very angry when I see Obasanjo right to UK, made the pardon who made the use of Obasanjo PKMC.
Thank you.
How you go to write that kind of nonsense later to people? Made the pardon who me self. I'm not even happy when I see saying just 9 years. I was even expecting like 30 years. Seriously. You. Because this should send a message to them. These people are coming to Europe every single day, every minute that they run come. Wait till that they see it, they know they can't and go home. Imagine they won't do election, they see Obasanjo leg for sand. They see all of them. They match grass, go the vote. But when they come to Europe, they will just the other time when they go US. Now one boss they load all of them put. These people don't get shame.
Thank you.
Get shame. People they say, well, like for this question when you ask, where within Nigeria, how would they reason? We not be reason like these people. Most of them school for Europe before they come Nigeria, when they rule Nigeria. They see something here, they see how things they work for this area. But they don't want to bring that one come.
But Jay, yeah, that's true. You know that there are most people who lived here who went back. Sometimes they turn out worse than the people who didn't leave Nigeria at all.
Like Femi Kayode is a good example. He basically grew up in Brighton, went to school in Kent University. He's one of the worst ones.
So there are people like that, and just so you know, also to add to what you're saying, there are people here who are also helping them to steal money. So for those people, when they go back home, they are going to continue in an environment where they don't have any fear. So it's not like everybody here is tuned into where they live in and why that place is functional, or is even interested in making Nigeria functional. A lot of people are just thinking about their pocket. Anyway, sure.
Go ahead, Paul.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, Rudolph, and good evening, everyone, and to the guys in the chat section as well. I salute. Jay, see as your hair fresh like this, if in Nigeria you did, if I don't profile you already, therefore don't stop you, collect money, bully you, things that don't matter. You get tattoo, get tattoo, as if all those things count. But you're in a same climb, so we thank God for that.
Yeah, at the same time, if you get computers in there, yeah.
You see this tattoo?
If you don't say get computers in there,
2014 in Lagos.
They go even share the hair to join.
I nearly draw this tattoo when I went to Lagos in 2014. Then my guy just come village. I say my guy the fresh. I say, I'll follow and go Lagos. I go stay Lagos because I don't like my village again. I come up fast. We reach Lagos. We don't maintain the house where we rent, pay house rent, do everything, maintain this house. Later, Mo go eat farm. I get one Malawi did the frontage. Mo eat them. My guy say no. He say get fresh one with the corner. We enter corner. Sans hold me because of tattoo within my hand. If you see what they use my hands and my eyes see, beat me finish. Collect 9,000.
Sorry, I shouldn't laugh.
Give me 15 naira. I enter transport. They go back. They say, man, they cut my tattoo. Come out. Give me razor. Now one woman come beg them before they leave me. Come give me 15 naira. They say they even lie to the woman. Tell the woman say they won't help me. Man, I take the 15 naira. They go back. You see what the people they pass through. That was 2014.
It's crazy. It's gotten worse. That much I can tell you. It's gotten worse. The way people are harassed and profiled. As a young man, young lady, you look good, you dress well, you have a laptop, you have a decent phone. People every day reporting on Twitter. There's I think one of the police PROs, Prince Ademoye or something, Prince something. People will tag him. He will reply in most cases and say, in some cases it would show pictures and videos of these officers being questioned and all of that. But it's a regular occurrence, and we only hope that things get better with the society as a whole, because that would affect the policing in Nigeria as well. Anyway, to answer Rudolph's question, I'm not sure if it's disappeared. Okay, so I'll try and take these things one after the other. Hopefully I don't forget anything. So to answer Rudolph's question, me living in the UK over the last 2 decades thereabout, of course, has changed me slightly. But even before I left Nigeria, I've always thought differently to most of the people I grew up around. I was exposed to international politics at a quite young age, not because I wanted to, but my dad was quite keen. He watched BBC morning till evening. He would switch to CNN. You can tell, it was left-leaning based on the channels he watched growing up. So there was this cable satellite provider in Ibadan at the time called West Midlands Cable Company. So if you lived in Ibadan, you probably know them. So, had cable satellite. So I saw quite a lot of these things growing up. And I would compare it to what was going on in Nigeria. I know before forefathers listening, be like, oh, they're not the standard. Don't say that. But I just preferred what I saw. I followed the Gulf War from around when it started. Every Saturday morning, if you grew up in Ibadan or BCOS, Saturday special, they had 20 minutes around the world. As a young person, wrestling was on the slot. Well, wrestling had a slot on Saturday special in Ibadan, but 20 minutes around the world was my favorite section. As I wasn't 10 years old, so I was quite interested in politics at a young age, and I would see the fighter jets, Gulf War. I watched the W. Bush debate. Then I saw Tofa and MKO, and it was a shock to me. And I thought, what is going on here? And they were asking Tofa how much was a Congo of Gary or so, and I thought, okay. As a young boy, I couldn't process it properly, but I knew that the standards were different. What are they talking about? So that was the first election that I actually, followed because of the military since, the early 80s or, mid 80s. So 1993 was my first proper election, my first election I followed in Nigeria. So from a young age, I told my friends when we got to junior secondary school, people that I just met in GSS1, we didn't go to the same primary school, but I told one of my friends, he said, how did you even decide at a very young age that you're going to leave Nigeria, that's not for you? Because I just thought, this is not for me. This can be God's plan. This is not right.
And, it wasn't like I was struggling or anything. My parents were okay, decent, things that were considered luxury. Leventis, UTC, shopping every Saturday. So it wasn't like I was struggling or poor or poverty. No. But I just knew that there's something better in terms of society, sin, sanity. So I've always thought differently, but coming to the UK over the last 20 years, of course, has taken it to a whole new level, because it's easy to look back and think and say, how did we get it so wrong? Like the basic thing, I was talking to one of my friends about 4 years ago, the secondary school group chat. So we reconnected. And I told him, we're just talking about electricity. And I said, since I've been in the UK for 20 years, that electricity went off in my house twice, or every address I've lived in, altogether twice. One time, they wrote us to say it was going to go off for a few minutes. The second time, they didn't tell us, and it went off. And I couldn't sleep. Honestly, it went off around 8 p.m. I just couldn't sleep. I was up till about 1 a.m. when it came back. And the guy said, sorry, twice in about 20 years. I said, yes. He couldn't even believe what I was talking about. So all those little things that we take for granted in the Western world, electricity, you put it on, it comes on. Water, you switch it on, there's water. All those little things were the things that I just thought, it can't be like this. My dad used to joke and say, if you disobey me, I will punish you severely, because I'm your minister for health. If you're sick, I pay. I'm your minister for finance. Every penny you earn, I give you. The government don't give you anything. I'm your minister for agriculture. The food in this house, I provide. I'm your minister for security. My God. So he used to just joke about like that. But you come to a different place and you can see that, okay, it's slightly different. So that's the way I've always seen it. But like I said, it's a new level. So that's to answer your question. Now, this 25% issue that made me join. None of us, or most of us, are not lawyers. So your answer will be based on who you support or supported during the election. It's that simple. And this is one of the things that shouldn't lead to an argument. I'm not going to convince someone like Kulata or Thomas in the chat section, or One Man if he was here, or BQB. I'm not going to convince you, and you're not going to convince me. It's not going to happen. So let's not argue. Like BQB said, say your piece and move on. No, you can't convince me that your own interpretation to make it worse, you're not a lawyer, except you're from Nasarawa, where they have judges who have been given 10 years to go and obtain their law degree or lose their license to practice. You're not a lawyer. So who are you to? I've listened to SANS, different people, interpret it. They will say, oh, it's up to this. I don't want to discuss it. But they'll try and, explain their own interpretation. You have SANS, people who are seasoned professionals, 30 years, having different opinions. So who are we not to have different opinions? I believe in simplicity. I'm a Peter Obi follower. People don't like that. Peter Obi simplified the problems of Nigeria. He preferred simple solutions. And they will say, these things are too complex. You can't just simplify it like that. They try to bamboozle you, like when they say the Bible, the pastor has to read it and decode it for you. No, it's written in English. Read it. So I believe and means and. If my 10-year, I don't have a 10-year-old, I have a 15-year-old and a 2-year-old. If my 15-year-old can't tell me what and means, I've done something wrong as a parent. And the schools will have to answer as well. And means and. Go and interpret it in any language. There are 9 people on the show. And we tell somebody who is not here, let's say forefathers or Ovie, please go on the show. The people on the panel, it's 9 of them. Please give 10 kobo each to 2/3 and Rudolph. So Ovie comes here and he gives 10 kobo to 6 of us, excluding Rudolph. And he said, I've given it to them. No, give it to 2/3, which will be 6 people. And Rudolph has to get his 10 kobo. Otherwise, you've not done what you're told. My interpretation, you don't have to believe it. There are sons who have said it, so I'm not in the company of fools. And there are sons on your side who have said it doesn't mean Abuja is not special. See, they deviate from the subject. They start saying Abuja is not special. Abuja is not a special state. They are not a something. That's not what we're discussing. We're not asking if Abuja is special. The people who wrote the constitution, they have to explain, and I think this will be changed with time. It has to be amended. Because if I was a Tinubu supporter, I'll believe it. Sorry, what are you saying? If I win majority of the states, you're telling me Abuja, I will fight as well. Because it makes absolutely no sense to me as a person. And Uncle Alexander Gomez, that's always dropping money for Rudolph. We thank him. We were having that chat before I came on the platform. He agrees. He said it's a BS rule. But if you're trying to interpret it without confusing anybody, and means and, in my opinion. With time, that would have to change. Somebody has to change that. You can't say I win 30 states, 32 states, and I don't win 25% in Abuja. I can't be president. Sorry, who thought about that? And nobody should come and try and don't complicate it. It's when people want to do wayo, they will complicate things and say no, you can't simplify it. We've been applying complicated solutions to Nigeria's problems. It hasn't worked. So maybe we should simplify the problems. We're broke. How can we generate more money? What are the simple things, the low hanging fruits that a government can come in and quickly do to generate more money? But they'll say no, it's not that simple. These things are very complicated, matters of the spirit. You understand? So let's try a different approach. That's why I supported Peter Obi. Now, I know Kulata might be watching, might not, because he said, oh, let you come with Twitter news. It's banter now. Twitter news. The Twitter news I've come with, Scribe, salute. I saw your jersey yesterday. Respect to you for wearing the Napoli jersey to celebrate Victor Osimhen. I saw that. I was going to mention it, but I forgot. The Twitter news is sports, but linked to politics. If you follow football, as you guys call it in America, soccer, God knows what that means. But football, the Italian FA, the official, Serie A, not Italian FA, the Serie A. So that's the league. Their league is called Serie A. Like you have the Premiership in England and you have the MLS in the US. So the Serie A official Twitter handle, they tweeted an image that has caused a bit of controversy, especially in Nigeria. There's a guy, very skillful guy, plays on the left wing for Napoli, very integral. Kvaratskhelia is his name. I think he's from Georgia. He sat on a throne and they had the image of Maradona, who was the last person to lead Napoli to a title 33 years ago. Napoli, they're not the biggest club in Italy. So Maradona went there, left Barcelona, went there, won the title with them, was a big deal. Like, what? We don't win like that. So the next time they're going to win it is with this one that they won a few days ago. So now, Osimhen scored the highest goal in Italy. He's the highest goal-scoring African that's ever played in Italy. Broke a few records along the way and all of that. Now, the Serie A now puts an image of Kvaratskhelia sitting on a throne with Maradona behind him, who's late now, putting the crown on this young guy. Now they said, the king of Serie A, Nigerian football fans they're not having it. It's been a meltdown, racism. It was Osimhen. Osimhen was the one that scored the goals. How can you call this boy the king? He has to be Osimhen. So that's a bit of news from Twitter. It's sports, but it's also politics. Nigerians are not having it. People are upset. It should be Osimhen that should be the king of Serie A this season. He scored the most goals. He helped them win the title and all of that. But yeah, I'll keep quiet because I've been going on for a bit. I'll let someone else speak.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's listen to this. I'm surprised about what you just said because. I thought they accepted that he was a major part in what happened. Anyway,
the people did, but the establishment chose otherwise. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Adewale, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages.
Yeah. I know, Rockland, you wanted to say something before Adewale. Go ahead.
Just a quick one, please. On the issue of construction of the Constitution that mentions 36 states and Abuja, one thing we have to bear in mind is that when these laws are written, they are never as easy to explain in practical terms. And that is why we always have a judiciary. And the word "and" in ordinary parlance is additional. But when you interpret it in certain legal contexts, it can be interpreted as disjunctive. And that is what we have to be careful about. Also, importantly, there are several rules of interpretation of statutes. I'm sure most of us know that. But you will also be aware that there's this lovely word that the Nigerian judiciary tends to use when they are probably in a tight corner, and that has to do with substantial compliance. They might well, I'm not predicting that that's what they will do, but I'm saying that that may be another avenue where they say, oh, but if there has been substantial compliance with the electoral laws, and he has, at least looking at it from what INEC has put before the court, he has attained the highest number of votes. In those circumstances, he may well declare the winner, even if he didn't comply with that 25% requirement in respect of Abuja. This is just my take, please. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Rockland. They will welcome to the show. Unmute yourself.
Sorry about that. I hope you're not ending the show right now because I always come when you're about to wrap it.
I'm about to leave. I haven't gotten commitment from Scribe or anybody that they will take over. But go ahead. I'm still here.
Scribe should take over now. He's always doing a good job. You know, like, is it forefather? Was this CM? Oh my goodness, your show is very, very hilarious, I must say.
I know.
Show, I've not come to convince you today, so I'm turning the table against Dr. Damage. That's the reason why I joined the show. I've been watching the show, even when your guest was still on the panel. I was watching it as well. So I want to turn the table against. I want to ask you some questions. That's the reason why I'm joining.
Okay.
You see, under my name, I put a label, Chief Priest. Can you see that?
Yeah, I can see.
Okay, so the title actually fits you. You should be hiding it, below your name, so that every Monday or every Saturday, people will know that you are the soothsayer. You always say that incoming president. Eventually, they declare Tinubu president-elect. So I've come for you to declare me a billionaire. That's why
No. Let me look at the oracle. I will talk to the oracles, and I'll come back and I'll send me a picture of your picture. I will use it to present you.
Screenshot me right now. I look good. This is my best picture you can get. That oracle must say the best thing. If it comes out negative, that oracle will blow.
I mean, I'm a messenger. Anything the oracle says, that's what I report. I don't.
On a serious note, what prompted you, putting that in your segment where you always refer to him as incoming president? Why?
No, just look at. I mean, in any election, when you look at the government in power, they have advantage over any other challenger. So. And the idea wasn't really that I was promoting him, which some people thought that was the point. The idea was I wanted to put a spotlight on him, even before he became the candidate of APC, that this is somebody to watch, and that Nigerians who are interested in what will happen should watch this candidate, this person that I know will run. Even before he declared he will run, that people should look at him. People should know, because there were people who were dismissing him, that he wouldn't go anywhere and all those things. So that was the idea. I just decided I didn't see Obi coming. I didn't see that Obi would be a factor in this, So, and that was it.
So what are those qualities, or what are those characteristics you've seen in him before putting that flashlight on him instead of the candidate like Atiku or the rest of them?
Oh. I didn't think that PDP would put out Atiku again. I was using the American system here, that if you are a candidate and you go out there and you fail, you should go and give room for other people to try. So I was surprised that they put up Atiku again. And so I looked at it. I mean, he has been ambitious. He's open that he wanted to be president of Nigeria, and he was preparing the grounds, from long time ago, and so he was before Obi became a factor. I didn't consider Atiku someone that will win or that will be a candidate even for the PDP. So I thought that was the person to beat, the person to watch. And my goal is that people, this is something that happened in this election. I hope people pay attention. It has happened, but. When Buhari became president, they blamed the media for not telling them things about Buhari. before he won the election, or hiding it. That was the accusation that the people got, hiding things about Buhari that people should have been told. So I felt from the word go, who could be a candidate that could probably get this thing. Let's put that light on him so that people will know who they are voting for. So and that was it. I didn't have any special powers.
I know you. So I still believe you have the oracle. By the way, I kind of I've been interested in just to know what you know or what you see. Not necessarily that you endorse them, but the fact that you're always trying to make that reference to, because at the time that he appeared, you remember the time he appeared in Paris, I believe, and somebody was hailing him in Hausa, calling him president. And then you made there was a show that you did then, and that was when you started calling him incoming president. Presidency in Nigeria has always been about selection, not necessarily election anyway. But nevertheless, I have another question real quick. I'm turning this table against you today. Speaking of Ekweremadu, remember we had during one of the segments we dealt with this issue before this judgment came. I wanted in this comment section I put a question. I said, like, what is the difference between Ekweremadu and other drug peddler in Malaysia? What is the difference? Do you see any difference or any similarity between them?
What do you mean drug peddlers? You mean Nigerians?
You remember there was a time some Nigerians were found guilty for small drug peddling in Malaysia and some other Asian country, and I think they executed some of them, and some they were pleading leniency or clemency for some of them. I mean, converting the.
Oh, it's easy. It's easy. Ekweremadu is a big man. the other ones they don't have 44 houses. They've not been deputy Senate president for years. So it's actually he's a big man. This is something that it just made me think of something. I wanted to tell you that the drug dealers are considered, most people will agree that they are doing bad things, but most people in Nigeria may not agree that what Ekweremadu did was bad. Okay, but I think that they actually most people may even say that what the drug dealers are doing that is not bad. Most Nigerians, if you ask them, but I think they are all the same. The only thing is that he's a big man, and that's why people are writing letters begging that he should be given. Not pardon, whatever they wrote, that it should be treated with kids' gloves, I think. So that's
okay.
Right.
But then when those guys were convicted in Malaysia and all those other Asian countries, the Nigerian authority were quick to jump into that bandwagon of seeking for leniency, conversion of just seeking for something more lesser than the severe punishment they are supposed to have. I think this by punishment by death, if I'm not mistaken. So I wonder if the current administration is PDP. Do you think they will have done more, going through some other channels instead of, writing just letters and all that?
Okay. The one about death penalty. If Ekweremadu is facing death penalty, I think more people will be sympathetic. I think one of the reasons with the death penalty in Malaysia, why you may find even government officials pleading, is that most parts of the world people consider that extreme punishment for the crime. So that may be why. I don't know. But I don't think Ekweremadu. I think that's why the government probably is involved when they say death penalty. I mean, most of us here probably, if we hear that Ekweremadu is going to face death penalty for this, people might begin to have sympathy for him. Even though the law is the law, and so it's different. Yeah.
I mean, the common denomination is the fact that they are all Nigerians, right? So, and I expect that even though what they've done, including Ekweremadu, what they've done, they violated the law and the law took its course, but they are still Nigerian. So I expect the government at the same time, to be on the defense for them. being in Nigeria, regardless of whatever it is, you don't just throw your subjects under the bus. You still, both of them are still in Nigeria. So I expect the authority to do more as far as what happens to Kuruma. Not that I support what it did actually, but the fact that it's been in Nigeria, I was expecting that the authority would do, because if the incumbent is PDP administration, they probably would have done more than just. I believe the letter being submitted is just a lip service, just to show that they are doing something, not necessarily that they are actually doing anything. Because obviously, the court or the pronouncement during the sentencing kind of I could detect some form of some areas that the judge was making a caution. I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a judge, but some things are not actually related to the subject matter that's being brought up during the sentence. But nevertheless, I was just wondering, because I've seen countries like America, somebody who traveled to Russia and just ordinary drug paraphernalia being sentenced to God knows year, and the American rose up, left a journalist who was actually established that doing his professional job, and decided to help out somebody who was just doing drugs. And I was wondering what's the stake, what is the interest in someone. So if America could jump up and in defense for one of their athletes who has no benefit whatsoever, why should Nigeria sit back, even though what he did was heinous, that why should the country Nigeria stay back and being
Okay.
what
I'll leave now. But they will this thing you mentioned.
I knew I'm gonna be the one to send you away.
No. It's not that. On Sundays I committed to doing 4 hours. On Saturdays 8 hours. So I have to do other things. And I'm a family man. But there's something you mentioned that reminded me of this a British company executive in Nigeria who was arrested for violating something, and we thought it was going to be a case, and within few days they said that they are releasing him. So it's something to look into. I don't remember the details, but the countries that are powerful, you have to have a negotiating power and tools and things you can do. That they do negotiate things like that, and but we have to understand the mentality of Nigerians, especially Nigerians of today. They are very angry. The young people, they are angry. They don't care. They don't care about all these things we are talking about, all these theories. All they care about is that they are living a very unsatisfactory life, and they blame it on these people they are looking at. So it doesn't matter to them what we are saying. We are trying to be logical. They don't want any logic. They just want punishment. They don't care where it's coming from, who is punishing those people. They just want them to be punished, and they want them to be dealt with. And if they have the opportunity, when you see them set up, burn up, kill people who stole phone, or they say this person is a kidnapper, whatever the issue is, they will do it to these big men if they have the chance. If they have the chance, they are really angry, and I think only Rotimi Amechi is the one that got I think he has that. He understands,
about the stoning or something like that.
No, not just stoning. He was sure that these people are mad and they will one day come after them. Some of the other people, they don't like Ekweremadu. I don't think he had that sense that people are angry with him, and even his own people. I'm not talking about people outside Enugu. So people really they understand. They don't feel happy about the way things are going, and that shows in the difference between us. Some of us who are abroad, and the people at home. Some of us abroad, we want things to go slow. We want things,
can have an effect on our children if we're not careful. There's children who want.
Okay. These guys who are home and they are frustrated. They don't have patience the way we have. Yeah. So, all right. Thank you, guys. I hope there's someone who will take over from me. Prince, go ahead.
I wanted to contribute to what Adewale was saying. First and foremost, let me start with Ekweremadu. when we talk about government doing more, are we saying that government should do more towards Ekweremadu? Why are we not even thinking about the doctor? The doctor that, the doctor did whatever he did based on the promises from, from Ekweremadu. And he was doing it, in the sense that he's trying to save a life, but now he will go to prison. Not only would he go to prison, he will also lose his license. Ekweremadu coming out is gonna gain something. At least all the 40 houses he has, there is, he's made for life. My annoyance with Ekweremadu is this. There is a report that just came out a few days ago. Ekweremadu had some people approached Ekweremadu and told him that they wanted, for him to use his office to apply Senate.
Prince, that's not true. Don't go there. That story is not true. Yeah.
It's not true?
It's not true.
Okay.
The other thing you just said now, that the doctor will lose his license, is not true. He has no license to practice medicine in Britain.
No, they said he's going to lose his license. He will.
He doesn't have a license to practice medicine in Britain. That's what we read yesterday.
Wherever it is, after saying
it's in Nigeria that he was a license. So, and I don't know.
Okay. At the end of the day, when we talk about government intervening, the difference between this one and what America did in Russia is as a result of the fact that America has something to bargain with. What would Nigeria offer in exchange for Ekweremadu? What do we have? Are we gonna give them oil?
Nigeria has a lot in excess to Ekweremadu. Nigeria has leverage, but this is the problem.
So are we agreeing? Are we saying that the Nigerian government should exchange Ekweremadu with our oil or with something? I don't know.
Yeah, okay. This is what you got. This is what you have to understand.
Can I hold on? We have to welcome you to the show first before you speak.
Oh, sorry about that.
It's like open the door and get inside and start talking.
No, I understand.
Yeah. Welcome to the show.
You're welcome.
All right, so you can go ahead.
No, I thought I was welcome when you said Ekene. That's why earlier.
Oh.
Yeah, when you said Ekene earlier, I thought the welcoming was already done.
All right, go ahead.
Oh, so we have to apply morals in everything that we do as a country, because that's the problem we have. But it's human to be sentiment, but it's also the law system to prosecute people for breaking the law. Because if government should always go by the sentiment of its citizens, you're not going to have a functioning state. But no matter what, when somebody commits crime, irrespective of his position in the country, he still has to face the consequences to a certain degree. In most cases, the punishment has to match the crime. Giving them 10 years is excessive, but it's also a bargaining chip for the British government, because in so many cases, politics apply. Nigeria does have leverage against that's towards Britain in many cases. So United States has huge leverage. We all know that, but Nigeria is not a small country, because the thing about it is that we as a citizen always underestimate the power of Nigeria in the global world or in the global setting. If Ekweremadu committed a crime, it has to be punished by that. The only thing Nigeria will do is that during the appeal system, that is when the leverage that Nigeria has will then start coming in. But he still has to serve jail time. because that would deter other politicians from doing such. Deterrence is always necessary, because I gotta let you see it this way. Nigeria citizens are very lawless. We all know that. When your politicians are lawless, that says a lot about its citizens too. We all know what goes on in Nigerian airport. Has any of you ever experienced the same at any airport that you've been to? No. So it's high time that we should recognize that punishment has to always be dealt on somebody for their crime. You can't take somebody from a country, induce that human being, and take him to a foreign country to fulfill the transaction. Even though you clearly, Kwemado is not an illiterate. He's a highly educated man. He knows the law. He was a lawmaker. So the 10 years to me is okay. When you as a law, if you're a law enforcement and you want to get something out of somebody or maybe get a conviction, you have to first indict that person and charge excessively. Then everything starts getting. At the end of the day, it's going to serve 10 in 2 years. It definitely has to serve 2 years to 4 years. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Okene. Gozuka, I'll let you speak and then I'll hand it over to forefathers. Gozuka, go ahead. Your voice is not very clear today. Are you okay?
I had one hell of it. I'm still having something. You know, stressing me up and down. I had have sneak kick coffee. Mr.
Hold on. Can you guys hear her very well? Are you hearing her very well? Is it or just me? Because I think
no, I can't hear her. Just echo. Yeah.
Echo. Can you hear me now?
Okay, it's better. Let's go. Go ahead.
Yes, no.
Okay. So I said good evening, everybody. I was not able to join the show on time. I was jumping cab looking for house. This was in images and other thing entirely. Don't wish it for anybody. But I was able to get I was able to sneak in and out of the show. And I am surprised. I'll be surprised if anybody thinks the US or any other Western country for that matter takes us seriously. I mean, how can they? We don't even take ourselves serious. How can any other person take us serious? Did anybody see that week fair that took place in Ghana, where they were telling the vendors to go to Nigeria and organize a week fair? She's trying to take all their customers. This is Ghana next door. Ghana is how many hours drive? They don't even rate us. I expect these people that have seen us finish, that probably know more about our president-elect than we do, that have all the debt on our politicians, both past and present, to take us serious. Come on, guys. It's not possible. They don't rate us, and they shouldn't rate us. If I were them, I wouldn't treat us either. I would treat us worse than they're probably doing now, because we do not have a bargaining chip. We'd never have. I think we lost it somehow, somewhere before the 70s. Maybe in the 60s we might have had a bargaining chip, but now we have nothing to bargain with. We have no respect outside our borders. Even Ethiopia, with all our refugees, you're telling us to get visas. So how can it's a sad one. I joined I entered the studio when somebody was saying something about what can Nigeria give in exchange for Ekoramadu's freedom. I don't know if I got that right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this is my question: why should Nigeria give anything for a convict to regain his freedom? Why? Why should Nigeria have to give anything for a convict to regain their freedom? It's not like he was wrongly charged. He committed a crime. He was guilty. I still have my grounds with the UK. They cherry pick who to persecute. That's a discussion for another day. But why should Nigeria have to bargain with the UK for somebody that has been convicted for a crime? Is he special? What's so special about him?
It's
He
not
was
to be
elected.
freed. He was a senior official in Nigeria. It's for him to come and serve in Nigeria.
One reason why he should have behaved himself. If anything, Nigeria should lobby for stricter sentence so that it will
From
serve as a
foreigners.
deterrent.
From
I don't care.
foreigners.
If they can't do it themselves, they might as well use the help of the UK to do it.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's
they can't do it themselves. If he was caught here, we both know that if this thing happened in Nigeria, it will never even make it to the news. The whole thing will just be swept under the carpet. And that guy, I still speak about that boy. Nobody is talking enough about the victim here, the guy involved. If it had happened in Nigeria here, we won't be talking about Ekuremadu. We'll be
Because
talking about the guy.
that guy is not a victim. Is not a victim. Don't make somebody that is a grown man that knows what he's doing a victim. A victim is somebody that was kidnapped. You see what I'm saying? But somebody that embarked into a transaction to sell his kidney. You know Nigeria. Nigeria is very corrupt, man. Don't make somebody like that a victim.
Okay, Mr. I can say whatever you want to say. I still see the guy as a victim because given the disparity between him and Ekuremadu, he's the victim here. He is the victim here. He had, I am telling you, he had no choice. And the guy probably did not know the extent of what he was going to do till he got there. Let's not forget that. He probably did not know the long-term consequences, lifetime consequences of what he was going to do till he had people, the medical people over, they bluntly explain it to him that for life you're going to have to deal with this kind of conditions because of this thing.
All right, Gozika is frozen.
Can I?
Let me just. I've not said anything myself. So.
I know. Before I hand it over to you, and people expect you to keep quiet.
Exactly. They will be like, shut up.
Someone already picked me
forefathers.
Funny about
Okay. What's going on? Everybody's.
I can hear everybody though.
Forefathers, go ahead.
Yeah. I think that she's conflating the idea that they want him to come and serve in Nigeria as some kind of leniency to release Ekuremadu. That is not the case. And asking him to be brought back has nothing to do with him denying justice, that him being denied this thing or justice being done. This thing that just because we hate our politicians, we just say, okay, let's to hell. Whoever is able to dispense justice is okay. You just said that European is okay for them to do the justice. It doesn't matter whoever can do
a call came in, and that was why I was cut off. A call came in.
Go ahead.
And that was why I was cut off. So
right,
I think it is very, very funny that you would argue that he coming back to Nigeria to serve the sentence is not the same thing as him being let off the hook. Please, it is definitely the same thing. If Ekuremadu comes, if he was brought back to Nigeria to serve his sentence, you and I know, or if you claim not to know, I can at least tell you that he will not spend up to a day in prison here. Probably house arrest, just for show. But prison,
that could be the condition of release. Let's not do that. Nigerians do spend time in prison. What makes you think that the West is not the same anyway?
No, you did not mention condition of release before you went that route. You categorically stated I was trying to represent something else, that if he came to Nigeria, he would serve his sentence. And I'm trying to tell you that if he came to Nigeria, he was not going to serve that sentence. He won't, not even for a day. So they might as well keep him there. And it is not hating on politicians. No. P2B is a politician, and I love the man. So it's not hating on politicians.
He's hating on politicians that you consider corrupt.
It is not hating on politicians. He's not the only politician. If anything, I should be rooting for him.
Then so you are saying that your citizens should be jailed somewhere else, something that they will not do. No matter how guilty their own citizen is, They'll bring their
I
citizen back home.
It
I
is
think
it
it's
is
right
it is
to
our
that.
own it is our
an
own
appointment
ineptitude that
for
when their
rotation.
citizens commit crimes in our country, we do not prosecute them. It is not their responsibility. It is a
They do
shame
the
on
same
us.
thing in the UK too. The
No,
UK, their citizen committed a
no,
crime in the UK. They got their citizen out of the UK. That's
no.
like America got their citizen out of the UK. Somebody that killed somebody. This one is organ transplant. That one killed somebody. They got the citizen out of the UK
So you are saying we should get Eferemadu out of the UK because it's
because
number 4.
because you don't value your people. That is the difference. That is what they
Nah,
are trying
he
to
does
teach
not.
you.
He is the one that
Look at it
lost
this way.
value for people. And let's not change the topic
The
here.
mentality of
What
an
I'm
But that
trying
is
to
the
say,
reason
Mr.
why they're
Fofadas,
asking to
do
come
not,
back. It's a security
Mr.
breach.
Fofadas, please let me land with my train of thought so that you don't distract me. What I'm trying to say is that if you're arguing that we do not prosecute these people here when they commit a crime, that they get their people out when they commit a crime, that we should be able to do the same. I think you're being unfair, and you know that's a very false terrain to take, because this is the reason. When these people commit a crime here, they collude with the people in the highest office. They collude with these people. They commit this crime and get away with it. We do not want to punish them. We see them as sacred. We don't even want to touch them. So they get away with it, not even because their people are interfering, but because we lack the willpower to do anything to them. So the country that has the willpower to persecute somebody that comes to their country to commit a crime should be applauded. I'm telling you, they should be applauded. If you come to a country and you commit a crime, and the country has the balls to persecute you, despite the fact that you're a political figure in your country, I think you should be the country should be applauded. Nigeria does not have the balls to do the same. If they had the balls to do the same, and America is insisting, give us our citizens, then it will make the news, and then we can take it from there. But they don't even have it. They don't even initiate it. They don't even initiate it. It doesn't even make the news. They just go behind closed doors and say, you're a citizen, no, we caught him doing something. Do you want him or we should? They don't even say, should we take him? Come and carry him. They don't have the balls to do what is needed. NEPA has done their own thing. So I think I'll yield the mic at this point. NEPA, you see, NEPA has done it.
Welcome. That's Nigeria. I think I will excuse you to an extent because you sound like somebody that has been in the West before. So, but if you haven't, then I will excuse you a little bit because maybe you don't understand how things are also done here. These people, they are going to save their citizen, even if the citizen committed murder, and it happened less than 2-3 years ago in the UK here. They are going to save their citizen, even if it's a pedophile and a sex trafficker, like they did with the prince. The prince that attended the wedding just a coronation how many days ago. They protected him from going to the UK. This is things that people do. The reason why they do these things is because somebody that is senior in your country, you have to the information that they have.
Mr. Fofadas, will you agree with me that it is not so much as the position of the people involved? It's not even the position of the person involved. It's more like the bargaining chip the country has.
God bless you.
They are placed
I like that angle. Sorry, Ngozi, I like that angle.
But that is changing the goalpost now. You were saying that he should rot
no,
there.
it is not changing the goalpost. It is exactly the same thing.
See,
it is not changing the
how is that
goalpost. It is not about the individual here.
They get level.
It is not.
You know I said this thing yesterday. They will listen to themselves. They don't listen to Nigeria for a reason. There's a reason why they don't listen to us.
Because we talk like this.
Who talks like how?
You like let them punish him. Let them punish him for us. That's why it's like that.
Forefathers. You know, recently the US went to, was it Nigeria? Where did they go to do a secret operation to evacuate some of their citizens, regular citizens? The US did that. Did Nigeria does that for you? Then I'll take them serious. When one of them is in problem, then I can probably reciprocate. See, like Ngozi said, these people, when they talk to each other, they know there's something they stand to gain from each other. But with our leaders, they don't take them seriously because of the way they've portrayed themselves around the world. Forefathers, Dr. Dabejis is eating cowtail. Adewale is eating A5 Wagyu. Undubisi is eating something. You're eating fish roll. You now tell them, let me taste your own, so you taste my own. They will tell you to go away. You see, our leaders are not respected not because of you and I. It's because of the way they have carried out their duties. It is not a problem for you and I to fix. It is a problem for our leaders to fix. If you keep person when they borrow money, Somebody that comes to you to borrow money all the time, that is broke. You don't respect such people. We're always going hand in hand to borrow money.
And
IMF this money.
aside from that, Shosho, I want Mr. Fofodas to say this. I just wanted to say this. It is not about the individual. It is not, even if it was their president or their vice president that commits a crime. It is not about the person. It is the country per se. The fact that the country has something on the table to bargain with, that is number one. The fact that, sorry, you people are going to have to excuse me. The fact that the country has a bargaining chip on the table, that is number one. And their place in the scheme of things. We're talking about countries that control other countries.
We have a lot to bargain with. It's just that we
What
have
are you
not
bargaining with? What have you ever bargained with?
Are they not in our country? Jesus
we
Christ. They are literally getting all our oil. They are in our, they have their embassies here. They have everything.
I'm saying they're your country, but you won't even persecute them. They are in your country,
they are breaking Nigerian laws every day. Right? As we are in Nigeria right now,
but
they
you
are breaking
don't
Nigerian laws.
persecute them. Mr. Forefathers, you don't persecute them.
Yeah, but that's the difference now. That is what I'm saying. You see, just because something is wrong,
the reason you don't persecute them is simple, because you know their
arguing
country
for the status
has
quo. What
something
you are
on
doing
you.
is that you're arguing for the status quo. You're not arguing for a change. When you talk, you don't understand that you're arguing for the status quo. What I'm saying is that we need to change this habit of thinking that our people are less worthy of
what you're basically doing, you're advocating for change. Okay, let's take it this way. What are you advocating? What sort of change are you advocating for? That we should
start valuing our own people more, because it filters into everything.
No, I think you are putting the cart before the horse. Yeah, I think it should be, what you should say is, these people should start valuing us. I think that is what you should say.
You are these people. Don't you get it? You are these people. See, I'm really getting a little bit exasperated by your position, because yesterday you acknowledged yesterday that these people, they will go on choose wealth over the people that they are supposed to represent. Before they chose that wealth, whom were they? Like every one of us that think we are self-righteous all the time, because we don't rate our people enough. We are willing to take money over our people.
Does that make you happy? I rate you.
No, you
I rate Rudolph.
I don't believe you. You know why? Because you are willing to sell another fellow African.
I'm not selling anybody. I'm saying whoever does the crime should do the time. I rate you. I rate Rudolph. I rate people on this show.
The way they behave, not what they say.
No.
In this case, it's not tied to me that you are looking at face to face. You say you rate me, but if it's behind my back, you don't rate me.
No, I rate you until you misbehave. If you misbehave, then I will say, Forefather, don't F up. You know, if you do the crime, you do the time.
Mr. Forefather is saying that is because these people are elected. They were ordinary citizens.
Please,
Mr.
Forefather, let me tell you something.
Let's address this issue, please. Thank you, Dr. Damages. Thank you.
Look at this guy's facing trial. You see, they just showed just now. We have leverage. We can negotiate. You know, I think Rudolph is being mischievous. Rudolph just gave us leverage.
I'm trying to point out at something. That guy was arrested for immigration issues and discriminating against Nigerians. But guess what? About 3 weeks or so after, he was released, an order from above. So that's what we're talking about. I think that's the point that some of you are making here. I just wanted to show that that story.
But Mr. Forefathers to deflect from it. Mr. Forefathers, you see that what Dr. Damages just showed now buttresses what I've been trying to say all along. We lack the balls, we lack the willpower to prosecute these people. We don't.
Because people like you are saying don't. Leave him, let him rot there.
Mr. Forefathers, we're not talking about a Koremado here. We're talking about the picture that was put up by Dr. Damages now. Somebody a foreigner committed a crime, and orders from above. Where is above? Said release him, not from his country, from your country.
Their country. The order came from their country to our leader, and our leader
not from their country. No, from your country. Orders from above, from your country.
I just told you from their country to our leaders.
Not from their country. I am telling you, from your own country.
You see how this will shield foreigners. This is how they behave. They think the whole world ends in Nigeria.
I agree with you, Forefathers. It came from their leaders to our leaders. Our leaders agreed. They had a choice, but they agreed.
So
bottom line
our
is
leaders
one
agreed.
person had the responsibility to do this, and that is our people to prosecute him.
Why do
Now
you
the
think we?
others might have
Why do you think we
the
agreed with
others
them?
might have
No,
come from their
sorry.
people, which
Leverage, like you said.
their
Godfather,
people
as
do
you're
not have the
arguing for
My
this,
jurisdiction
argument is
there.
that we do have leverage, but because our
would
people,
would
our eyes are not
Ekweremadu
open to it, we just let everybody do whatever they like with us. We've
But
always had.
Godfather, I
Ekweremadu
have a
deserve what
question in your argument.
he
My
deserve
question
what he's
is:
facing.
do
If
you
I'm
think
the
that
judge, I will even
Ekweremadu will
increase it
want to
more
come to
self,
Nigeria and serve?
because he did that in UK, so he should face it there.
He doesn't have a choice. He's a citizen of Nigeria. If he wants to renounce his
So,
citizenship, he can go ahead and do it.
given to our prison status and where he is, I think he will even prefer. So, what am I trying to tell you? That what you are driving at is a very right cause, a very wonderful cause. But they are the ones which Ngozi and the show is talking about that are supposed to pursue this. It is their responsibility to put us front. What he has done is bringing shame to the to the individuals. And even if you are, even if you're the owner of, or if you're part of British, look at the number of Nigerians that are going into that country. What do you think that? How do you think they look at us? Do you know why they respect Chinese? Because if you handle them anyhow, they leave your country. They have a place to go to, but they treat us anyhow because they know we don't have a place to go to. So if we are pursuing this, what you're saying is the right cause. It is doable. It is what it should be done. But those that should be at the helm of affairs to drive this cause are those that have brought the cause low.
All right. Austin, thank you. Adewale, do you have anything?
I don't know if I'm the one that bring this topic out and everybody going. Not that I support the Kurimadu's action, but as a parent, um, even if your child commit heinous crime like murder, all the G crime, it's still your child, no matter what. And during the sentence, the court will ask you, the parents or any witness, any character witness, to if they have anything to say, just to if that could help with the sentence. The parents will come forward and they will plead on behalf of that child. Still your child, still your blood. So Kwemadu is in Nigeria. I mean, I understand you just said something earlier that Nigerians are angry. Even his own people are angry, and they probably won't look at it from that perspective that he's a Nigerian and it should be dealt with regardless of whatever he's facing. But it happens to Kuribati today. It will be the next person tomorrow. There's a show in America called Locked Up Abroad. Most of the victims in that show usually, they always fall victim, perhaps run foul of the host law, host country law. So eventually, when they get caught up, they get arrested. That's when they know their way to the embassy of their country. So most of those victims or most of those participants in that shows are American. Some of them never for one day, know where is the embassy of that country. But at the end of the day, they will find their way out. Sometimes the embassy help them. There's always a back channel to every country's relationship. Diplomatic way, the one that we see on the national television, and the one they have, they have a way that they communicate and all that. So I believe the country should have done better. It deserves what it gets, number one. But at the same time, regardless of the political platform it belongs to, I believe the country can see the authority. I'm talking about Nigeria government could still do more, to see how they could find, not necessarily finding a something, grant for him, but at the same time, maybe lesser sentence because number one is done politically is done. He's a felon. He's a felon for life. He will be a felon. So I mean, what do relationship? Can he suffer again after that? But notwithstanding, you said earlier that Nigerians are angry. You probably won't see what the argument we are bringing or what prompted my question. Until they themselves will find themselves in that. The crime that he committed was not a crime of fraud. Of course, the fraud aspect or him being a politician, a corrupt politician, is one aside. he ran foul of the law simply because he was trying to save his child. But he should have done it in the better way. And but every parent won't care, if it happens to them. But at the same time, I just believe that, for even the Attorney General and the entire African parliamentary organization wrote a letter, to plead on his behalf and all that. But you could see that the British were, they are really, really want to make him an example. They were stoic. You could see in the way the case was, how it was proceeding in the court, that they really want to make an example. Someone said earlier that we don't have leverage. I don't think any sovereign nation have leverage. They just have to dig deep. They don't necessarily have to exchange, felons. Sometimes they find a way to, satisfy each other's conditions and all that. But I don't think if they repatriate Kuribadu to Nigeria, that the Nigeria government will allow him to serve sentence. But at the same time, there's a way they could do it. Put him house arrest in London, but then people believe that he has committed the heinous crime in life, that he should perish. I get it. People are angry, but you also know that it happens to him tomorrow. It could be somebody else come tomorrow. I mean, today it could be somebody else come tomorrow. He's gonna pay the price whether you like it or not. So,
all right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you. So, thank you, guys. I will hand it over to forefathers. I have to go, but I appreciate everybody that joined me this morning. We'll get you different guests next Sunday. Take care.
Yeah, forefather, look at it this way. There is something that our Nigerian people don't understand about international politics. We as a people sometimes we make some callous comment. I understand his opinion. What she's saying is opinion. Thank God that is not somebody that has to be in a decision making position to make comments like that. So in diplomacy, people arms are twisted, arms are wrangled. That is why it's diplomacy. As a politician, there is no way he's going to go to jail for a long time. You see what I'm saying? It's never going to happen. Any high-profile case is a high-profile case. When people think that Nigeria doesn't have political muscle in the world, you are not serious. In fact, Nigeria is maybe the 8th or 7th country with the most influence in the whole world. Why? Because of its position. It's the leader of Africa. As the leader of Africa, it sits on the world stage. Anything that has to come into Africa has to go through Nigeria. Yes, each country, each 54 countries is an independent country, but they still have to discuss with Nigeria. I will give you a case in point. Throughout history, since Nigerian independence and U.S. military expansion, Nigeria prevented the United States from building military installations in Africa for a very long time until ISIS came up. It was the ISIS issue that the United States seized, that is why, if you understand politics, you are going to question United States motive during the ISIS uprising, because it was the ISIS stuff that enabled the United States to put military installation in Niger and North Africa. Before that, they couldn't. And it was Nigeria that kept pressing and stopping it. And the reason why Nigeria did that is because Nigeria has the military expansion interest just like US. But because of our stupid politicians, we couldn't build military enough. You see what I'm saying? Because people don't understand what the country has in the country foreign policy. In fact, 70% of Nigerians don't even know Nigerian foreign policy. I think that's far low number. It's way more than that. Don't even know Nigerian foreign policy. We don't. I'm sorry, most of us here don't even know Nigerian foreign policy at all.
Because we barely have any.
We barely have any. Even when we do have, we don't even discuss it.
Yeah, publicly.
Nigeria don't even discuss it publicly. But covertly, Nigeria has prevented America from so much. It was just recently that the United States began to go to individual countries in Africa to get things done by bypassing Nigeria, which is also diplomatic because they use that against China in Asia. They use that against China in Asia. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah.
Please, can I say something quickly?
Yeah, go ahead.
So the former speaker, the person, I think it was Mr. Adewale that said something about even if your child committed a heinous crime, you do not get to kick them out. You do character attestation for them. You come and argue for them in court and say, please, I know they've done this, but my child. And I'm saying yes.
You are frozen.
This is a political republic. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear
Sorry,
you.
so many messages and calls are coming in. But as a citizen, the only thing Nigeria owes Ekoromadu, like every other average citizen, is to ensure that his rights are respected. He's given right to fair hearing. That is, he's not just bundled up on accusations and thrown into jail. He was given a fair hearing. That is the most. That is even below what they do for the average citizen. But
Please, I have
he
something
was
to say.
he was given a fair hearing. He was not just accused and then thrown into jail. He went through the process and he was convicted. That is Nigeria ensuring that his fundamental human rights were not abused. So anything outside of that, because he's a politician, sorry, a foreign policy. Go and ask Nigerians in Ghana about foreign policy. Don't even go far. Go ask them about Nigerians in Ghana about foreign policy. And they will tell you, I've witnessed it. I grew up in Accra. They wake up one day and lock up your shops. Go to the Nigerian High Commission. Nothing. The only people that had a free pass are Nigerians that were married to Ghanaians, and which were very few. I used to work in one of the markets that were dominated by Nigerians at Kaneshie. They will wake up one day, lock up the shop, and won't come to work. What is that thing they used to call it again? There's this fancy English they used to speak. They said if you do not employ 25 indigens, was it 25? I think 25. And some other very funny conditions, which even their own businesses cannot even dream of. How do you have a small shop like this, small shop for crying out loud, and you expect the person to employ this number of Ghanaians so that before you can be able to run a business there? So they wake up every day. This is staying on your foreign policy. They wake up one day and they just carry key and lock up your shop. You go to your embassy just shake their head and say, well, it is what it is.
Yeah, that is the problem now. You should be, the reason why that is happening because Nigeria's foreign policy is not doing what it's supposed to be doing.
I am just trying to point out to
blame for it not doing? Who's meant to defend this?
Us. This thing
you
we
and
keep
I.
pointing at the leaders all the
you
time.
and I. When we have people that we pay to do this job, forefathers, stop now. There are people paid to do this job. There are people paid to do this job to uphold it.
Let me give you my own personal account.
You might think that
you can
you are telling
verify
people
this.
the truth, but it's disempowering. What you are saying, let me just add this point quickly.
Say this.
15 seconds. What you are saying, you think you are empowering people, you are disempowering them by saying it's the leaders. If you let them know that they have a say in what is happening, their impact will be a lot more and you will see actual change. Sorry, go ahead.
Saying was this. You said it is on us, the citizens, right? And let me tell you what the citizens do. They have an association. Of course, they are not standalones. They have an association. They practically, every time this thing has occurred, their shops had to be unlocked because of their own private efforts. Nothing about foreign policy. So do not even. It's laughable that you tell these people about Nigeria's foreign policy. Every single time these people woke up and locked up their shops, to have the shops reopened, it is through their collective efforts as individuals. The government has no stake in it. So if you say that Nigeria, we are not. If you say we do not do enough, or we're not doing anything. Which government of Nigeria? Government of Nigeria, you go to High Commissioner, and they will just be shaking their head and be looking at you.
See, for me, I want to say something. For me, I think what UK about Ekweremadu is for me is very, very good. I will say my mind. I said it before. It should be 30 years. And why I'm saying this, and it's an example to the rest of them, because it happened there, it have to be dealt with there. And if they say they should send it back to Nigeria, for me, this can thing, and how would someone just sit down and reason such thing? Forefather, I was in a show. I listened to one conversation. I think Shion host the show on Twitter, something like that. I listened to many things you said, which you are pointing out some errors Nigeria were making and they are still doing right now. But if I can go back to what you're saying then and now, Ekweremadu committed something in UK, and we Nigeria were saying before, like, UK is the problem of Nigeria, and now they have to settle one for us, and you are saying they should bring him back to Nigeria.
The point is that they shouldn't have to settle one for you. Secondly, if you think UK
they have to because he committed it there. Because if there is hospital in Nigeria to do this, I think they'll just go on the street and just, hey, okay, this guy is good. They'll take him and go and do this.
But in reality, that they do everything to get their own people out of our hands or any other country, even between themselves.
Yeah,
like the US, like I said,
we gave them the right. So
hold on now.
Let
me just 15 seconds. Let me just say something.
Okay.
The US, a citizen of the US killed somebody in the UK. They got the person out of the UK and didn't bring the person back to the UK to face trial. They had to try the person while the person was in the US.
So was it Sharon from Oklahoma? Was it Sharon from Oklahoma that got that lady out, or was it the US government? I don't get this thing you're saying. Hey, tell our government to get him out. So what's the problem? Right?
The problem is that if we keep saying
on
that
YouTube, that is causing the problem.
Because what do you think Americans feel when the American government does that? The Americans feel that their government care about them.
Because they don't feel. The Americans know that their government care about them. They don't feel. They know. There's a difference between feeling and knowing.
The question I wanted to ask him is that if he loves the UK and the way they conduct themselves, why don't we copy what they are doing too?
Another one.
Let me say this.
They do the same thing. Why don't we copy them?
UK, and he has home there.
So
I think even in Nigeria, what he have in Nigeria is just corner launch. He have his mansion in UK, so they should settle his case there.
Father, what you are saying now is just like this lady. At the starting of the Ukraine war. All right, the lady that arrested for Igbo waiting in Russia. All right, that's the political leverage. All right, that political. Man, America cannot see on the middle of a war, a citizen become a prisoner. It's like a blow. No matter what the lady did, they want all the way to bring her out. People are not happy. All right. Someone will tell me, the girl is not straight. Many people they came out were hugging her girlfriend. People you see why America spend their tax money to bring her out. All right. People were against it. Some people were also not against it. You understand? That's how it goes. But I will tell you this: Nigeria, I see Nigeria as Ngozika is saying, the power from above. When you have power from above, not even from the state of heck, they might arrest American for shooting someone in Lagos right now. A commissioner of police who hears America, let him go. A commissioner of police let him go because an American. Not from his own commissioner of police will let him go because look at who you are. It's a personality, all right. Now, Ekweremadu is a fourth man. Ekweremadu is a high-profile case. If Nigeria have that privilege or political affiliation, anything, Ekweremadu could have his case could be a different case. But Nigeria doesn't have it. It's not about
Nigeria it was Buhari not there for the coronation the other day.
He
If he said, okay, if you're not going to bring my this thing back, forget your this in Commonwealth.
So exactly. So why didn't he make a stand? Is that still my problem? Based on what you said, Buhari
Nigerian
had a
citizens will
chance.
be against him. Right now, many of you will be against him for doing that because you're like,
Why would I be
yeah. Why
against
should he
him?
be for Commonwealth?
Why would I be against him if I'm going to?
I'm traumatized by the comments that we are making.
This is what I have to be going through. Now
Go through it. You'll be better.
Guys,
with a common balance.
Guys. Let me say something real quick. Right? Let me say something real quick. In our culture taught us to be men of virtue. When we talk, we have to talk with his foresight, knowing that a crime is a crime. We all know that as men that are raised in Africa with culture. Our culture, put law aside, punishes a man for committing a crime like this. Our culture does that. We know the severity of what he did. He broke a law of a country. You have to allow the law to take its place. You have to allow the law to take its place. Then appeal it. While the appeal is going through, let the diplomats do the diplomatic wiggling. You see what I'm saying? This man just got sentenced. He's not even in jail yet fully. Allow him to sit there and face the consequences of his action. A year is okay. 2 years is okay. In a year to 2 years, that man is going to be out. We all know that. But if we start debating, it's just like one thing that pissed me off about Nigeria is this. Somebody is a drug dealer. We know he's a drug dealer. He goes overseas and supplies drugs that kills and destroys families. And when this individual is caught and locked up, we are here debating that he should be free. No, he has to face the cost. In fact, where is our morals? That's what I don't understand. Where is our morals? We need to stop this as a country. That's the problem with our country. We don't have morals anymore.
I'm not sure anybody is even arguing for him to be freed. That's the interesting thing. I don't know why people keep saying that. The only thing people are arguing for is for him to serve in Nigeria. That is all.
No, he shouldn't even serve in Nigeria.
Why not?
No, a lot of people in the comments. Forefather, this is what he has to do. If he comes home to Nigeria, I got to disagree on that one. If he comes home to Nigeria, Nigerian politicians don't serve their sentence. They don't, even if there is an agreement between countries, you know, sometimes you take somebody, you take him to that country and have the diplomatic this an agreement that person should serve maybe 2 months, 6 months in their country, because everybody knows once they go to their country, the country law is going to kick in and then they're going to free that person. It happens in the United States. The same thing happens here. When somebody comes to the United States after those diplomatic agreements, they never go to jail. They go straight to home. In fact, US take their sins and make it like that person is holier than thou. No, they committed a crime. So
but I don't believe that our people should have to serve overseas.
How many months did Buhari serve in Nigeria?
Senior official of Nigeria.
Forefathers, how many years did Buhari serve in Nigeria? James Buhari, how many years did he serve?
Did you see the Thanksgiving they did? Serving overseas.
Once, if a criminal is sent to Nigeria, the man will go and do. I told you yesterday, he will go and do Thanksgiving in church. They will do Ashwebi. They will go and meet him at the airport, and you'll be here complaining.
So you mean if there is an agreement between the UK and Nigeria,
they will take Ashwebi and go to church. You know this.
They will still release him if Nigeria has an agreement.
What happened to James Ibori now? How long was James Ibori?
I thought Nigerian government, you can't eat our cake and have it. I thought Nigerian government was beholden to the West. Now we are saying that they would defy the West and just release him.
Even United States, even in the US, let's say that is between US and UK. If that guy steps into United States, he's going straight home. He doesn't go to jail. That's why people it's diplomatic when we always make that person to serve. Some sentence in Godfather. He gets home, right? They know it's going to be a free man, so they try to hold him as long as they can and make it serve a certain percentage of that crime and then take him home. No Nigeria commits crime overseas and go to Nigeria and serve sentence. It doesn't happen. No person commits crime in their country, go back to their country of origin and serve sentence. I've never seen anything like that.
Apart from that, Godfather, like Ibori that we're talking about, Ibori today, you think after serving that time in London that he will come back and humble himself. He's one of the power holders in Nigeria now, to the extent that even the INEC select the other day was calling him Okadigbogbo, praising him. You understand? Praising
I'm
him.
making it about him. It's not about him.
It's not
It's
about
about
him.
how
I'm talking
you
about.
value your people.
I'm not talking about that. Okay, would they value me if I'm locked up today? If I do anything, would Nigeria come for me?
The reason why they don't value you is because we already devalued our people. That is why they too don't value you. It's a feedback loop. When you people keep thinking that I keep trying to highlight this to you people, you don't get it. Why do you think even leaders from the school in the UK they come to Nigeria and do worse things? The ones that are in Nigeria they get to power and do bad things too. It's because it's us that are doing it. It's not necessarily a foreigner that are making us do all of them. We are corrupting ourselves. We don't value our people. They value their people. No matter what their people do to you, even if they've killed your child, they will still excuse the person and bring the person back home.
100% correct. They will do that.
Why do you think they do that? Ask yourself, why do you think they do that? Why do they do that?
Somebody in Italy.
Amanda Knox. It is the government it was Amanda Knox, yes, the one that had the issue in Italy. It was the US government that brought Amanda Knox back to the US. It wasn't Okija. It wasn't a random guy from Houston that went to. It's the government. See, it's almost like you're underplaying the role of the government. The government have a major role to play in how your citizens are. I told you my experience going to Nigeria. My daughter went to Nigeria a few years ago, realized her passport had expired. It was too late to renew Nigerian passport because it would take a while. Decided to get a Nigerian visa for her on a British passport. We made a mistake, simple mistake, nothing, anything. And I thought, oh God, I have to pay all over again. Only for the embassy to tell me that I have 3 months or 90 days or 60 days to correct that mistake and bring the form back. And the money covers me. That is because Britain has an agreement with Nigeria that our citizens can make a simple mistake and you make them pay again. Flip the case. You make one mistake in Nigeria when you apply for British visa. That's it. So say it. That's it. It's gone. You pay again. So is that done by average British man? It's the government. See, your government is the one that will put you on a pedestal on world stage. We as citizens will now support. We have to support wholeheartedly. We have to play our role, which, like I've said to you, I do my bit. You do your bit. I've not been to prison. I've not been to jail. I've lived here for a while. I try to, I speak positively about Nigeria. See, on my WhatsApp status, oh God, it's a mess. All the worst news happening in Nigeria that are legit, not fake news. I post it on my WhatsApp status. But guess what? No non-Nigerian can see my WhatsApp status because you have the right to block people who see your status. Every colleague that is not, I'm talking Ghanaian, Kenyan, white Caucasian, Italian, that is not, because it's our business. And I don't want to watch it, in public on daily basis. But there are a lot of Nigerians who live in the UK who are probably detached from the story, that are my friends, siblings. So they see, I keep them abreast. If you want to see the good news about Nigeria, there are places to find it. I'm just highlighting the bad things. I prefer solutions. I suggest things I would do differently. On my WhatsApp status, because I don't do Instagram, so that's my big social media platform, my WhatsApp status. So I'm wise enough to protect Nigeria. I'm not an Omali. You get, so I intentionally blocked every non-Nigerian from seeing my status. Because I have numbers, there are people that I work with over 10, 20 years ago that have my number. But I don't want them to see what's going on. So I protect Nigeria as much as I can. I go to work, I'm diligent. I've worked on projects that they've brought me back after years. They say, oh, sure, we want you to come back. We want you to come work on this project. It's because I've been diligent. Nobody times me, when do you come, clock in, clock out. No, I'm free to go and leave and work from home, but I get the job done. That is portraying Nigeria in a good image.
That is
now,
Nigeria
my president and my other people are now dragging us down. They have the power to turbo this thing. They are driving in reverse in a Ferrari. I'm driving forward in a Fiesta. It's difficult, forefathers. Don't act like you don't know these things.
I think you are not understanding the context.
I do.
Let me ask you a question now. I'm going to ask you leading questions. Because when Ngozika was here yesterday, I asked her. So the question is, how is it that Nigerians produce these leaders? How is it that when they, these leaders like you now, or any other person, I wouldn't put it on you, some other person that cares about the people rises to the top, then they suddenly think, okay, let me just join the party. Let me not care about the people anymore. Why? How does that happen? Do you know the mechanism that results?
Okay, let me ask you. Let me answer you, Godfather. How did that person? How did he go to the top?
Through election or through cheating, one way or the other.
Okay, did he do cheating by himself? But let me tell you, see how things work. I know people that have gone there and rise to the top. All right, and they're not, and they won't become who they are. All right. I know so many people that have done that from here. What happened is
Well, how
this.
did they get there? How did they become? Where did the corruption? When did the swing happen? How did it happen?
Whereby, poor father, for example, we met in OTC, like, all right, I tell you to come back to Nigeria and contest for House of Rep. Is it by your power? It's not by your power. You
So
come there,
is
you
that how
won.
the swing happens? The person that brings them in
Most of
corrupts
them,
them.
that's how it happens.
So, for that,
So they are
So
corrupted by people
if
that are already.
somebody,
No, I
for
want to get to the
example,
crux of it so that we will understand something here.
because of it is that most of our people elected, they are not being elected by the masses. Is the rigging that let them in. So the masses have having no power over them. Okay, for example, now, in Imo State, all right,
Why do they stop caring for the people, even if they rigged? Why do
because
they stop caring for the
they have the return to make. They have the
They have
return.
a return to make. So why
Yeah,
they can choose not to make that return?
then
it's
you have
difficult
to
now.
okay,
It's difficult, isn't it?
You
This is
need to
like
go,
Because
yeah.
one, they love themselves more than they care for the people.
Because
That is what
they are
tends to
not there for
happen.
you. They are not there for the people. They are not there for you. They are there to represent the interests of a particular person.
But these
Period.
people originally cared for the people. They also experience bad healthcare. They also experience bad roads, bad electricity. They also experience all these things. Why is it that when they get there, they turn? They become the people that perpetuate the same situation. Why do
Because
they turn?
somebody put them in. They can't go there by yourself. Someone push them in there. And
There are two aspects to this, and
Right,
I
go
will allow Sho to try
yeah.
to explain it in his own words to what he thinks is going on.
Okay. So, I mean, I can't tell you for a fact because I've never walked that path. But what I think happens is, alluding to what Uzo said, a lot of these guys get there through godfatherism. And I know godfatherism exists, everywhere. But the strain that we have, the strain of godfatherism we have in Nigeria or in Africa in general, is one of the worst ones, where you are, just handpicked and put there, and you have returns to make. Oyetola was the former governor of Osun State. The Jackson guy, the dancing guy, the Adeleke, he came in and he's paid some bills and he's cleared some debts, a few backlogs. And they said, where have you found this money? He said, I've blocked a few leakages or wastages or whatever. And there's money to pay at least some of this backlog. People have made of that what they choose. Some people are saying all he needed to do was block, a link that was going to a certain quarter, and the money is there to pay because he is not godfathered by anybody to get there. He got there because the people supported him. They wanted change. They voted for him. So the chances are he would do right by them. There's a particular image online that I love so much. I'm not sure if it's Shagari, one of the northern leaders in London, where he was walking and there was an Igbo man holding an umbrella.
Yeah.
It wasn't raining. It was just total respect. That guy was Nigerian. He was Nigerian, but he was respected on the world stage. You get why? When our leaders went for, what did they go for? Somebody mentioned it. I can't remember. Was it the Queen's death or something? And they packed all of them in the bus and they were happy. They were smiling. And there was a few leaders from choice countries that, had their own cars that drove them. I think it was in England. Yeah, maybe when the Queen died or something like that. We've lost respect. And I think most of it, I'm not saying solely the leaders, but most of it is caused by our leaders. When you are known to be very corrupt, the image you portray of your home is poor. Your people are literally being. You see that? I know it's propaganda is part of it, but for that, you live in the UK, you see it. BBC, CNN donates $2 a month, donate $5 a month. Something they'll mention one funny name. Is crying, is sick. You don't often see that about countries in the West. So the image that we've created for ourselves through our leaders in the most part, is one of a poor person. And when you're poor, you don't get to dictate how you're treated. Well, I don't believe we're poor.
Sure. Look at it this
Can
way.
I
Sure,
just
look
ask
at it this
question?
way. Do you know what make Nigeria?
Yeah, go on.
Do you know what make Nigeria? Do you know what make Nigeria godfatherism different from the West?
Please shed some light.
Is the fact that Nigerians are too loud. The West have the same thing. They do godfatherism. Look at Justice Clarence Thomas in the U.S. What is going through with the Texas politician? The man has been channeling money through a justice. This is the worst corruption. You don't know how corrupt the West is. The West is far corrupt than Nigeria. The whole Supreme Court justices are corrupt. They are all taking gifts from politicians.
I know.
That's what is going through now. That's what people, and everybody's pissed off. But some people are playing it down too in the U.S. They're trying to save this justice. Even the justices like themselves are acting like it's nothing because it's deep-rooted in the West. Corruption in the West is far deep-rooted. The thing in Nigeria is that when we see something that is corruption, we speak out and condemn it. In the West, sometimes they just make it normal. Sometimes they go as far as changing the laws to accept corruption. Bribery in Nigeria is a crime to the citizen and to
lobbying
everybody.
is accepted in the US.
But lobbying is accepted in the US. And it's the same thing. It's the same thing. So it comes down to one thing. I do prefer the way Nigeria criticize politicians. I prefer than the West. I prefer it far better than the West. But the thing is this, right? Sometimes when you criticize certain corruption, it also hinders the progress of your own country. Because corruption between countries or corruption between politicians and what do they call them? Business people benefit the employment of citizens. But when it becomes too wasteful, then it becomes detrimental to the growth. In Nigeria, the corruption between politicians and business are more of on the wasteful side than on the profit, than on the improvement of infrastructure. You see what I'm saying, right?
What makes it particularly wasteful?
What makes it particularly wasteful is that the infrastructure is not even built. If let's say right now you want to build a bridge, River Niger Bridge, right? And the earmark for the River Niger Bridge is $3 billion. But the building of the bridge alone is going to be about 1.2 billion or 1.5 billion. People are going to be like, what? 3 billion? But once the bridge appears, they forget the 3 billion. Case in point, Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger was going to build the second bridge of the Golden State, of the Golden Bridge in California. There was a section that was being built. Do you know that United States controlled by bidders, right, was estimating it to cost about $2.4 billion or $2.2 billion. That was back in 2006 or 2005. Arnold Schwarzenegger was like, this is crazy. Do you know what Arnold Schwarzenegger did? He allowed foreigners to bid that contract. Normally you don't in the US, but he allowed foreigners to bid, and a Chinese company won that contract. The Chinese company built that bridge in China, transported that bridge through ship, all the parts for that bridge, transported it through massive shipment to the United States, installed it in the US. You know how much it cost? $475 million. Whereas US companies were going to bid for a minimum $2.1 billion. So that's a lot of discrepancy.
I think for me, where I see in terms of wasteful corruption in Nigeria is because most of the corruption that happens in Nigeria, the resources end up in the West. Because if the funds were spent in Nigeria, it will circulate and
you've made a point.
Instead, would become self-healing.
Exactly.
So,
you've made a point that I love so much. Corruption is bad, but it exists everywhere. Anywhere there's money, there's corruption. Church, Moscow, anywhere there's money, that football, sports, there's corruption everywhere, right? But our leaders, our politicians, they've bastardized the system, the society so much that even they know that it's not safe to invest in Nigeria. Not because of they care that you would know. No, these guys they run with impunity. Nobody can stop them. You can't challenge them. So it's not a case of you Uzo will find out that this money that I used to build this, I stole it. No. They just feel like their money is safer far away from home in a more stable economy. That is why they take the money out. If our politicians were, not that I'm encouraging it, but if they were taking our money, stealing our money, and they were even investing it in the society, people would get paid. The money would run through the system. It will benefit Nigerians. But you take the money, everything, you take it far away from home. This is what they do. And that is what really gets me annoyed. That you take the money, you don't even let the people smell it. You just carry it far away from home. There's corruption everywhere.
The same thing happens even in the African American community. It's almost as if all our communities are under attack. In the African American community, they call it that money doesn't circulate in the community. The moment it comes in, it goes. When other people, it stays 48 hours, 2 weeks. Sometimes in some communities, it stays for months.
I think the Jews have a deliberate act of making the money go.
Circle in the economy. But in our community, pure. We keep doing this thing where we are just serving other people, and this is why I keep saying that we have to be deliberate about this, because sometimes when I come across it makes me look like I'm trying to say that we should value this in corrupt politicians. No. It's about value your own people and start taking responsibility, because I think it filters into everything else we do. If you value your people, you are less likely to want to leave the healthcare system in such a terrible state. You are less likely to want to spend your money overseas. You are less likely to want to leave them in darkness. It has to be at the core.
Let me ask a question. Forefather, who is the current elected governor of Rivers State? Do you know him?
Okay. Oh no, Timmy or something. I think it's Timmy Perry.
But you know Wike.
Yeah.
Wike was running campaign as if he's come for the third term.
Oh, is it Simfun Barabi, whatever that guy's name is?
Nobody did know him. So
I've never had him speak. He just follows Wike like a boy.
Say me, where the governor today? What's going to happen?
Sorry, let me give you an example.
So can I ask you something?
Yes, go
For example, you know when Anene was terrorizing the whole East, I think, Anene now.
Yes,
so people won't be because he steal from the poor, then he spread the money to people. Is that good? Was that good? He has said that if they steal the money, they spread it in Nigeria. Anene was stealing from the rich and giving that to the poor. Was that a good thing?
It wasn't a good thing, but there's a slight difference.
Okay.
Like I said, I'm not justifying stealing, but okay, let me give you an example. This ties to what I was about to say just now. So I work in a particular sector in the UK, where different new IT systems are deployed, all around the country. Every time there's a new system, and I'll joke with some of my colleagues, and I'll say, I feel like this is probably quote and unquote corruption. Some of the corruption in the West, because maybe a new director comes in, a new CEO comes into this particular organization and has some friends, or lobbyists who come to him and say, oh, take our IT system. We'll sort you on this. Because these things might happen. I can't say for a fact. They'll probably, pay for you and your wife's holiday, luxury holiday, go on a yacht, go whatever, buy a Rolex. These are just me just thinking as a Nigerian that. Because why would you get a new IT system today and 3 years later that you train over 4,000, 5,000 staff how to use it? Then 4 years later, a new CEO comes in and changes it, brings in a new system. And I said to, I said to a few colleagues, I said, who are Nigerians, I said, I think this is their way of being corrupt, because a new CEO comes in, has a friend in that IT software, provider, third-party supplier, gets something, kickback, whatever it is, and tells the organization, this is the IT system we should use. Now, the people, the community, the people using the services would benefit from this latest IT system. See, it might be corruption because somebody is getting something unofficially, which must not be found out. And I'm not saying it happens, but let's say it happens that somebody is getting a Rolex wristwatch for him and his wife as thank you for buying our system. But the people, living around using that system 200,000, 100,000, 60,000 would benefit from that IT system. You can see how the people are still benefiting. But the corruption in Nigeria, it is they suck you dry. There's nothing in it for you.
And they transfer the benefit to
They
foreigners.
take it to a foreign land. That's one of the biggest issues.
All our sweat, all our work.
Everything.
Overseas.
Everything. They take it out.
You took the word. That's what I was going to say a few minutes ago. You took the word. You took those comments from me out of my mouth. I'm sorry, and I appreciate that you said that because I didn't want to be the one that would take the hit. That you supporting corrupt politicians.
Yeah.
Let me say this. Let me add to what you just said. Sure. When you persecute politicians the way Nigerians persecute politicians in Nigeria, right? It's gonna result to capital flight. Because guess what? How am I going to be telling my own person that you corrupt, you this, you do that, and then somebody from another family is telling me, yes, tell him he's corrupt, and I'm saying you corrupt, and then the person runs to that family, they say, oh, welcome, my son. I'm going to turn around and be like, what the hell happened? Didn't you tell me to tell this guy that he's corrupt? And as soon as I tell him he's corrupt, he ran to your family and then you welcomed him. Something is not right. Western countries welcome over $2.something trillion a year from corrupt politicians around the world.
London is the headquarters.
And London is the headquarters. Do you know that almost one third of high-end real estate in London are unoccupied?
I know that for a fact. I know that.
Look at that Queen's Park. Look at the Queen's Park. You know that when you come out of that Piccadilly
Piccadilly,
line, right? And you go up, you get into that Queen's Park towards Buckingham Palace. On your left, you remember that big, massive real estate right there?
Yep.
Do you know that more than almost 2/3 of those buildings in that apartment, this penthouse over there are unoccupied?
I know. Even the Shard, there are apartments in the Shard that are just locked up, completely locked up.
Unoccupied. You know why?
Fathers, I'll get your number. I'll send you a documentary. You'll be shocked.
Those are massive real estate. And that's a massive corruption. Then go inside London. A lot of houses in London are unoccupied.
All these shell companies, where are they registered? How long does it take to register a company in the UK? That my friends in Nigeria saying I want to register a company, they will tell me the whole process will take months. In London, you go on your laptop, on your phone, you register the company in 5 minutes. How much do you pay? £15 or so.
I got to also say this in show. Nigerians lie a lot. Nigerians lie a lot. You know why? Nigerian citizens are also worse criminals than the government. I'll tell you why. When you go to that to register your company in Nigeria, it's very fast and quick.
Okay.
But when you get an agent, they will lie to you, say all these things to you. Because I gotta tell you, when I go to Abuja office, right, the registration office in Abuja to register for company, sometimes it takes only about anywhere between 48 hours or a week.
Oh wow!
I'm telling you, it's registered. I have like almost 4 or 5 companies that are registered in Nigeria. The longest that took was 3 weeks, and it was because of me. I was sending the document that they needed very late. The first day, this is how they do it in Nigeria. It's everywhere. But you remember, when you go, Lagos is like the most corrupt place in Nigeria. That is why I always say that Lagos has to be, like Lagos, people have to move out of Lagos in massive number to enable to develop other aspects of Nigeria. Because this is how it works. When you go to Nigeria, to that, what do they call it? FR something? When you go over there to register your company, right? The first day they ask you what's the name of the company. You give it to them, then they put it into the system. If you can wait within 1 hour or 2 hours, they will tell you if that name is available for you to register. If you said if you can wait and then get that name availability, right? You can then leave. In 2 or 3 days, you come back and they say, okay, your registration is done, and then you get your paperwork. You see what I'm saying? It's that quick. It's that quick. I have registered stuff. In fact, the first time I registered a company in Nigeria, I was shocked. My clothing line, this cloth right now, that's my clothing line. The first time I registered this company in Nigeria, it was done within 48 hours. The name, everything was done with it. The certificate got printed. The certificate got printed. I think one of the is somewhere.
That probably started sometime middle of last year because there was a change.
This is done this is done 4 years ago.
4 years ago?
Yeah. And you see
Wow,
Nigerian
I'm
passport.
surprised by that because
I gotta tell you, the fastest place to get passport in the whole world is Nigeria. Nigeria works seamless if you have the right people and you are out of Lagos. When I first got my first Nigerian passport, it was 48 hours. My first Nigerian passport. Do you know what I was told? This is what I was told. I was told back in 2002 when I was getting my passport. They said to me that it's going to take me a month, 50,000 naira. I was so kind of pissed off about it. Then I went to one of my aunties and then I was asking, I said, hey, auntie, I want to go do my passport. They said it's going to cost 50,000 naira and it's going to be a month. She's like, who told you that? Then I told her, the person that told me, she said, this was in Kano. She said, just go to the passport office, pay them, it's only 8,000 naira. Then it was 8,000 naira. Say, pay them 8,000 naira, in 2 days you get a passport. As I began to doubt her, she said, just go do what I said. I went there, I came in, I said to them, I need a passport. They said, okay, are you ready right now? I said, yes. They took me inside our room, captured my image.
Biometrics.
And no, it wasn't biometrics then.
No biometrics then. 2002.
Yeah. So they captured my image and then I left. I was still kind of debating, are these people serious? Do you know that in 2 days I came back? I went into the office. The man asked me, do you have the 8,000 naira? I said, yes. Then I gave them the 8,000. They gave me my passport. I opened it. I was so shocked. In fact, before I left there, I spent another 5,000 naira just dashing people for good job. You see what I'm saying? And they were so happy that I gave them money. They were so happy. So what I'm saying is this, it depends on where you are in Nigeria. And the good thing about Nigeria, you can register your company in any state in Nigeria. You don't have to be in Lagos to register a company in Lagos. You can go to Abuja and register a company that you're going to operate in Lagos. They're just going to ask you which address. You can go to Sokoto and register a company that you want to operate in Lagos. So Nigeria, that's why I like our federalized system than state. Because when you do it state now, that's when the corruption will become massive. So I got to tell you, next time, if you want to register a company in Nigeria, just leave Lagos. If you want to do your passport, okay, I was in Abuja. My passport expired. I took my passport to Nigeria, expired passport. When I got into Nigeria, I know what they're going to do. They were looking at me. I said to them, my passport is expired before I gave it to them. So they did all this thing, took my picture, and then they gave it back. I didn't give $1 to nobody. I walked into Nigeria. I went to the my dad's funeral. Funeral was over, right? Then I came back to Abuja. I wanted to go and do express. They couldn't do express anymore because of the time. It's 2 days to Salah. So all the big people are doing their passport. Do you know what I did? I drove to Lafayette, 3 hours from Abuja, and did my passport with it. In fact, I sent the document to them. They started the process. As soon as I got there, I sat only for 3 hours. I got my new passport. I left. Back to Abuja.
Yeah, what you're saying is right. If you want to get a passport, go to rural areas. You can't get it in the major city.
I think it's because obviously it goes without saying the demand is less. There's less demand.
The demand is less. Number one, it's like they go to Keja office right now, right? All those officers. When I talk about officers, I mean not the main officer. They have their externals outside office there. All right, where they produce passports also. So they will give a delay. That's all the screen. They will give you a delay. That delay process will make you to fall back to streets producing passport. And you pay more.
Before we drift too far into the passport discussion, the original discussion was about
the corruption.
The corruption and how we represent our people when they are overseas. For me anyway, I feel like Nigeria or many African countries, they need nationalism, a kind of a nationalist kind of government to come along, because we don't tend to have them in African countries where it pops up everywhere in other countries, because nationalist government will assert their sovereignty. And how dare Africans try to do that? And that is the problem. If we don't learn, nationalist government will put the people first.
I
Nationalist
agree.
government
I
will put
agree.
the people beyond anything else.
And now you're speaking my language now. This is where you're speaking fluent show. That's the language you're speaking of. Fluent show. You're fluent in my language. I can agree with you on this. So, I mean, think about it. How easy would it have been for Patrice Lumumba's people to stand right by him? How easy would it have been for Nkrumah's people to stand by him? What do these men have in common? They were taken out.
Yeah.
But our current crop are loved. They take our wealth and they run away with it and go and deposit it in a foreign land. Some of them die. Did you see? You live in the UK now, but
And the money is
about a
lost.
year ago, a list was released of properties in the UK that have been unoccupied for, was it 20 years? They released so many properties, and the amount of Nigerian, I was even checking just in case, because my father spent a bit of time in the UK, in and out in the 70s and 80s. I was just checking, just in case, the amount of Nigerian names on these properties in the UK, unoccupied for over 20 years, abandoned. So this is why they love our current leaders. But there's a reason why they didn't like people like Lumumba. There's a reason why they didn't like people like Nkrumah. Because those people, yes, they were nationalists. It was their people first. So if you told a Ghanaian man, you didn't even have to tell a Ghanaian man back then to say, oh, they've arrested one of your people, who stand by him. You would naturally, because they're like, you know what, we stand together, we're one. But when at home, they rub it in our faces. When Tinubu is buying $11 million house, and me, I'm thinking, how far now? What did I do wrong? And I agree with you. The people also have a fault, because I think the standards, the people, or the morals have been eroded somehow. There's a saying in Yoruba land, Omonyo Shagbafo, Onkasho Wole, Erojuole Emu. That simply translates to, your child does not do laundry services. He's not a dry cleaner, but he's bringing clothes home, and you're not asking him. You're looking at the thief. That used to be a common saying in Yoruba land back in the days, even before I was born. It used to be, when I was a young boy, I used to hear that a lot. I grew up in Ibadan, a lot. But these days, you hardly hear things like that. Even the parents are using slangs, jare, sioti, ja, all this loose slang. And the parents are now justifying their children doing Yahoo, saying that, oh, they are taking back what the foreigners took from us. There are a lot of parents in Ibadan justifying that. So the morals have been eroded. So it's a combination of both. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying let's, exonerate, the citizens. It's just the leaders. Of course, we produce the leaders, but I'm saying it's a combination of both. I just feel that the people.
Feedback loop. I call it feedback.
Yes, I agree with you. I just feel the people who have the power, the drivers of this change, are the politicians. We are the passengers. Now the go tell say wash and shadow. We will check for them and say, okay, enter that lane. We can support them along the way, but they are the ones driving. So if they're driving in reverse, bros, I can check the lane for you, but we're not making progress. If you're in reverse. But you see, if you have, and when
you are selecting a driver, let's say you are going to this thing, you are selecting a driver.
We just try to select one now. We just try to select.
Who are you going to blame? Are you
going to blame why you not here when we try to select a driver? Now you know, see Lagos. Did you see what happened in Lagos? Did you see what happened in Rivers?
Yes.
Didn't we try to select a driver?
And they won. See, it's like the drunk driver won. The good ones didn't win that struggle, and that is what the good ones need to win.
How do they win? How do they win with people like Wiki in power? How do we win?
Because people like Wiki, they too strategized. They are not stupid. They took a long time to get where they are. The people that want to do well have to do that. The problem with the ones that want to do well, they have so many things working against them because they don't have money and they can easily be bribed, threatened, and all the rest. This is why nationalism goes deeper. Because they understand that when you are a nationalist and you achieve what you want to achieve, you're going to get all those things anyway.
Exactly.
It's not like the West. It's not the West. The rich people in the West are way richer than the rich people in Nigeria.
So let me tell you something that would really get you annoyed. Let me annoy you quickly. You're going to get really annoyed with me, but at this point, it doesn't matter much. I was having a conversation, during the coronation ceremony. I was busy, I had stuff to do. So I didn't watch, any of it. But I just came into the living room. I saw the crown and all of that. And I was like, oh, I remember the South Africans, not South African government to even tell you now. But South African, generally on Twitter, everywhere saying they want the diamond on the crown. They want it back because it belongs to them. And the British said that it was a gift. And I thought to myself, no, this conversation is not recent. It was like, it's been going on for years. And I thought to myself, who gave you? The British people who were in charge of South Africa at the time or whoever gave you. They gave it to the crown.
Yeah.
It belongs to South Africans. Give it back. So my wife now said, yesterday, she said, I think they should give it back. So I now said something. And I told her, I said, you've heard the name because she's like, forefather. She has forefather. She knows Dr. Damages, those two names. And Mama Ichu, because I put my phone on speaker most times. So she said, she doesn't know what anybody looks like, but she's like, forefathers, Mama Ichu. So she said, I said, let me say something that would annoy someone like forefathers. I said, now, these diamonds and all these things, not like the artifacts that returned to Nigeria, that went back to Benin Kingdom. Those are fine, but like diamond that can be sold and broken into pieces, or somebody who puts, as pendants. I said, you know what? If actually they want to return these things to Africa today, I'll probably tell the English people to hold on for a while. And my wife couldn't understand. She's like, what? How can you say that? I said, because, I have trust issues with our leaders. If they return those things today, they will disappear.
That'll be war.
Said they would disappear. They will kill each other for it. They would fight each other. They will break it into pieces, and it will become personal effect.
It may not happen. You see, this thing we have.
No,
I don't understand your.
That's why I said I have trust issues. I didn't say it will happen. I just said me personally, I have trust issues with them.
I understand that. I used to think that when they always talk about
things like brass and things like we don't value artworks in Africa. Not a lot of people value artwork in Africa. So all the ones that return to Benin Kingdom is not quick money, but diamond, you are returning diamond and things like that. You probably find out that they will say python swallowed it. JB, if they told you 10 years ago that snake will swallow money in Nigeria, you will have said I'm talking rubbish. If they told you termites would eat vouchers that is worth millions.
But sure though, when people say that, those people did the court acquit them because a snake ate their money?
The cases die now. The one that collapsed, that they were opening his mouth, the NDDC guy, professor or something. But what happened since then? They were fainted and they were opening his mouth in court. Off your mic. Have you heard anything? These cases die natural death. And that's why I have trust issues. So I would want all our things to be returned if I believe that, even if they're kept in a museum or sold, I don't care who owns it. Let's get the money for it. The diamond will.
I think if let's say it comes to someone like a place in Nigeria and Aso Rock holds it, the day it is stolen, it will be a national.
It won't be national anything. Sometimes you talk like you're not one of
us. From Aso Rock, something that the entire country knows about.
Aso Rock that they said Buhari couldn't go to office because they were rats there and they clocked the office and they were.
No, but that's what I'm saying. But that's a different thing. I'm talking about. It's like saying they have Shekau in prison in Aso Rock someday and somehow he just disappeared. It will be a national.
So Kuje prison that they went to and they operated for hours. Who has been sacked? Tell me, nobody has been dismissed.
Nobody has been sacked. I agree with that one, but it's gonna be
there's a plethora. There's so many we can go through. See, it's not all doom and gloom. But if you look at Nigeria, sometimes you're like, sorry, some of these things, like I keep saying, I like the phrase low-hanging fruit that our government officials can do, tick off the box and earn brownies with us. You understand? Brownie points to say, our government did this, so they did this. So people from Ghana can hear it and say, that's normal. To us, it's not normal. They've done it. Let's clap for them. But they don't even do the things that appear to be simple. Kuje prison was broken into. Nobody lost their job.
That is the uselessness.
And you say Diamond won't go missing.
We don't know whether people lost their job or not, though. We don't necessarily know because we are not.
If people lost their job, they will have shouted it from the rooftop. It's brownie point for them now to say, we did.
Because it's also their own incompetence now. Because their own incompetence is leading to it.
If someone wants to lose their job in Kuje prison, who is that going to lose his job first?
The prison warden, whoever is in charge.
Bishop Imperium is in charge. He's there. At least my sister, that's on the head, but they won't. They'll go and find a cobra.
I think that you start from the warden that is in charge of the prison, except the failure is not his fault.
He start from the head.
By the time the Ministry of Interior resigns, then the president will have to resign now because the Ministry of Interior is empowered by the president.
Godfather, let me say this real quick, okay? Whenever something like this happens in any country that understands what we call optics, right? The first person that will resign is the Minister of Interior. First. He's going to be the first casualty. The president is supposed to fire the Minister of Interior
that is
within a
not
month.
necessarily fair now, because any prison can
it's not fair.
be
It's
broken
not
into,
fair,
then the Minister of Interior
but
resigns.
remember
the prison is under your watch. The prison is under your watch.
It's optics.
Exactly, it's optics. It looks
It's
bad.
It's under our watch, man.
Maybe
the
you're right
Ministry
there.
of Interior has to be fired. It's optics.
So these are some of the things that make people question to say, what direction are we even going? Does anyone care? Is there any adult at home, or are we just citizens just on autopilot and all these things? So
I think we highlight all the negative. We don't necessarily see all the positive, because when we're highlighting the negative, it looks like that's all that is going on. 200 million people are alive in that country because a lot of things are also going right.
Well,
otherwise they will just implode and that population will decline, because it takes something to sustain the life. Nigeria has never had 200 million people in that spot before. It takes something to sustain those lives.
Let me tell you what I think of Nigeria at this point. When I say a lot of things that go on, I think Nigeria is an experiment put together to see how much a group of people can take before they reach their breaking point. Because honestly, sometimes I question, how do people make it from day to day? Those who are doing fine will say, oh, stop saying that, stop saying that. Honestly, some of the conditions, and I know, yes, it cuts across. There are a lot of people suffering all over the world. But sometimes you just wonder, how do people make it from day to day? When it shouldn't be that tough for people. Yes, every country is going through inflation and hardship, and all, but Nigeria's case is almost peculiar. People are
I don't subscribe
really
to that. I
suffering.
really don't subscribe to that, because in reality, I think we were here the other day when Ngozika was like, she was working online and she was bidding on projects with Indians. Indians were willing to work for cheaper. That's India, that is basically a nuclear power spacefaring nation. Some of the citizens still today were willing to work for less. So it tells you that we seem to have a sense of, how do I put it? A sense of entitlement, really, when you think about it. A sense of entitlement without necessarily earning it, an unearned entitlement. We rely solely on natural resources for our survival. We say that we want to be like Western nations. We don't do anything remotely close to what they do.
No,
We don't behave like them.
Forefather, I'm not interrupting you. But think about it this way. For an Indian to do it cheaper, that means they have the necessary tools and the necessary, infrastructure to do that. Think about Nigeria. The first problem in Nigeria will have is that they don't even have power. They don't have power. So he will have to burn probably his generator, buy diesel or fuel. So, it's not going to be the same. You understand? It's not going to be the same.
Even when I work with Nigerians in Nigeria that doesn't require petrol or fuel, you can see that their work ethic is very, very different from that of let's say an Indian person, because all they think about is either they want to do their job a little bit as much as they can, and they want to get the next job too, or they want to think about leaving the country. That is all their focus is. They are not focused on building or working their way. They don't have that inherent
I agree to an extent.
to be part of the country that they are in.
Check this out, Godfather. You call somebody a teller. Mm-hmm. You have two tellers, all right, or three tellers. One of them is a Nigerian that has no relationship with a foreign country. The other one has relationship to a certain minimum with a foreign country, and the other one has strong relationship with a foreign country. They three will make you a cloth that is of the same quality. But the difference is the one that is in Nigeria that has no relationship with foreign country will make you that cloth, let's say 2,000 naira. Let me just use, let me be realistic to today, 10,000 naira. Then you contact the other one and he's going to say 20,000. The other one says 30,000. And you ask them, why are you charging me 20 or 30? You know what they're going to tell you? The ones that charge you higher? Oh, it's the dollar. What has dollar has to do with with sewing cloth. Nothing. But the one that charges 10,000 doesn't say anything about dollar. But those two are telling you, oh, it's dollar, it's dollar, things that, and you're like, you're confused.
You know what's funny? I made some, sorry to interject. I made some Agbada in Nigeria recently. And the young lady who made it for me, she made some for me not too long ago. No, we actually discussed it. I said, I want to make Agbada, send me designs. I chose the ones I wanted and sent her back and forth. She told me how much she was going to charge me for the 4. So I completely forgot about it because it's not like I have where I'm going, but I just wanted some for this summer, Owambe and all of that, because COVID do a strong thing. So this summer, a lot of people are, feel all these 60 egg malls. I have like 4 or 5 egg malls turning 60. So I'm like, we're going to turn up this summer. So I contacted her about 4 months later and the price had gone up. Each Agbada had gone up about 20K. And I said, what happened? She said, dollar. Honestly, I nearly dropped.
So I'm not interjecting, but you are back. You this summer is gonna be badu for you.
Of course. Oh, definitely. I'll probably join one of the shows from a party. You watch out. We have.
UK, you guys are enjoying. For us here, no.
You see how Akwachi just woke up. What is it, Badu? No wonder that his photo has that big heart.
So sorry, honestly, it just sorry, dollar for what now? We're making Agbada now. You're telling me dollar. I said okay. She's my Abura. I said okay. So I haggled a bit. Then we agreed on a fee. I was like, in my head, I'm thinking dollar to make Agbada for me. Carry on.
Sure. Yeah, this thing is still like, okay, after all, the Agbada will use the zip, but they're all foreigners, okay? They are being imported. The material is also foreign, being imported. So dollar will come. What about a plantain seller? What do you think about that? He said the dollar is high, that plantain is high. No, if you take clothes.
You get the same thing over and over again everywhere because I work with Nigerians almost every other day, and you see that the country is actually being hemorrhaged from inside out. First, some of them are jackpotting overseas, and the ones that are there that are actually working, they are pricing out. That's the foreigners are pricing out, especially in tech. They are pricing out the local companies. Let's say the local company pays IT professionals 200,000 naira a month. But the foreigners will pay them 400,000 a month, and that is cheap by foreign UK standards. That's less than £1,000. About 400, 500 pounds really to them. But they've now priced out Nigerians completely.
And that's about 450K. That's about
Yeah, and now our people are serving them without even leaving their country. They are serving them, not serving their own country. The damage that is because nobody is keeping an eye on the bigger picture, the damage that has been done to the nation.
No, it actually has been discussed. People discuss the Jackpot. The Jackpot syndrome is a big deal. I
don't hear it on TV. They just talk about it like it's some kind of.
So that's the thing. When people, when people laugh at, there was a particular guy. He made very good points. I think it was about 2 weeks ago, but he made a very condescending comment after I spoke, and I said, on Twitter I follow this, and he said, some of us have things to do. We don't stay on Twitter, and I just laughed like, that wasn't necessary. But they pay me. You understand? They pay me. I get my news from Twitter because I know with mainstream media there's so many things they won't really discuss. The Jackpot syndrome is a big deal. It's discussed. Like on Twitter, it is a regular thing, especially the medical field and the IT field. I mean, there was a time people were actually discussing that most of the problems you face when you're trying to use your bank apps, all your banking apps in Nigeria, is because all the IT boys have left. I didn't know it was happening in the IT as well. They said but a lot of IT boys and girls in the banking sector have left. And that's why you're struggling using your app, because the people maintaining it have left. Now, the doctors and nurses, oh my God, I can't tell you how many I meet on a regular basis. And to my shock, yesterday, news broke that over 520 nurses in the UK are going to be questioned because apparently they write an exam before they leave Nigeria. Now, straight bullet just catch me. I'm from Ogun State, but I was born and raised in Ibadan. There's a center in Ibadan where they write this test. There are centers across Nigeria, but the center in Ibadan is the one that is in question. Over 520 of these nurses in the UK are now being questioned because they think that there's been some, manipulation with their results in Ibadan center. So they've closed that center down. People are so desperate that they will even do Ojoro so that they can pass
To
this
just
nursing test
travel
to
overseas.
come here.
They are taking us
No,
wholesale.
but if you are saying, if you're talking about that, that's happened even here in the United States. Last 2 months, that don't happen here. Nurses that went around to right for a board in Atlanta. All their results for the school is closed down. Like, about 3,000 people. Nigeria is like my wife, 2 of her friends is involved. All right, they don't. So it happened everywhere.
It's everywhere. It's not. It's not peculiar. It's not peculiar to Nigeria, because one thing that we do always think is this: we always think that what is happening in Nigeria is peculiar to Nigeria.
It's only Nigeria.
But
The
only that
Philippines are in that
we
case
speak
are more.
loud about it.
Yeah.
We speak loud about it. We criticize it, which is good. We don't tolerate it because our culture doesn't allow that. But
the news was like Nigerians. They're not even to 5 Nigerians on that case. But the news was like Nigerians. I was like,
They always like to type it into Nigerians as the
news was
women
Nigerians.
of this thing.
They feel like Nigerians are medical
There is a bigger point that somebody made earlier on. They said that African countries, I think just before COVID-19, there was a trend that African countries, the economies were growing very, very rapidly. And then boom, COVID-19, and now you are seeing a massive shift in the rate at which they are opening their doors now for African citizens to come into their countries. And that the reason why they are doing this is, one is they are using one stone to kill 2 birds. Because of their aging population, they need to service the economy, which is fine. Then they also want to delay or forestall the development in Africa, because if those people are in Africa, they will be able to develop the continent. But now they are yanking all of them out. If you can't believe how much Nigeria has lost in terms of technological development because of all the thousands, maybe up to 100,000 Nigerians that have left that country.
Okay, so now going back to who is to blame.
There's a reason. I'm sorry, sure. There's a reason for that. This is what foreign countries did that Nigeria didn't do. Is Nigeria to blame? But foreign countries are long run. Nigeria is going to benefit. I promise you that. Foreign countries right now are winning. Nigeria will win later on. They printed a lot of money, so there is excess cash circulating within these foreign countries. So because of all the trillions that they printed in their country, they have a lot of disposable income. But remember, that's why the inflation in Nigeria is a little bit lower because of spending, but it's high because of importation. But in the foreign countries, it's much higher. So what happens is that there is a lot of money circulating in the system, so they can hire all these people. But guess what is happening now? There's something called rebalance, right? Economic, that's capital rebalance or economic rebalance. So the rebalance is going on gradually. That's why they are slowly hiring interest rate. They cannot hire it sudden. If they hire it sudden, the economy tank. So because they are slowly responding to the rebalance, right? Now Nigeria doesn't have to worry with that rebalance in terms of financial interest rates hike. But if Nigerians live for overseas for that, in 5 years, now most of them are going to be broke. Except nurses. Nurses will never be broke, or doctors, because of demand and aging population. But like tech will go broke easily. Then Nigeria
tech will go broke easily.
You say what?
How do you know I'm a tech man? You just confessed that you're a tech man. You're the one working with all these.
I'm in tech. I'm not staying away from it.
Just look at it this way.
But my tech is linked to healthcare, so you see, it's secure.
It's secure. But something like aerospace and mechanical, the reason why is because of and other tech like computer. The reason why is because if you look at the last 3-4 months, there's been there's massive layoff in the tech industry because of the rebalance. So, and most of these tech industries, their employment during COVID was as a result of logistics. So now that logistics, the demand for the supply is now balancing with the demand, right? So those people are now going to lose jobs, but not at a massive rate or as it's supposed to be, because of the hike in interest rate is gradual. So the rebalancing is also being gradual. So where Nigeria is going to benefit is that Nigeria will itself has to find a way to print money, but not in excess, to be able to pay workers. You remember yesterday's discussion about revenue generation, right? On taxes. You remember forefather? You remember that?
Yeah, we talked about it.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's one thing that has to help Nigeria to be able to pay workers that they need in order to compete in this 21st century that has gone by almost a quarter of a century. A quarter of a century is gone on the 21st. So we have to find a way to start printing money in order to take care of our tech people, because Nigeria in the next 10 years have to have a lot of massive employment, especially in tech. Because the world is going global and is going it so fast. Look at AI. AI is supposed to be 20 years away now. AI is 10 years, is cut in half. And there is another panic that is going within the tech industry that AI might be cut in half again, which means we are approaching AI taking over things faster than we anticipated. But Nigeria has to catch up with that. But the thing is this, AI is going to take a lot of jobs away, but the tech industry will benefit massively. So Nigeria has to find a way to save its tech industry.
The tech industry, we talked about it too yesterday about why that for me, 70-80%, maybe even 100% of Nigerians have to learn tech, because the future is in technology. And in terms of what are tech companies, the tech companies, I think people that work in tech, they shouldn't necessarily feel threatened, because in reality, it's a matter of evolution of the technological industry.
It's everywhere.
Yeah, it is non-skilled jobs that should be seriously worried. If you are not very skilled, then you are in a lot of problems, because like tech now, it's about how you have to understand the underlying technology. No matter how AI does the job for you, if you don't know the underlying technology, you can't make anything happen. And it's very, very hard to tell even ChatGPT to write a code when you don't know anything about code. Because when it spills out an answer to you, how do you know whether the answer is correct or not? You go and test it.
Who maintained the AI? Who maintained the AI?
That's what I mean. So there's going to be a job for people.
Yeah, who maintained the AI? AI is being programmed and be programmed by who?
So if it starts becoming self-evolving, then you are in trouble. Some people are worried about the security implications and safety implications of AI.
No, that's more a massive job though, all over. Even into AI, that's a massive job. But those things, people are going to maintain them. It's not just
a very simple to buttress what you said, forefathers. If you're not skilled, there might be a risk. Look at a very simple example. When self-checkout came at supermarkets, when self-checkout came into place in the UK, Tesco, Morris, and all of them, self-checkout, a few people must have lost their job in terms of self-checkout. People who are checkout ahead. When when I was in London, they closed most of the underground in London. The ticketing offices, they closed like 80% of them. So they put machines there, but some people gained jobs to maintain those machines. A lot of people will lose, a fewer will gain. You understand? There would always be need for IT. And especially with the need with this new work from home thing that a lot of organizations are happy for their staff to work from home, remote job, people in Nigeria. There's you need more IT to support that. Because if you have a lot of remote work, everything is done virtually. So you need, IT would always be around.
One area I think is expanding is, and I'm not sure you have picked up on it. Maybe you have in the West, is that there's a lot of hardware work now that is beginning to show up in the West, where like if you look at robotics, unmanned vehicles, autonomous systems. So, and you tend to see that they tend to prefer their staff now to work on site. It's becoming a problem, actually, because some of all these people, you have to be on site to test the hardware. You can't just do remote stuff there. So that thing now is beginning to come. I'm beginning to notice that it's beginning to show up in the industry a little bit. And in China, they literally kicked out most of their conventional tech companies, all this software, TikTok and all of them. They suppressed them in China. That's what Alibaba is suffering too. But they are supporting more of hardware-based technology. Now, this is why the Chinese, they are more concerned about their drone fleets, their this robotics, their vehicles, all those things. They want to build real hardware or in the real world. So, and I think in Nigeria, I don't see any strategy so far of what they want to do in Nigeria. But I think one thing we can gain from is that all our people, if they go in massively into tech, whether you are Olodo of the class or not, it doesn't matter. There's always room for all of us.
Of course.
There's always room for everybody.
Oh, of course.
Everybody joins, and
you start from
because
somewhere.
we will become a lot more valuable because you take tech into agriculture, take tech into healthcare, take tech into,
There's tech
and we'll
everywhere.
start solving problems.
There's tech everywhere. So, going back to blame some of our leaders, you remember, you might not remember when this Japa syndrome sort of started and it was flagged in the mainstream media. And it was doctors at the time, not even nurses as much. It was doctors. A lot of doctors were leaving. It was another doctor, a physician, who said, let them go. We have more than enough doctors.
Is that another
Chris Ngige.
That guy, oh my God.
You understand? A minister said, let them go. We have enough doctors in Nigeria. That when they go, he said when they go, they will send money back. They will send pounds and dollars. So this is why I'm saying that the people that we're meant to follow, that are meant to lead the way that we follow, look at the sort of statement he was making. That let them go.
But he came from the same people that always saw the West as a place to be. And these people don't understand that they are losing. I don't understand it. How did he become a minister if he doesn't know?
For me, the biggest loss is loss of your human
people.
Yeah, the loss of people. We're literally losing people on daily basis, like thousands.
These leaders, they are weird.
They don't care.
Sometimes when I get mad at them, people think I don't get mad at the leaders because I talk about the people. But the reason why I get mad at the people sometimes is because I wouldn't say I'm getting mad at them actually. I'm just trying to highlight to them that there's something you are doing to generate some of these leaders too. It's not just them, and you need to go search deeper. And I also know that there are aspects that the people don't control, like what happened to the Asian countries because they encountered Africa, by and large, sub-Saharan Africa is I don't know whether I would call it shielded or we are hoodwinked from the global this in geopolitics. We don't participate.
No, we don't.
It's almost as if we are absent from the world, which
it's
is
not like
dangerous.
we are absent.
It's like weird. But the other parts that are present in it, the Chinese, all those people, they experience a lot of traumatic catalytic event that got them to galvanize themselves, and in other words, increase their group IQ. They are able to perform better. They are able to notice whenever anything goes wrong, they respond very, very quickly. If they see that their people are going overseas, they will tap into it to reach their people. Look at Taiwan. They built some of the most valuable not some of the most valuable semiconductor manufacturing industry in their country. How did they do it? Most of their citizens were jackpotting to the US. You know what? They were like, okay, this is what they want to do. Okay, now we're going to also bring them back to found the company here. And they found the company in Taiwan. And before you know it, they didn't look back. Their company succeeded. And now the whole world is shaking whenever anything wants to happen to Taiwan. Because semiconductor, till now, it's actually still affecting the world right now.
So the government had a plan. They were deliberate. They were strategic. They had a plan. But our own is telling us, go if you want to go. We have more than enough doctors.
They understand global geopolitics.
Of course now.
But our leaders, it's like they don't have a clue.
They just tell you to go. Go if you want to go. Don't come and complain. Don't be making noise that Nigeria is tough. If you want to go, goodbye. That's what they're saying. And rather than look at the
my God, any leader that does that,
rather than look at the root problem, that senator rep was saying that he's trying to sponsor a bill to force people to stay for 5 years. You are not treating the root problem. The problem, the question you should ask is, why are they leaving? What can
it drives
we
me
do
crazy.
to stop them from leaving? But you're saying let's propose that when they graduate, they don't get their license or PIN or whatever for 5 years. They have to serve Nigeria for 5 years. You know what people started saying immediately? A lot of people said, oh, they just go and study in Ghana and they'll leave for the UK or the US. See, people devised a way out instantly. Rather than Nigeria to look at the root cause, you are trying to treat the symptoms. Nigerian students will go and study elsewhere. They go to Sudan. They will go to Ghana. They get a certificate on the day they graduate, and they're gone. It's still Nigeria's loss. So look at why the working conditions, the theaters, the hospitals, the pay is bad. But the worst thing is for a doctor to feel like I could have saved that person, but I didn't have electricity. I didn't have the tools I needed. The salary might be bad.
Because the leaders don't care
They
for
don't,
the.
they
They
don't
don't
use
tell
the,
the people
they
that you
don't
know
use the
what.
hospitals now. They don't use those hospitals. They
They
don't.
don't tell
So
the people that you know what. There is a good reason for you to stay here. They don't even make the
exactly.
argument. They don't even bother. They don't even bother. They're like, go, 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 go. And for me, do you know how many leaps you have to make to get to the point where they can go? You don't care. That first, you don't care about your own nationals going to serve other people. Secondly, you don't care about the development of your country. That every single individual that you don't even know the gravity of the situation we are in, that where we lack development, we are living on scraps. That's the level that you have to descend to find it easy. They'll say, oh yeah, they can go. It's just astounding, and many people, most Nigerians don't even know how bad that is. Because for me, if we did the maths yesterday, if you look at the money Nigeria spends on its economy, it's just something for me anyway. When I look at it compared to the UK alone, it's like I'm even surprised we have anything standing in Nigeria. That's how bad it is. I'm surprised we even have a street light still standing in Nigeria. Because it's like we are not spending. It's like one UK spends about like for I think for healthcare, 100 and something billion, 170 something billion.
Yeah.
Nigeria spends
NHS.
1.5 billion or so pounds. Like 1.5 billion versus 170 something billion. For one of them, the 1.5 billion is for 200 million people. It's 170 billion is
For
for
60 million. Have you how
60
many are there?
million people. It's like, what do you expect to see?
And to
I'm
make it
surprised.
what is budgeted for ours is now stolen.
Exactly.
Is
Then they
now
will start
stolen.
the little that we have, then we send it overseas, and look at how bad it is. Then the little money we have left that we used to train our people, they take it and the people jackpot themselves overseas to go and work for them. How are we surprised we are poor?
I just hope, honestly, I hope we get it right soon, because Nigeria has so much potential. The reason why I get frustrated and annoyed is because I know we have a lot of potentials. I know we can be a lot better than we are. We've just been so unfortunate with bad leadership after bad leadership after bad leadership. And yes, it goes back to family unit because that's where it starts from. Having the right, having morals, being upright. I'll tell a short story. So to tell you, that upbringing, good virtues, all these things, they count for something. So when Buhari, when it became the military dictator in 1984, when he toppled the Shagari government, BC Onabanjo was in London at the time. It was December. BC Onabanjo was in London with my dad. They were in London together. Because my dad is polygamy. My dad they're both late now. My dad was BC Onabanjo's uncle. But BC Onabanjo was a year older than my dad. So the nephew was a year older than his uncle. But that's what polygamy can do to you. So myself and BC Onabanjo were first cousins, like actual first cousins. And he was governor in 1980.
Don't criticize polygamy. There is nothing wrong about polygamy. It's our culture.
I'm not
There is peace in the house.
I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying that because people might be like, how can you and Bishop Obanjo be cousins? How can you be first cousins? He was born 1927. You understand? So, and we're first cousins. I'm just saying, in case people are thinking this guy is crazy. So, when the coup happened, my dad and Bishop Obanjo were at one of my dad's friend's house. They were just chilling. And my dad told the story. He said, oh, one of his friend's son just came out and said, oh, uncle, there's a coup in Africa. There's been a coup in Africa. My dad said, coup in Africa? Okay, what country? And he said, oh, your country, Nigeria. This boy his dad is Nigerian as well, but he said, your country, Nigeria. And they were like, what was he talking about? And they checked the news and they realized there had been a coup and all of that. Now, I'm just trying to say that there was a time we had leaders who were decent. There's no way you do politics and not be, your hands would be tainted slightly, like we've established with the Western world everywhere it exists. So BC Oban just saw that. On a good day, what do? There's a coup. You're already in London. Praise God. I'm not part of it. Let them deal with it. It was the governor of Ogun State, elected. Bishop Obanjo said, I have nothing to hide. And he told my dad, Akin, we're going to Nigeria. My dad thought, are you crazy? There's a coup. You are the military, you are the governor of Ogun State. And going, and the guy said, yeah, because there's nothing to hide. They boarded the plane. They got to Nigeria. They were separated at the airport. Bishop Obanjo was arrested, sent to prison. He never recovered fully. He died of complications and all of that. You know, now, my dad worked as a banker, then worked as a civil engineer and all of that. He had projects he was executing. Now, nepotism, yes. But he had projects he was executing. He was qualified to execute this project. He worked for Oni and Sons. For those who lived in Ibadan, Oni and Sons is one of the biggest, civil contractors in Nigeria ever, of all time. So he worked with him. So he was well experienced. So he was handling some projects, for, on behalf of Ogun State. If it is today, the money will have been paid. All of the money for the project will have been paid upfront because these are family. They were like brothers. Of course, it's uncle and nephew, but they're like brothers. 1 year apart, they're like inseparable. My dad was now summoned along other contractors. Dia took over as the military administrator in Ogun State. Dia summoned all the contractors that were executing projects in Ogun State, and he wanted them to show him what they were doing. My dad said, Dia was working very fast. The day my dad was meant to, show Dia around what he was doing, the project, the building and everything. He said Dia, was going and there were older military guys running after him. So my dad was trying to catch up with him. Eventually showed him everything, the building, what stage they were at. And he said Dia did something. He touched the wall that had been painted. He wanted to see if the paint would
come off. Yeah.
Come off. It's dry paint too, but if it's like cheap quality, it's like chalk. So he touched it, he was checking, and he said, okay, that's fine. So he was happy. My dad's never been, he never went to prison, never went to jail. Bishop Obanjo went to jail. So it wasn't because someone protected him. It's because he had done the job that he was paid for. Guess what now happened? They had not paid the full money. Remember, his nephew was in jail. My dad, I remember going to Ogun State from Ibadan. All those 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock trip that would leave Ibadan to go to Ogun State Secretariat. My dad chased the money for years, the balance. Ogun State didn't pay. After a while, they just wrote it off. So I said all of that to say, when we talk about our leaders today, it's not because we hate them. There were people like Bisi Obanjo that said, I have nothing to hide. There's a coup in Nigeria, but I'm going there to say, yes, what's happened? I'm no longer the governor. Let me carry on with my life. But was sent to jail like with everybody else. Of course, eventually released. Do you think if a coup happened today and a Nigerian governor is in London, he will go home? No, their hands are so dirty. And if that governor has a relative, very close, like blood relative, that was executing contract, do you think that contractor will come home? No, they would not. They will both disappear. That would be the last you ever see of them because they were fortunate to be abroad when the coup happened. So we had people who did right by us. There were no saints. I keep saying it. Some of the best roads in Ibadan were roads that were built by Bola Ige when he was governor around the same time. And they're the best. Aleshiloye Market, if you see the master plan of Aleshiloye Market in Ibadan, this market has abattoir, it has medical health centers built years ago. The car park, you could see the system. See, when I was in Nigeria, I never left Nigeria. I didn't understand the beauty of the market. When I now came to the UK and I saw the sort of, how they have ticketing system going in and out of the car park, then I'm thinking, this guy had a vision. He tried to bring some of these things, but that's Bola Ige, to Ibadan. So if Bola Ige was alive and wanted to contest today, he will win in Ibadan. You can't rig him out. He will win by landslide.
He
people,
was a great
do you understand? These are people who did right by the people.
Nigeria needed him into.
They took money. I wasn't there. I didn't see it. No one told me. But there's no way you'll be there that you won't benefit directly or indirectly. But they did right by the people. Put the people first, and you would see them stand by you. They will go to war with you. Because I know you keep saying it that, let's go, a man that cannot fight. I don't know how our women tolerate us. It's because people just feel, it's not by these people. They are traitors. They will probably sell you off, kill you off. So we just need the right leaders, and Nigeria will be great again. That's my honest belief.
Just to add, yeah, I get your point to an extent. I think just to add to the point about Dia ruling Ogun State during that time. I remember when Dia was there, he had to literally ban parties at night or something like that because they were blocking the roads or something. That the party culture in that place was so much that they were obstructing traffic every Friday, so he had to ban it during that period. That's one thing that never escaped my memory in terms of Nigeria. Even during Abacha time, people were still doing all over the place.
Of course.
So, but that said, anyway, regarding the leadership thing, I seriously urge you to try to, because I've seen this stuff. If he was gonna work, that you just call up for leaders all the time, it would have worked before now. There are factors that affects the way a nation responds and the kind of people they create. Like if someone like Lincoln you came up in Nigeria today, they will kill him. Nigerians will support him because they are not ready. The mindset is not ready to take on such a leader. And that's why when I call the people out, I'm pointing to them to let them know that there's something they are doing to ensure the right kind of leaders don't emerge. The right kind of people don't emerge. Maybe the only time that will happen, according to what Ify said, that we have not suffered enough. If we suffer the kind
When
of
you
stuff
people
like
say that thing, honestly, it scares me when you say, well, I get your angle, but anytime I hear you and if you say maybe we've not suffered, Nigerians have suffered enough. Please stop saying we've not suffered
we've
enough.
not suffered. If you know what the Japanese, if you know what the Chinese went through when the Japanese came there, if you know what the North Koreans went through when Americans came there, there is a reason why they are so focused. Their mindset, they are so fixed.
I just don't think Nigerians can take any more than they are taking right now. I just don't.
What are they going to do? What are you going to do? Implode now, then you get worse. Implode, you just become Somalia or Sudan or whatever.
Like, can I go on?
Sorry. I would say one thing about Nigeria, right? The reason why the government hasn't really go far in what it's supposed to go is because these masses are more corrupt or far more corrupt than the government. And the problem because of that is that the people that are in government today actually come from the masses. So it's getting worse because that corruption is coming from the people we don't even expect to be corrupt, which is the citizens. These same people will cry that, oh, Nigeria is bad. They will go and talk about Nigeria being bad. As soon as they get into office, guess what? They are stealing billions running overseas. That's the problem with Nigeria. It's just that the masses have lost their sense of culture completely. They've lost respect. The average Nigerian does not have patriotic hearts to the country. It didn't start today. If you grew up in the 80s, right, you will understand what I'm saying. The ones that are ruling Nigeria today, especially the ones that are in their 60s, were the drug barons in the 80s. They were the ones that helped to move drugs. They were the ones that went overseas for cocaine dealing. Those are the ones. They were the ones that were criminals, like people that became governor during the newly founded political dispensation, right? They were criminals in the 80s. These are people that did so many things because their parents that raised them that time lost sense of culture. So they didn't instill those culture in their children. So these children became, and what they are doing today is as a result of what they did in the 80s. Because if you know the 80s, the problem with Nigeria in the 80s was cocaine. Nigerian Airways, the default Nigerian Airways was as a result of cocaine.
Okay.
Because foreign airlines couldn't trust that airline anymore. A lot of politicians we might not be able to name on this website due to their supporters, right? On this YouTube, due to their supporters, right? We're the problem of Nigeria. They were the problem of this country. They were the ones that led to the defunct of Nigerian Airways.
So but Nigerians don't see it. They don't see their contribution.
No, they do. They do. Maybe not enough people. So, for instance, you can see a lot of people already saying it's a shame that someone like Hush Puppy will come out of prison, and for all you care, people will try to whitewash his image. People are already complaining about Nigerians. There are Nigerians who don't
That
support this.
whitewashing of image is something that needs to stop. Like when somebody comes out of prison, then they will be waiting. Do you know those people that are waiting for them? Maybe they should make a law to sue them to try all of them.
You know,
What are you waiting?
I
Is
agree
a
with
criminal.
Ekene because like you rightly said, a lot of these people who are governors who came around the 1999, dispensation, a lot of drug, been to prison in America, Atlanta, a lot of them, and they are already grooming the people that will take over from them. Those ones are worse than the current crop. The ones waiting for their turn, they are worse. These ones are the credit card fraudsters. Maybe not so much coke. Credit card fraudsters in the West. And I mean, one of them was extradited to the US. He was special assistant to Ogun State governor.
You see, what you just said just now is very
Ogun State governor himself had history in the US in the 80s. So he has or had a special assistant who was into credit card internet fraud. That was taken back to the US. This boy was living large in Nigeria, starting to wear agbada and not just their filler. He could have become a governor if he wasn't, found out in the US and taken back. I'm not sure what's happened to him. But last year, his case came up. So it's like a conveyor belt producing criminals. It's like a conveyor belt just producing criminals. So the Don Dada has children who are criminals. He's not having grandchildren who are criminals, all just waiting, lining up to become Nigeria president. And Don Anthony, thank you very much. I saw Don Anthony in the comment section said, when I was talking about, my dad's story and all of that, he reminded me of a famous one, Umaru Diko. He jacked back to the UK now, the one that Buhari tried to bring in a case. So there are people who actually tried to run away, while some people said, there's nothing to hide. We'll come home, no big deal, So thank you, Don Antonio. I saw your comment. Yeah, Umaru Diko was an example of one that tried to jackpot when the coup happened in '84.
What you say just now is a little bit disturbing, actually. When you said that the current generation, they are preparing to rule, that they are probably going to be worse in terms of corrupt practices. And I saw someone they played him, a young man on video. He was like, he can't support Peter Obi because Peter Obi is going to bring rules and he doesn't want that. It's like there are people that have been indoctrinated to believe that this is a culture, this is how it's supposed to be. And why I find that very disturbing is that how do you break it then? It's because you wonder why the good side, the side that is supposed to restore some of the things we have lost, they tend to lose, they lose. Because most of them are like that. I even had one lady explain certain things, that the way she practices, the way she does her practices and with her employers and stuff like that. She was describing this stuff in such a way that it's like there is areas of moral ambiguity of what she's doing, or something that is not even ethical in terms of working for an employer that she's doing, but she just regards as normal because she's Nigerian. She just regards as normal. And it tells you if this is the kind of mindset the young generation has. We're talking about the ones that were born since 1990 here. Since 1999, I mean. Their mindset is so distorted right now from what it should normally be.
But can you blame them? All they've known is corruption. They see a governor, not even governor, they see somebody they know on their streets. Egbon Adugbo, we call them Egbon Adugbo, area bros. That's just, every day wake up, bathroom slippers, just the hustle, normal. And he becomes he's friends with somebody who becomes local government chairman. He's not the chairman, no, friend to local government chairman. And he moves away from the neighborhood. And they see he's rented a nice pad, drives a nice car. That young boy's mindset is whatever it takes. If I can't become the chairman, my friend has to become. Because they've seen it as the fastest route. It's the most lucrative business in Nigeria, apart from banditry. It's becoming a government official. You become rich instantly. I saw a video. I didn't share it with Rudolph to share on this platform because it came from Yoruba Twitter. If there's anything like that, it was everything was in Yoruba. A lady was naming a child. The naming ceremony happened like an open field. I don't know if she's a pastor. She was wearing, Yoruba or African attire, so it's not like a robe or pastor or whatever. I'm not sure. I can't even remember if she prayed in Jesus' name, but she carried the child. No, the mother of the child carried the child, and this woman was laying hands on the baby. I was naming the baby. I was calling the baby's name and said, as tough as Nigeria is, I'm translating now. She said, as tough as Nigeria is, there are people becoming rich every day. She called the boy's name, Oluwarotimi or something, David, one Jewish name, one Yoruba name. She said, she was prophesying to the boy's life to say, you'll be one of the people that will be using pen to add multiple zeros to numbers in Nigeria to make money. She was praying for it, 8-day-old baby. She said you will be one of the people that will be using pen. She held the pen, give the boy, try to put the pen in the boy's hand to say, you'll be one of the ones in the future that will be using pen to cheat, to make money. That Nigeria will not be tough for you. This woman will be in her 50s. Praying for
Imagine that. No, okay, you are beginning to see what I'm talking about. Now you are testifying to what I'm talking about. That the people themselves, they don't care. They don't care for their own heritage. They don't care for their land. They don't care for their nation. If they change their attitude, the moment, that's why I think a nationalist government is required. No matter what, we have to have a nationalist government that people will say, okay, this is all about nationality. So that people start understanding, even if they don't win, people need to start understanding what makes a viable country that you can prosper in and want to stay in. It's not about always looking to cheat the state and, deferring to foreigners all the time. And then you have leaders that want to run overseas and make their people think that is the thing to do. Our leaders are also setting this example. They always go overseas all the time. They say, yeah, this is a place to go. I have money. I'm showing off. And this is how I show off I have money, because I go overseas. I'm allowed in London. I'm allowed in US. That is the kind of stuff.
Look at it this way. I think Ekene was about to say something. So sorry.
Sure. Look at it this way, right? I'm going to say something that is very controversial.
Yeah, go on.
Check this out. Let me ask you a question. Did you grew up in the 80s, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Forefather, you grew up in the 80s, right?
Yes.
Forefather doesn't disclose anything. No. Forefather, he has no lineage. He's like Tinubu. Nobody knows.
You can't track me down, man.
Yeah. So all of us right here know what the 80s was, or probably the 70s and the 80s. One thing that we knew about those days was one thing. It was the high level of discipline, culture, respect for parents, debate respectfully. What happened in the 90s and the 2000s? The infiltration of churches in Nigeria. That is our downfall today. Most corruption in Nigeria are actually exhibited by the church, especially these Pentecostal gospel prosperity preachers. They have destroyed our country that we know. Let's be honest with ourselves. We know our pastors. We know what they've said on pulpits. I'm not a church person, so I won't say my pastor. But I'm just using my pastor to you guys. We know they don't have the fear of God in them. They only care about two things in life: them and their well-being. They only care about their family. That's it. Them and their well-being means their family. That's it. They rack up money.
These pastors, what do they actually precisely do that results in this decay that we talk about?
They did a lot. They did a lot. Especially the way they glorify. I don't know if you,
No, because I want the viewers to hear it now. I know, I have an idea. This prosperity stuff, they don't care about whether you're a drug dealer. I know, but it's good that people understand what he's saying.
But the thing is this. Well, sure, I think you're mute. The thing is this. The thing is this. We don't. The congregation know what the pastors do. But the thing is this: touch not my don't do my anointing no harm. Is a very powerful line in the Bible that makes our congregation not to speak out against their own pastors, because we know that those days when we were growing up, we know crime, we know good leadership because we lived it. We knew when the NEPA was not taking light. We knew those days. But today, these kids don't know that there was a time when NEPA did not take light. They'll have to make an announcement 1 hour before they take light. And then they will tell people, all hospitals, to switch to generator. You guys remember that, right? When NEPA will announce and say, all hospitals switch to generator, that there will be an emergency. And that it's only going, and they will tell you the time that light is coming on, up to the seconds. And at that time, boom, everything. And it doesn't go down for more than, they might say 1 hour, and then they'll give you 1 hour notice before. And these things are only done for maybe anywhere between 5 and 10 minutes. We remember those days. 1987, we started getting half current. Did we know what half current was before? We never knew half current.
No, oh my God, Jesus Christ!
Half current, it was so annoying.
The first time I heard about half current was 1986.
That is awful, man. Like,
It was Babangida that brought us half current. We all know that. It was under Babangida that we had half current for the first time in our
Nigerians
lives.
need a nationalist in the party.
Yeah, what I was trying to say in all these things was just what you just said right now. No country can progress without having first a nationalist at the helm of government. You have to have a nationalist, which is somebody that is patriotic. So, but at the same time, that lady that is preaching, you are going to add more zeros to. Man, I had that in a lot in the 90s, in the 2000s, at Pentecostal churches. It's not even today. I had it a lot. In fact, I had to walk out of church and stop going to church because of this. It's become insane that I got to tell you this. These people know a lot about Christianity than we do know. There is something that they've seen about Christianity that made them to believe that it's all charade. Because that's your chief priest. You know, in every culture, the chief priest is the most sanitized person in culture. They don't lie because of that. You know, remember their tongue. There is something that is caught in their tongue, right? If they lie, they die. The chief priest is the most truthful person. And he will come to the front of the king and tell the king what he has done. We don't have that. All we have today is those, like I said earlier, those people that did drug dealing in the 80s are the pastors that we have today. Those ones that couldn't get job as soon as they get out of university are the pastors we have today. If you create a job out of poverty or out of hunger, then your business is not going to be an honest business. But if you create a business because you believe in that business and how it's going to change human life, your business will change just like Bill Gates and the rest of them did. That's the difference between starting something out of hunger and starting something because you believe in it.
Religion on the continent that's our opium. It gives people, that happiness. They go, they're happy. That when they're there, and a lot of the pastors, I'm a Christian myself. I go to church. I believe everything, God, Bible, all of that. But quite a lot of our pastors are hope peddlers, and they've seen a vacuum, and a vacuum can't exist for long. They've seen a vacuum. They've seen that. See, this system is not working. This continent is literally on its knees. We can plug in and sell hope to people. Everybody wants hope. And they go there and you clap and you're happy and you're dancing and they tell you, you've seen people now saying, and this is nothing against Tinubu, I'm not trying to link it to Tinubu, but you see people almost hoping, not because they believe it would work, but they are hoping they'll say Tinubu's regime would favor me and my family. So your neighbor that doesn't say what you've just said, it won't favor them. So it would only work for you if you say so. No, it shouldn't be that way. But people have been indoctrinated just to, just say it, just believe it. And one thing I joke about a lot is, you see a lot of pastors drive bulletproof cars. That pastor is selling wristband to protect you. He doesn't wear that wristband. He prefers a bulletproof car. He's got security around him. His house is secured, but you have a wristband. Sit down for a second and deep it. Think about it. How does that work? There's a particular pastor that, people following him, they were going somewhere, they got shot and they died. The pastor survived because he was in a bulletproof car. Why? These are some of the questions people need to start asking. They've seen a vacuum and they filled it and they lie to people. And, I always make that example when I talk about Peter Obi simplifying our problems and providing simple solutions. It's the same. You talk to a lot of people who are born again Christians because they don't consider people like me born again enough. And they say, the Bible, or the Bible. When some pastors say, when they quote the Bible, like touch not my anointed and do my prophet no harm. And when you start to challenge it and say, let's read that in context, they say, no. These are things of the spirit. Your carnal mind cannot decode it. What was the point of Jesus coming to die then? He came to remove the intermediary so that we can have direct access. So why do I need a pastor to tell me how to read the Bible or what it means? I can read it and I should be able to understand it. But they tell you the pastor still has to read it for you. No.
I suspect their power and their influence tends to come from what you said earlier on. People looking for hope. I think they also look for socializing, networking, and without that, where else have we got? Where else has Nigeria got? They don't have any other way. Babalawo, and traditional meetings have been diminished because of these religions.
Didn't you hear Wiki saying he was going to go and bulldoze the gods? That they should talk to the gods. Talk to the gods. Talk to them. It's only when they'll collect palm oil and this, I'll bulldoze all the gods. Didn't Wiki say that?
That kind of careless this thing. Yeah.
On the statistics now, DBS are bloggers now on Facebook and Twitter. Native doctors are bloggers now. The richest native doctor right now is from Oba. No,
okay.
I
think we need to change it. I think we need to create a new form, and I think this is why I keep saying
I
we need a nationalistic approach to this problem, because the problem we have in Nigeria is
I don't tell you the truth now. The richest native doctor in Nigeria now is from Oba. He have 3 hotels opens like 3 months. Full 3 hotels.
Nice.
All right.
Very good job.
Put
and he's a blogger too, eh?
He's a 23-year-old boy. He's a native doctor. You see?
That is not a native doctor. That's not a proper native doctor. That guy is doing something else.
The guy is not a native doctor. He's not a native doctor, because I got to tell you something, right? There is a man that was called Edin. You remember the man that was called Edin Anog, right? Remember his fate. Yeah, Edin Anog. Remember his fate. Every native doctor always have a fate when they serve God in a diabolic way, or in a way that God didn't appoint, and the ones that God didn't appoint. You have to also understand that even in the olden days, before the Christianities came, right? The Christians came, right? You do know that we did have our native doctors. Native doctor is not the same as a priest. It's not the same. A native doctor is like a medical doctor. He understands the difference between native doctor and a medical doctor is that the medical doctor is taught how to use prescription drug, how to operate, do surgeries and all these things, right? Depend on his field. But the native doctor is taught how to use the plants, the leaves, or plant, or
herbs and all these things.
We were talking about it the other day, and they gave them a name in Yoruba. There's Babalawo, there's the other one.
It's like Babalawo. It's like Babalawo. It's not the same as a priest. It's not the same. So people have to understand that anybody can be a native doctor. You just have to know how to use those trees and leaves. But the difference becomes this. Then they amass power. How do they amass the power? They can amass it from different ways, because during a canutation, you can actually command the natural element to do certain things for you. You can learn how to do that by going and practicing. Edin are not going to India to practice how to use the natural means to perform all those things to pastors and rich people. It's always like that. But when you are a priest, it's a whole different thing. That is why even in the olden days in Igbo land, let me use an Igbo language on this.
Well, let me ask though, how did people used to meet up in the olden days then? Because right now the church and
that's what I'm about to say.
Are serving as a confluence point every week.
That's what I was about to say. So in the olden days, what they did actually was the priest was appointed by God. So the way, and then that priest will always deliver messages. That's why in Igbo land they said, meaning that do not go to native doctor. Instead, go to the chief priest. It's been around for thousands of years. They will even discourage you from going to native doctor, because when you go to native doctor, you end up bringing evil to your house. Our people discourage people. So this is how they used to congregate, forefather. Remember in Igbo land, they say, I don't know how you guys say in Yoruba, they say chim.
Forefather is not Yoruba. I'm the Yoruba rep here. Forefather is like Tinubu. Don't worry. Nobody knows where it's from.
Okay.
So
I don't know where it's from.
Yeah.
Sorry, good. Sorry
they say Chim. Chim means my God.
Okay.
So that is why when you go into every house in Igbo land, there is that sculpture right there. So Igbos, in my understanding, that's in the way the Igbos practice, believe in self-practice to God. So you stay in your house, you worship God the way you can. That is why when you live in the when he lives in the morning, he comes out and then he breaks that cola nut and pours that drink in front of the sculpture, right? Then he goes off to farm. That's how they.
So no tithe and offering. No, those people were nice. So
the way they actually congregated was if they have what they call, the Omunna meeting, right? Where the kinsmen come together to discuss the issue or discuss things about family or community.
Okay.
That's how they actually congregated, which means that our ancestors put community ahead. They saw community as the number one thing. God is to your heart, community is to the people. That is why we had a very, very powerful society that thrived until the 80s. Because it was so powerful.
Did they congregate weekly or monthly?
Daily, man. Daily.
Daily is like, when you guys meet, that's how that's why we have beer parlor today. Because when we used to, when our ancestors had the daily thing, is for you bring your own evening wine, right? And you take it to a car for house. And when you get to a car for house, Okeke is there, Okore is there, this person is there, and one for is there. Different people are going to be there because they know that's the meeting joint. That's why we have beer parlor today. So tomorrow they go to somebody else's house. So they rotate it. But for the meeting is usually the kindred. The kindred, when you sit in, when you remember those guys that would take the thing and go and knock it on the street. That's how they announce the meeting.
Town crier.
That's town crier. So the town crier will then go and cry out the announcement, and then you guys will meet at this place. That's when they will have the general meeting. And sometimes those things, the big one happens at Nkwo. That's why especially in Anambra, every town has Nkwo. Nkwo is where they do our people had fun. They used to do wrestling. So they would do wrestling at Nkwo. After wrestling, then the people would dance, the Jews will come and dance and all these things, and then the main meeting, the whole town meeting will commence at Nkwo. So they had their ways, and their ways were beautiful. They don't ask you to bring anything of your money, no tithe, no offering, because worshiping God is between you and God. But you have to be truthful.
I think in the West, what they've done is that they created clubs and things that, how people gather together. They have so many different things, from cafes to restaurants and stuff like that. They have so many ways. Maybe there is something we can think about, because sorry, let me just finish the point, 30 seconds at most. Because if the North, there are many of them are going into mosques, and the South, most of us are going to churches, and these people have not Africanized these things to benefit us in any way. Danger is that we are just going to be cross-talking each other, because you have a totally different culture going to in the North, and a totally different culture this thing going on in the South, and we have to find a way to bridge that gap. Something that is more common all over the country. We need something that has to be common all over the country, and that is how you sew a country together. And I think if you don't have a nationalistic mindset, you will not think that way. You will not think that way. You just leave it as it is. Let's just carry on and everything. That's what you get the result as it is right now. And that's why I think that we should start thinking in that way. Sorry, Uzo, go ahead.
What I want to add is this. I remember, if we can go back to the law, I remember when I was grade 80s, as was saying, there's an announcement was made in my community that any guy any girl that get pregnant, through life, the baby will not be born. Are you going to die on that pregnancy? Like if you get pregnant on mature, you know, go and sleep with the guys in the community. Or 3 girls we are on their like there's nothing there, just like announcement. It happens like that. So people were even scared, like to sleep with, like you see this girl, you can't even approach the girl, have a sexual intercourse or nothing. You understand that kind of thing? That kind of law that was on ground. You can't even approach a girl, want to have something, want to know her, so you guys can meet. Easy from that the same community. All right. The thing was I was growing up then, I was like, what's going on here? All right. But now I found out that, man, that was when Nigeria was good. All right. I can't come to your farm to even touch your crop, you know. That in some certain days, everybody have a sacred, have a boundaries, everything goes good. My father, like as my brother is saying now, I say like in my place, not only one person have a kid. All right. If I go to school right now, I have five kobo. I buy granuts. Before I get home, they tell my mom. Like, can you imagine I didn't eat at home, so I'll go and buy granite and eating on the road. That would be a huge problem to me. That's kind of insane to tell us that was in place. If they have money, you can't even buy that for yourself. All right. So that years back was fun. It was good. All right, but right now I don't think. And for the pastors, I don't like talking about pastors and churches. Man, the problem in Nigeria is pastors and churches. If not, I'm thinking I've already crossed the sea to America here. You've already crossed the sea to this place. If most of Nigerians here, the way they behave, even those that are nurses and doctors, professionals. Those are nurses and those are professionals.
Children have taken over.
If these are about put to you, you have not started.
Yeah, so look at it this way. Look at it this way. Ozo and the rest of us, look at it this way. You gotta understand that in every society, Nigeria is heading towards something very scary, and that is called the problem that the West is going through today. It's called matriarchy. The church profits when matriarchy is the system. When patriarchy is the system, the church does not profit. So the church will always prefer a matriarchy society because women spend a lot of money in the church. Men don't really go to church. So men have to decide what we need and what we want. The way we can do that is this. We have to, as men, start teaching the young folks our culture, our tradition, the ways of our ancestors. If you teach them the Bible, I don't have anything against the Bible, but the stance of the Bible right now is not looking good. If you teach them the Bible and then they go to church and you have a woman, 50-something-year-old woman that is supposed to be a grandmother, professing on a child that he's going to add 3 zeros or she's going to add 3 zeros, right?
6
or 6 zeros
to the millions.
To
ITT, that's ITT level.
Yes. So what the child is going to do right now, they're going to say that it's not corruption because you told them to go there. You, the father, told them to go there. But the thing is that you didn't tell them not to listen to this because you can't tell them not to pick what the pastor is saying because you have to make them give the pastor 100% of their attention and believe in what the pastor is saying 100%. You don't want to undermine the pastor, right? But our culture will instill the fear in them so that they will know that there are consequences from the gods when you do certain things. There are consequences from the gods when you do this. One thing that I try to tell Nigerians is this. You can go to church however you want to go to church. It's okay. Go to church. But you see the fact that your ancestors, right, had those gods before you were born. And those gods belong to that land. Whatever crime you commit, the gods will punish you and the church will not save you. So that's the consequences that a lot of people go through. And then they will run to the church and say, oh, this, that, the sin of my fathers. They say, but you're committing sin. You are the one committing fraud against your own country, thinking that you're not going to face that consequences. The God will not leave you. So we have to teach our people culture. We have to stay in our culture. Look at Nigeria today. They don't even want to teach history anymore because, number one, the government is opposed to the history because of the past atrocities they committed. Then the church don't want to teach the history because they don't want people to know about about our ancestors. But we as a people, we have to bring back that teaching. You have to teach your children the ways of our ancestors. If they don't know anything, let them watch Things Fall Apart. That Things Fall Apart is the most, apart from all this nonsense that is being done today, that they are acting, all these are charm, this, that. Things Fall Apart took away the charm, took away the stupidity, took away the diabolic attitude, right? But it taught you the custom. So they have to understand. You have to teach them the custom. They have to understand the custom to understand how to be patriotic to Nigeria.
Slightly off topic. Ekene, someone is giving you a shout out in the comment section. I think it's Victoria. She said you're making this sound like a podcast. She said your microwave, I believe that's the microphone. It's just autocorrect. She said your microphone is giving a lot of vibes. It's very saucy. So people are feeling, the microphone they set up in the chat section. Just thought I'll let you know that. So some of us holding the phone for 4 or 5 hours. Give us shout out to know you.
Don't mind them. Welcome, Okech. I'm sure you came to say something, and you are welcome. So, what do you think about what we've been talking about?
Thank you so much, every one of you. You guys are so great, and I like the exchange of ideas. We may not always all agree, but we should always learn to accept and listen to the other person's view, and also know that that person is entitled to his view. I will say this way: yes, a lot of things have gone wrong, especially when they have to do with the church. And then I don't particularly agree that the religion we practice or the church we go to is actually a contraction of the white man. Now, and that is why I didn't want to comment all this while I don't have with me all the empirical evidence that I want to lay down. But I'll just do a snippet of it, and eventually, maybe next time, I will probably be able to be in a position to point you to certain places that you may want to read. In the first place, let's go back to the beginning. Before the world itself split into the regions we have now. Okay, one of the books I've read and one of the research I've tried to do was that the world itself was all knitted together. Okay, and if you go back to history, you find out that it's not too long ago that the West tried to build the Western Canal. Okay, if not before that time, it was all joined together. So and then the original inhabitants of Israel were not the people who live there now. These guys were all black. Okay, and so if we go by that history that the West have tried to do away with, and then we just oppose it with our own history in Nigeria, where also we are told, and there's a guy here who has always quoted that, and he always makes me laugh when he says that people are living in Niger State, but Mongo Park came to discover it. Okay, so those people didn't discover the river they were been fishing. Okay, they've been fishing in that river, they've been bathing from the water, they've been drinking from it. They didn't discover it until Mongo Park came. So those are some of the history, and those are some of the knowledge that was taught our people. We taught our children, we were taught. Okay, and the elites at that time didn't see it as a problem to discard those things and say, no, it's not possible that Mongo Park would have come to discover River Niger. What about the Nupe people? Okay, what about the fishermen around there? What about the people in Kogi State? They didn't discover River Niger. It has to be Mongo Park. So if you go with that, you find out that so many things that we have been taught are all junk. Okay, and so I don't want to believe, because again, as an Igbo person, I know that the Igbo custom is embedded almost everything okay, maybe in a different form because of time and the long stay, the longer different accounts have been unwritten accounts. But if you look at it, majority of what the Igbos practice, my name is Okechukwu, okay, and that means God portion. The person who created that name, my dad didn't create the name, his ancestors didn't create it, so he must have started from somewhere. And those who gave those names, like Ikechukwu, okay, Chibeze, in other words, God is king. Those people have an understanding of the God that we are serving. The white people may call it a Christian religion, but our people had an understanding of a God that was supreme, okay? And the Nwachukwu, that means God's son. So they have an understanding of there is an existence of a God that is superior to every other God that the Igbos may have in small bits. So when I look at that, I don't totally agree that what we are practicing is because the white. No, we allow them to stain, to stain our mindset, and stain, and apart from that, also try to brainwash us to think that it's only when it happens from the West, when it comes from the West, when they say it, that is what it is. And I used to be a Catholic. I thank the Catholic Church for one thing. They have been able to, again, gradually put back some of those things. Before now, you couldn't, I was almost a priest. You couldn't have your cash up in a
Those on mute. Go ahead. Okay.
you couldn't have your cash up in another color. But the Catholic now came and said, no, you know what? You guys can beat your drum. You can even use your native colors to design your cash up. Okay. You can do, so they have gradually brought in, even though from the back door, but they've gradually brought in some of those are tradition that hitherto was said to be fetish. And I come to the US. I'm coming, sir. Just 1 minute. And I come to the US and I see them celebrating Halloween. And I said to them, come, wait a minute, this is witchcraft. They said, oh, no, it's just we're just trying to, I said, no. You people told us that this is witchcraft. You said this is witchcraft. I see people displaying skulls and everything, and you want me to come to church? You know what? The church also follows them to celebrate this thing. Okay? So what am I trying to say in essence, forefather? I'm trying to just say that, you see, we have allowed them to color our understanding, which even may be that our own was even superior to what they have. And yet, they have allowed us to do away with the good that we have, and then are now following their own. Am I saying that Christ is not real? Is real, but he may not be a white man. Am I saying the Bible is not real? It is real, but it may not be written by a white man. All they've been able to do, and if you go back to the formation of Israel, you find out that those are not the original inhabitants of the land, Israel. Okay? But they are occupying it right now. So there are many things that's going on earth that if you look at it, like in the morning, someone was saying, what's the difference between the Democrat and the Republic? I came to the US, I discovered that there's no difference. The both of them are the same thing. Everybody dances to the tune that suits them the most. African leaders and African politicians have not yet understood that everybody is looking for the good of their society, not necessarily whether you're in party A or party B. And that's what we've not been able to understand. So my conclusion would be that the things about religion, it could be that it is we. You look at the crown that Prince Charles was, the king was wearing. Where did it come from? Those gold ornaments, where did they come from? Those were taken from Africa. They have a chunk of them. The one that the queen used to have, there was one gold that she used to hang on her waist. Those were more than how many carats gold that she was. It all came from Africa. It came from Africa, but they're using it to beautify themselves. Okay, and so we may have been the real thing, but we have been deceived to think that we are the fake and they are the real. Thank you.
And we allow them to get away with it. I think what you were explaining, I just wanted to add to what you were explaining about how they discovered River Niger. I think it just shows you what it's not taken away from your point. The point is still accurate. The way it happens is that these things were discovered from the point of view of the Europeans. They were telling their people that they discovered. They are not saying that people didn't live there, because the Europeans also know people live there. But they, amongst themselves, were telling themselves, I just discovered this place, and this place has people there, but this river, I name it after this, and all the rest of it. They solved the road for themselves. We literally hijacked it and brought it to teach our people. So it's like this, and this is what we do. And this is why our leaders always end up there. Something that belongs to them, that is for them. We somehow inserted ourselves into their culture and make it like try to make it as if we are them, but we are not. We are supposed to tell the story from our own point of view. We're supposed to be saying, "Oh yeah, River Niger was here, then the white man came." But this time we went into the white man book and say, "Yeah, because the Oyibo man has." What do you think the Oyibo man will go there and say? "Oh, I didn't discover River Niger." He did from their point of view. That's what he's going to say. He also said people were there. So it tells you that it's not a contradiction when you look at it from their point of view. Our problem is that we try to hijack their own way they look at the world and make it our own way, which is completely wrong. We should have seen it that is their textbook. This is ours. We know we have been here. This is what our forefathers did. This is where our land. This is what it is called, and all the rest. And that will take care of it. But even common sense eludes us. See, one of the things I have to highlight that maybe sometimes we judge these our ancestors a little bit too harshly, but I think maybe they also deserve some of them. See, like if a European comes here and with a gun and cannon, and you hear the sound, it sounds like the heavens, those type of stuff. It does do something to you. It does do something to you, and if people can fear that these people are like godlike and all the rest of it. One of the things these European leaders did, especially in Congo, they took a gun, shot somebody with it, the person died, and then the gun is empty now. Those days it's one shot. The gun is empty. They say he gave it to the locals. Shoot me with it. And the local tried to shoot him with it. It didn't work clearly because there's no bullet in it. He said, "See, I can die. He can't kill me. I'm immortal." And the people fell for it. So it tells you technology has a lot of power. And all that I explained here has to do with technology. And yet these people were seen as divine, because the technology seems like something that is out of the norm. The sound of a gun is some of the loudest things maybe our forefathers ever heard, not to mention cannon. So you can see why they completely lost it and started this thing becoming almost subservient to the Europeans, and started thinking that some of their stuff wasn't as good. But you can do that for 1 year, you can do that for 2 years, you can do that for 10 years, but for 300 years, come on. You've seen them die. You've seen them kill each other. You've seen all those things. You didn't hire a squad of young Agberos to say, let's go and waylay their ship and learn how this ship is used. Let each other, you know what? Let's go and visit their country at night and see how they behave. So that you know. But we never bothered to learn. Till today, have we? We are still very much behind. Like, Africa is literally, that sub-Saharan Africa is literally outside the world geopolitics. We are not participants in it. And I really think that it is doing us a lot of damage when we are completely outside it. Yes, there's a lot of risk by joining the world geopolitics, but that is the only path to survival. Anything else, you are just waiting for extermination, really, because the others will come for you eventually. Thank you.
Can I come in
I
now?
agree with you.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
agree with you.
Can I come? Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. Since Fafada now I'm going to introduce me, no problem.
Come on, man. I introduced you the first time he came. He's already a troublemaker. You see what he does?
No way, no way.
He's
That
not
was
putting
not introduction.
Our correspondent,
You are
our
mocking
London
me.
correspondent.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, show us in the background. It appears no wala.
But the chop.
Welcome on.
Oh, okay. Even myself, what the same thing what I did, what I just said, I just finished mine. Okay, for me, man, because I've been watching, listening to you guys, I would just be laughing. Even when Ngozika was here and for others were having back and forth, I was just laughing, show coming. I'm like, okay, but for me, I have lots of things to say here, Sha. And I would just love, please, just give me the time to contribute in what I've been said in the past, and also, but very brief, please. I think what the Equator case, right? Yeah, he might deserve what he's got, but for me, the punishment was harsh. First, secondly, the wife didn't do anything. The wife is not guilty. The daughter is thrice or 4 times as guilty as the wife, but she was set free. You understand? Like I said the other time, the only thing that connected the wife was the conversation between Ekoromadu and Obeta that Ekoromadu was forwarding to the wife just for confirmation to put him in the picture. That was what just connected her, nothing else. So, why I think the British did this was to use Ekoromadu as a statement from Nigeria politics to like, hey, come, no matter how hard, how big you think you are, come, we are always the dominating factor. Man, come on, like, always they want to use him. For me, from my understanding in the court proceedings, they want to use him as a scapegoat to subdue the Nigerian that is increasing, that is coming of age, the black race that is coming to like, hey, okay, I think one day we'll get there. You understand? So I think systematically they did that just to mess him up and put us in our place, so to speak, psychologically. Anyway, and that's for that. Then another thing I want to talk about is that what's it called? The lady, that US lady that we're talking about extradition when you arrest somebody and do you have literal understanding to exchange prisoners or whatever, that Nigeria do not have anything to offer. Yes, that might be true, but for the lady that did that in the US, the US did not send for her. She ran because except you somebody else. If you're talking about the lady that killed a child who was riding the bicycle on the express, she ran because her husband was a diplomat, and she was parading herself as a diplomat too with her husband's passport. But ideally, she's not supposed to be a diplomat, but she ran. You understand? And the UK was calling for her. The UK government was trying to like ask the US to send her back to come and face her job or whatever. But the US, being who they are, I think the husband is working as a spy or secret service from US, but with the UK, something like that. So the US refused to bring the woman back, but the UK was trying to bring her, make sure to come out, save her punishment, whatever. But I think at the long run, they did their policies, whatever. The parents came out and started crying that the woman should have come or this or that. But what I'm trying to say is the US did not send for her; she ran away before the UK government did know what was happening. That's for that. Then you guys talked about CSC in Nigeria. For CSC, yes, what the Canadian said is true. It's very easy. The problem is Nigerians are they are not dumb, right? They are sharp. The over smartness they worry Nigeria. You understand? You see, in doing it, you can at the comfort of your place where you are right now. If you want to open a company in Nigeria, you go to their website, check for name match. If there's an existing name there, if you have a name or there's a place you go to on the CSC website, you can check if there's a name match. If there is, change. If there's not, the system will tell you. Then you might just pay a token fee or whatever. But Nigeria, they have this, it's only lawyer that can open the company for you. You get it's only one charge and bill lawyer or one lawyer that you have first degree because that cannot go to that just finished bar, just left bar, that has not even started working in the courts. We just say I'm a lawyer. The only thing they succeeded in doing is to write agreements for people who want to buy land or sell land and open company for you, and they tell you yes, they are lawyers, this and that. So Nigerians now, being who they are, they don't want to do the work. They just believe, oh, because Show did it through a lawyer and it worked for him, everybody wants to go there and believe that is the only way. You must get a lawyer. It takes 6 weeks or 5 years, whatever. Those times that you are thinking that it takes is the lawyer who is the agent that is using his own time that is not ready. You see, he's taken to Abuja, he comes back here, it takes time to that. They are just working with their own time, not the time with the CSC. But Nigerians, being who they are, they don't want to do the work. They just want to believe it will pay the money, so that guy will do it for us. That is what is taking the time. You understand? So yeah, in the UK, very easy. You understand? Because they need companies because they believe in SMEs. So they need companies to be open. They don't want to stress them. They will need the money. But another thing is most Nigerians who wants to open company, they are not taxpayers, because in opening a company they'll ask you for your tax TIN number or TIN number, whatever. You understand? Most of them are not taxpayers. You understand? So because of that, they don't have their companies open. And the lawyer now who don't want to tell you that, they will look for a way how to like meander around it and try to get something to just help. So those things longer term. But to the person who's the potential MD, you understand, or employer or company owner, would think is long. So that's the brief thing about that. Then this last one, you're talking about religion and the way the Igbos used to serve or used to congregate, whatever. I think Ekene was not correct in that. I'm not sure, because from my tribe, then that I know of, at least everybody know how old my tribe is. And for my tribe that I know of then, and I think it's same thing is practiced in Japan, same thing is practiced in China, same thing is practiced in India, and my tribe, so to speak, and even maybe Egypt, as it could be. Then they don't congregate for every once in a while to do religion, whatever. Everybody has their God in their house. Either
No,
in
that's exactly what I said. I said that they don't
okay, probably I think you
congregate
say
for.
maybe or you say like they go to a place, they
No,
congregate
no,
once in a
no,
while,
no.
thank
They
prayer,
do that.
come
They
and
do that
bring prayer for
for
gathering.
like Kingsmen. If
Okay.
they want to do like Kingsmen meeting and all that. But for
Okay, the
religious
meeting is
people,
just
they
meeting,
never
family meeting,
congregate.
you know,
They
like
never.
family meeting, whatever. But when it comes to like deity as in tradition or worshiping, everybody, like my tribe, everybody has their own god. Even Paul has several times used my tribe to make fun. Like he always say, if you have your own juju in your house, then so we have our own way of serving our own, the God yourself. Because we believe in the same God Almighty, you understand, and we see God's representation, the God Almighty. We see His representation in our King, in a King. You understand? Even in way back in
Can
the
I
Bible.
can I just add something quickly? That this thing you said about having personal like gods, shrines, in
Yeah.
houses.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I've seen that before, but why do they have to make it a little bit creepy and scary when they put all those things there? And
Okay.
why is Susan laughing? I'm
Hold
just
on.
saying I'm just asking because if you want people to be attracted to something, you don't try to make it a little bit creepy.
But see, hold on. Okay, like now, some people will tell you beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. Nobody's ugly. Do you get? So because you see, because of the way you were born and you've seen everything just fine, bling bling is bling bling, shiny shining, you've accustomed your thinking, your mindset towards this thing. So anything that looks contrary, opposite, looks the opposite of what you think this is supposed to be. You understand? The only thing you will say that is not supposed to be there is the order. And this is like when they say they don't collect sacrifice, they don't collect money. They collect sacrifice, but the sacrifice is just comes in blood. Maybe spilling animals or this and that. That is a sacrifice, which is the same thing as tithe. But it's the 247 pastors these days that want to separate offering, tithe, first seed, first this, first that, just so that they can create streams of many, many, income. So these are offerings, you understand? So you will see like somebody will tell you they put sacrifice in the junction. You start to of their street, something like that. So those are sacrifices. It mustn't be in money. Those are items. Even like Abraham, what was this? What was he about to sacrifice? It was about to sacrifice a goat. You understand? But Abraham that they call is God's first-hand man. What he was doing is today called paganism, but what he was practicing is Abrahamic faith, Judaism, which African was practicing. We were practicing Judaic Abrahamic faith then. But like you said, if you want to kill a dog, what do? You first of all give it a bad name so that you can condemn it. You understand? So these people that came here, they knew what they saw. They knew exactly what they saw. So several times we've had, people, scholars coming together to say the plan they had for Africa was to attack their religion first. If you can attack their religion, because they know Africa is so attached to their religion. If you can attack their religion, you've attacked 80% of them. You understand? Then the rest is just oppression, whatever, deceiving, or whatever. And African being who we are, then we are not this warlike people fighting to them. Yeah, we fight ourselves just because of supremacy, but to see something strange and we want to like kill it, condemn, and this and that, we don't. We are really trusting like per se. I think that was what happened. That was why these guys, from here took advantage of our naiveness and did what they did. But regardless, so like what I'm trying to say is like for the religious part, okay, I think I've also seen, sorry, let me say this one quick before I forget. I've also seen videos of Jewish people from Israel, wearing this their cap and their long hair going left and right. I've seen where they've beheaded the fowl while the blood was gushing out. The guy with the full regalia, these Jews, they have their own regalia that they wear. With the full regalia, the cap still his head, they were taking the fowl with the blood spilling around his head, doing some whatever. But they did not call that pagan. They call that Judaism practice or whatever, Jewish practice or whatever.
Sacrifice.
Yeah. No, they call it the practice itself is Jewish practice. They didn't call it our own paganism, like pagan, like demonic, whatever.
Yeah, it's never pagan. Yeah.
So, but they demonize our own and tell us that if you forgive what we've done to you, they painted this place for us that will go, everywhere is fine, this and that, and we believed it, and like, okay, no problem. Okay, this place, this one is ugly, it's smelly. Okay, you abandon it, enter it through our mind, turn us against ourselves, this divide and conquer thing or whatever, and give us a white Jesus. And if you go to Israel today or whatever, there's a place where they will tell you they gave birth to Jesus Christ. And they have this sculpture paint they did there. The whole place there, that manger, whatever, they painted everybody there black.
Yeah, but why was it so successful? Let me say this. Like religions, the way they spread is that, like in Europe, they were also able to supplant the European traditions and instituted Christianity there. But what the Europeans did was to Europeanize the Christianity that they had. As a matter of fact, they used it against the people that were supposed to be where the Christ came from, which was the Jews. They were attacking the Jews because of Christianity. So they didn't use it to brainwash themselves. They used it to empower themselves and use it to conquer most parts of the world. Then you look at South America, the same thing. Christianity went there. They used it to conquer them. And basically, to be fair, the South Americans were somewhat like Nigeria, this is Africa too, where they bought into the religion. However, the Chinese, the Japanese, the Indians, they didn't fall for it. And okay, yes, some part of India fell for it, which became Pakistan.
They did. Something happened. They abandoned there because there was what's it called? There was nothing there they didn't need, actually the slave thing, right? Before it started, before Africa was like a market for them, they went as far as India and China to do that, but they were not producing the how do you call it, the labor effects, so to speak. Probably I'm missing the word anyway, but I think you understand what I'm saying. Like the effect of that labor, that beast of body that they wanted them to do, they weren't doing that. But I think with somebody from Spain that went to Africa and got somebody, not even as a slave then, but as master, just boy to serve, you understand, got there and he performed. They saw that what he did was like, wow, this guy is so powerful. That was even prompted them to like, oh, I think there's market in this thing. Then the invasion started, you understand.
So now one strong man go cause wahala for us like this, just go to show muscle.
You understand. So these guys, the Indians and Asians, they were not producing much work for them. Like if you looking at them face to face, so we be like say India man, they do like say one day already. We even say you don't.
You see, look who has come with his theories. He's come with his own. Oh, look at them! They can't do all this. They are the ones that have built a space station and this thing. They have nuclear weapons and all the rest.
Let me see. They can't do anything. No, this time they are asleep. They are asleep. The ones here they are asleep. They have many of them as my clients. So this time I know they are asleep. So yes, but what I'm trying to say is, they were not producing much, labor yield compared to what the Spanish guy took one of us to his beat.
But they tried though. There was a Chinese guy that was like fighting like a crusade for Christianity. That even the Christians rejected him, but he went to China and he was in China. I mean, he started a civil war, if I'm not mistaken, but he failed. He failed, and the Chinese will still got themselves back and maintained their traditions until obviously the revolution, where they even turned against all their traditions.
Like I said, because after they were no longer the targets. But when it goes to Africa, Africa was now the targets, and coming down here that not only the humans were producing yields, even the soil, there was even enough in the soil. So what do we now do? So like both human and natural resources, we're now the target of these people. So that's why they will continue tomorrow. They will continue to always want to like do what they know how to do best. You get me? So that's why
look at it this way, local. Yeah. I gotta tell you something. If you want to capture a man, destroy a man, take over his resource, right? Attack his gods. If you can change a man's fate, you can take possession of that man because of the loyalty.
That's what I said 80%. If you hear me, I said 80%. 80%.
what they did, this is how Christianity came to foster in Nigeria. When they first came into this country, right, they discovered that the men were very powerful, which is patriarchy, right? Then they discover polygamy, that we have polygamy. Especially in the eastern Nigeria was the killing of twins. And then they also find out about the outcast. But the man was staunch in his belief of those things because of his belief to the gods. Even though some of them were not good, like killing of twins was just men being jealous of other men having twins that they couldn't have, you see. Then they instituted a way to stop, to just be stupid and wicked. Then an outcast was as a result of men trying to take over another man's land, which means his brother's land, or take over his brother's wife and children in order to absorb everything that his brother has into himself, right? And the woman stops.
Cain and Abel.
Yeah, Cain and Abel. And the woman tries to stop him, and what does he do? He then goes after her, accuses the men around her for sleeping with her, or that they're trying to help her out because they go to her house at night and have sexual relationships. So all those things, the woman will be like, okay, no, what, forget it. She will then go run into the God's chamber, right? Then she becomes an outcast. So when the Europeans discovered these things, they used those loopholes, those weak points that we had, and approached our women. That is why you say, if you watch things fall apart, you see that when they started approaching our women, what do? They start peeling the women first because they couldn't peel the men out. They started peeling the women. Then the women became more into the church. That was how they were able to break us. That is why today, when you argue with a Nigerian and tell them that the ways of our ancestors is good, they will tell you, but what about the killing of twins? That's the first.
They always come up with that and sacrifices.
Yes, and sacrifices that the Nigerian woman will throw at you. That's the first. And then the next thing she will tell you, what about polygamy? Polygamy is not good. But one thing that our women don't understand is this. It's not a woman's place to determine the structure of a marriage. It's a man's place. Because at the end of the day, the marriage benefits the man. Because that's the only way his legacy can continue. The name if you have that is one thing that Nigeria does today that really pisses me off. You married a woman that can't have a child, and then you stick with her for the rest of your life. Your lineage is gone. But those are things that our ancestors try to prevent. They tell you don't have to send her home to her father, but you need to marry a second or third wife to continue your legacy. Because it's your legacy, not her legacy. But a woman doesn't care. A woman only cares about one thing when she comes to marriage, is to protect her seed, her offspring. She does not care about your legacy because it's not in a woman's nature to care about your legacy. It's in a woman's nature to care about her offspring. Then another thing again that our people don't understand is this. When somebody, like I was saying earlier, the white people saw those things, they brought that religion to us. They weakened our women. Our women then weakened the men. So if you look at China or look at the rest of the world, apart from the European countries, show me one country that professes Christianity that prosper. Almost none, apart from the European countries. Almost none. The whole of South America is nothing because of what? They are staunch into Catholic Church and Pentecostal. They are staunch into it. What do Europeans do? They go to this South America, they take their resource and go home and take it to Europe. So they use Christianity, they use the church to put in your face why they take your resource. And because of your loyalty to the church is your loyalty to Europe. You see what I'm saying? They couldn't do that to China and Japan and the rest of, and most countries in Asia, because those Asian countries stick to their gods, to the gods of, to the ways of their ancestors. They stick to it. Some of them may have bended in the past, like what do they call it, like India, but they defaulted back. And since
But,
India
but don't you
deported
think
back,
that our isolation from global geopolitics is also affecting the way we think about these things? Because it almost appears as if Africans were naive. And if you look at South America too, they too were kind of not part of the main center of the world geopolitics, as we would like to describe it. But the Chinese were, the Indians were, the Arab world was, the Anatolia, which is the Turkish, the Greek, and the Scandinavian, it is in the Mediterranean ones. They are. I think this thing is on. We have to look at this on a macro levels, because sometimes when we look at these things on a on what is happening on the continent and individual countries and even kingdoms, we will lose track of what the bigger effect, what is going on. Because if you look at Northern Europe right now, they are some of the most docile people in the world. Because part of it is because they are completely cut off from this in the world geopolitics. And even if earlier on the Vikings came from there, because then they had their own world. They had their own world where the Vikings were raiding and killing everybody. But when it comes to bigger, the global this in the world that we are looking at now, they are basically isolated. They are completely locked out. The countries that are at play are the ones close to those equator regions. No, I wouldn't call it equator. This in latitude regions, like that line from Greece
yeah,
to
the reason why
India.
it's like that,
They
the
control the
reason why,
world. They are the ones
yeah,
that are the
yeah,
they are the heart of things.
the reason why it's like that is because there's something that called when you're hungry, you will do anything. Hunger is the mother of necessity.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So if you look at the Northern Europe, right, or the Northern Europeans and Africa, they have one thing in common. They have what you call, or let me put it this way, they have what they need to survive. The Northern Europeans have the fishery. They have the Northern Hemisphere. They have fishery. They have food in abundance. Africa had food, crops, any kind of fruit you can think of, anything that you needed to survive. So there was no necessity for invention. You see what I'm saying? There was no necessity because they lived a life where they had everything. But you see that middle, right? There is one thing, there are things that those middle have in common. Constant in search of resource. They don't have resource. They didn't have resource. So because of scarcity of resource that was within them, they innovated, they invented. They started encroaching each other's land, trying to take over this person's land to take what they have in order for their own people to survive. England, Europe, they went through 1,000 wars, right? Europe of that region. They went through 1,000 wars with Turkey, with Northern Africa. They went through thousands of 1,000-year war because of they trying to take what each other had in order to satisfy their own people until they discovered Africa. Discovering of Africa was ultimately their discovery, not discovery of Africa, their discovery of sub-Saharan Africa, I'm sorry. Their discovery of sub-Saharan Africa was actually what led to peace in Europe for a long time. What did they do? All these enemies came together and divided sub-Saharan Africa into colonies, right? Because what did they find? They found what they needed: spice, fruits, minerals.
To be fair, the people that invited them to Africa were the Moors, because the Moors from Africa left Africa and went and conquered Europe. And when they occupied Europe, and they were Islamic, from Spain to, I think they even almost Italy and all those areas. But the Christian faith was also taking root in short, to be fair, it has already taken root in Europe, and they wanted to fight back. So they used Christianity as a uniting factor to fight against the Muslim the Moors. And after they defeated the Muslim Moors, if you look at it, it just correlates. Like as they are kicking the Muslim Moors out of Europe, and they followed them all down to Africa, and and then they ended up with us. They followed them, And the Moors, from what I gather, they improved their lifestyle. They also, improved sanitation in Europe and all the rest of it. So that also meant the Europeans were experiencing a growth. And then put on top of that, Mansa Musa's actions, which after they converted to Islam, look at how much money that king spent from
Senegal.
Mali kingdom,
Mali,
Oh,
sorry.
you are
then all the
100%
way
correct.
all the way
That was the
to
beginning of
yeah
To
Africa,
Mecca.
Corn
all
of
the way to
Africa.
Mecca, and it gave them the impression that they
He
thought
exposed
Africa
Africa,
had a mountain
essentially.
of gold. What that guy did,
Mm-hmm.
and at the moment he came back, it didn't last 100 years. All hell broke loose on the
All
continent.
hell broke loose. In fact, I've spoken
That
about
money that
you
man
are
had, he could
100%
have
correct.
used it to take over the entire North African region. He could
Mm-hmm.
have raised a massive army, but instead he squandered it. And the reason why I raised
Sure.
this point is because it tells you something about us that we haven't woken up to till today. We have
We took
resources, we have
complacent.
opportunities, and
We
we
took
keep
complacent.
squandering it.
We took
They will
complacent.
never have squandered that kind of resources the way that man did, that king did. And
And
even before he became leader, they also squandered a whole heap because they said the person that was supposed to take over from him went on a trip. They just
no,
wasted a lot of
not
opportunities.
that the person was supposed to take over. Mansa Musa's senior brother was actually the king of Mali. That country is an adventurous. That family is an adventurous family. So they built the biggest library in the whole world and the biggest university, the University of Timbuktu. So what happened is that his brother, due to his exploration, before you had Columbus, that was him. He was the big, in fact, Columbus installed his idea from Mansa Musa's elder brother. When Mansa Musa's elder brother found out that this water, remember River Niger, right?
Yeah.
He then said that this water must reach somewhere. Because then River Niger was wider. He believed that this water has a place that it goes to. Let me use my kingdom to explore this water. He went in with over 6,000 slaves. That's 6,000 servants and chiefs. Then handed his kingdom over to his brother, pending his return. But he never returned. History, then explorers have explored throughout the whole of Atlantic Ocean, because he went into the Atlantic Ocean by veering west, because he veered west of that of the river. So the west led him into Atlantic Ocean, and he went all the way. Nobody saw him. They've gone as deep as the Atlantic Ocean is very deep, but the Pacific is the deepest. So they went through all the deep 5,000 feet of the Atlantic Ocean, not discovering any single ship. This guy left with over 300 ships or 500 ships with 6,000 people. So fast forward, North America is in existence, meaning that before the white people came, there were black people in this continent, right? So history believed that was Mansa Musa people that arrived there. But going back to Mansa Musa, so when he took over, yes, you are right. He took that gold to Egypt and he destroyed the world gold market. When he destroyed that market, yes, you're right, the Arabs were mad at him to punish him, because this guy, wanted to kill Africa. When we carry religion, we over practice it. He's a Muslim, right? He's a convert Muslim.
He's a convert. He's not even a proper Muslim.
No, he's a
He
convert.
went and showed off.
Yeah, so he went and showed off because African kings are very flamboyant.
It's still the same till today.
Up to today, they are very flamboyant. So he went on to show off, to please these people by exciting them. But what he did, he crashed their market that lasted for 10 years. To punish him, they didn't want to come to him and destroy his market or destroy and steal his gold. No, they contracted it to the Europeans because of that Muslim, because he was going to turn around and say, oh, as a Muslim, you did this to me. As a Muslim, you did this to me. I thought you guys are supposed to protect me. No, they contracted it to the Europeans and asked the Europeans to come. So when the Europeans came and started stealing gold, they found out the gold was endless. And you know one thing about mineral resources, they are not concentrated, they are expanded. So the Europeans are like, you know what? This gold can't just be here. It must be beyond this location. They began to dig, they began to go, and then they started discovering more resources. And they discovered that the whole continent, the whole sub-Sahara is all full of resources.
I fear that because before then the sub-Saharan region they knew we were always there. They knew we were always there. It's just that the northern the countries that were like the Sahel nations, Sudan, all that, they were tough nations. The Queen Armerinus of Sudan fought the Romans to a standstill. She took the head of the sculpture of their empire, of their emperor, and put it under her stool. And then, then when they wanted to sign a peace deal, that you went to sign a peace deal with the Romans. The Romans granted them everything they wanted. That gave the queen everything she wanted, and she just went home, and that was the end of it. At that same time, Rome was conquering the UK, the England, and enslaving them. At that same time, when that woman was doing that, that was a one-eyed queen that did that in Kush. So it told you that they knew Sub-Sahara was always there, but there was a formidable force in between. The force that broke Africa completely, because after the Mali Kingdom, remember the people that destroyed the Mali Kingdom wasn't the Europeans. It was fellow Africans that did it. The Songhai Empire that rose, that was I think just about the first time the Europeans started, there's foreigners that you would not regard as conventional Africans, sub-Saharan Africans, started destroying African kingdom. The Moroccans, and they are an Islamic nation too. They came from where they were in Morocco with the cannons and all the rest, went to the Songhai kingdom and just started a war basically. And the Songhai kingdom, instead of them to have known about the cannons, because cannons had been around for a while, guns had been around for a while. No, instead the strategies that they used to go and fight, they didn't learn anything. They were using cows to go and, a lot of cows to go and, stampede the soldiers from the Moroccan this thing, because there were not that many, just about 2,000, to come and knock down the whole empire. And when they send these animals over, but the animals hear the sound of cannons, they scattered in the opposite direction to go and decimate the people that send them out. And it was a massacre. They completely defeated them. And since then, the continent has never been the same again. And
yeah, the invention of gunpowder changed everything. The invention of
but we didn't learn. We didn't learn. And see, when the Mali kingdom fell, he was asking the Portuguese, the king of Mali was asking the Portuguese for guns, and they just came with gifts, mirrors, and all those things. He said, I ask you for weapons, and you bring me trinkets. Like they are stupid. They are going to make you weak and weak and weak. And until the kingdom fell, that was the end of him. He never recovered. The kingdom never recovered. And the Songhai Empire rose. And the Songhai Empire, even knowing what the Malians went through, they didn't learn how to make guns for themselves too. That was under 100 years. After 100 years, before they fell, 100 years, you can't learn how to make a gun.
If you look at it this way, check it out for further. The thing that Africa always lack is necessity. We never see anything as necessary. We lack that.
And we are still doing it today.
We don't even see the urgency of something. Because if you look at it this way, which country in Africa has an industrial complex?
None. No. And we still don't learn anything. The other people are going to space, doing everything. And we're just sitting here like, our hospital is not working. Bad leaders.
But if you look at it this way,
bad leaders repeatedly is what we keep talking about.
The complexity of, you see, the industrial complex is a complex thing. I will tell you why it's complex. Number one, the government cannot just invest money in the military industrial, and the government will not make purchases. The reason why we don't have military industrial, if I just want to put this out there, is because we don't even have guys that are going home trying to open company that will become a military industrial company. It's not a small thing to have a military industrial company. You have to have outlets which means you have to have subsidiaries or you have to have people that you got to outsource to.
Nigerian, there's Proforce though. You know about Proforce now.
I know Proforce, but guess what? That's Proforce. For Proforce to make anything that will meet order, supply, and requirements, right? He has to outsource almost 80% of what he needs to companies. So what I'm trying to tell you is this, right? They have to be about 20 to 30 companies that will have to do those 80%.
The ecosystem, isn't it? The ecosystem that's the way I describe it. But look at this now. Let me add this. Look at what you just said just now. That should tell you what I mentioned before about the strategy of what is happening to us right now. Proforce needs the ecosystem to develop this industrial complex you're talking about. Guess what? The brains that are supposed to work in that ecosystem are being pulled out of the country as we speak. So that ecosystem is being destroyed. That is what is happening to us, and we don't know it. As like we are at war and nobody invited us, nobody gave us invite, and our people don't know it. We don't see it happening.
That's 100% correct. But what do we do now? We can discuss the problem, but one thing we have to find a solution. The solution is this. There are a lot of Nigerians that are overseas that have been there for 20 years. To me, you've overstayed your welcome. Those that have been there for a very long time are supposed to now.
That's interesting. You say you've overstayed your welcome. Sure, me and sure. What have we overstayed our welcome?
Me too.
We should clear out.
Me too. We have overstayed our welcome. That's why
I'm packing my bag.
Let's start making arrangements to clear out then. Since we've overstayed.
We've overstayed our welcome because what we're supposed to do is this. Look at what the Chinese did in the 70s when they came to this country in the 50s. By the 70s, 80s, what did they do? They started going back home, right? Because they knew at that moment they overstayed their welcome. They started building things. Was their government really investing in them? No. But as they were coming online, the government started taking notice. And the massive investment began. I got to tell you one thing. The problem with Nigerian government and Nigerian citizens have love and hate relationship. Love relationship, they have to provide. Hate relationship, Nigerians don't fulfill contracts. Nigerian citizens don't fulfill contracts. You award a Nigerian indigenous company contract, we know a lot of them. Some of them are our family members. They will take that money and run overseas. We know that. We have seen a lot of that happen. So let's be honest. But if Nigerian citizens can fulfill contract, I will be honest with you, Nigeria would have gone very far today. Nigerian government would have invested. When you see Chinese companies,
we're talking about solutions now. What would you say?
So the solution becomes when we go back. That was some of the ones that are going to go back. Build a company. If your company is doing, if you know you can do design or interpret design or do fabrication on low scale, which is specific fabrication, which is specialized, not specific, specialized fabrication, you do that. You do that for a company. You do that, and another person again will do his. Now you can supply to the main company like that. What's the name of that company? You say something for Proforce, yeah. Then you supply to Proforce, but before that, you have to go to Proforce and let Proforce know that, hey, we can do this. This is our company. This is where we located. This is what we're fabricating. What do you need us to fabricate for you? Or maybe if you know what you can fabricate for them, approach them with that. Tell them, hey, this is what I can fabricate. I would like to have contract from you. Then they will investigate your company, find out that yes, you're legit, right? Then they will give you test contract, which means you have to produce something that then they will test and find out if it meets their specification, right? And the thing is this: if you come to the West, like in the US, right, you might that simple fabricating thing that you're trying to do. There are thousands of companies that do it all over the entire country, and they've been doing this for 70 years, right? 70, 80 years since World War II. So this is what we need in Nigeria. People have to start going back, starting something. You don't have to have a contract to start, because most Nigerians want to have a contract to do anything. No, you don't. That tells you you're not legitimate if you're waiting for contract first. You have to bring the logistics. You have to have the logistics. You have to have everything that is needed. Then you go bid for contract from companies that will bid, that will award
So,
you.
how about having a strategy whereby you have a business in Nigeria? Like you said, you don't have to wait for a contract. Do something that you can also market overseas, because you leverage the cheaper workforce and cheaper, everything really in Nigeria. So when you make anything, you don't have to necessarily rely on any Nigerian business to give you a contract organization. You can. What I mean by that is it's like a stopgap while you are, because just as you created your own this thing, you are part of the ecosystem now. So for the others to catch up, and more of them to appear, you need something to sustain the company while that is happening. The reason why I say this is because when I went to Nigeria the first time, you find that the ecosystem, it wasn't as developed. You don't see a lot of people into that industry. So while you are working, you have to find a way to survive. And the formula I came up with was that you have to have a way of marketing the stuff overseas. And not that I've said I've succeeded, but you have to find a way to do that, so that if you can succeed in that, you don't necessarily need Nigeria to survive, but you are in Nigeria in case Nigeria catches up. And I saw Nigeria catch up, actually. And from the point of view that you can see that in the military and all the rest of it, you can see that they are doing a lot of different things, that you can see that the ecosystem is beginning to expand, but not fast enough, but it's beginning to expand. So the strategy of, a kind of linking the company to the West so that you can be able to sustain the business, is that not something that is worth considering?
It's not. You shouldn't consider that at all. You shouldn't consider that, because one thing is this: if you're a company in Nigeria and you want to provide services to the West, it's going to take a whole lot of logistic to do that. And then number two is that depend on the sensitivity of what you're doing. Certain most companies will not want to do that with a Nigerian company, because Nigeria doesn't have the history of military defense production. So it's going to take you much more longer. You have to do it first domestically before you can be able to get an international contract. Then secondly is this. I will tell you this about Nigeria. The reason why you don't have a lot of companies in Nigeria that you're going to supply that into is because those companies, they want to function in Nigeria, but supply is their problem. Meaning that the kind of company that you're trying to build in Nigeria is not in Nigeria. So there are companies that can come online because supply. Nigeria has innocent as a company, right? Okay, let me tell you this. If you go to Nigeria and open a company that produces, let's say, fender, you do fender, or you do the boot, or you do, let's say you do the body of a car, not the skeleton side, but I'm not talking about the frame, but just the body, right? The outer body of a car, which is, they have A, B, C for automobile, right? So you're doing the body A, right? Or type A. They have three types: type A, type B, type C. So you're doing the type A. You'll be surprised that when you start at type A, the demand is going to be, you can't even you're going to be 6 months backlog. You know why? Innocent would rather give you that contract to do it and supply to him locally, because you meet that foreign his supplier specification in China. You met or exceed that specification. Am I correct? He would rather have you supply to him than to be waiting for a supplyment to come from a consignment to come from China. You see what I'm saying? So that is why you have to look at it this way. Dealing with that is why there is a need for fabrication in Nigeria. In fact, my company, right, we're trying to do fabrication in Nigeria, and then we're going to start doing fabrication. It hasn't come online, but we're working towards it. So a family friend of mine told me, "Are you sure you want to do this?" I said, "Yeah." She said, because it has to do with the something that she wanted. She said, if you do this in Nigeria, that is going to be huge because I'm not going to be going to India. He said, but just know that you're going to be 1 year, 6 months to 1 year backlog because the demand is going to be out of chain.
So you are going to be supplying another industry. I think you may be right there
A
because
whole lot of industries in Nigeria.
I wanted to add that Proforce actually supplies internationally in Nigeria. They supply to the UN. I think they supply to all. They even sold to Belarus recently in Europe. So they supply internationally. So in other words, you can see a formula there where you can actually, because Proforce is still supplying to the Nigerian. I think they are also supplying to the Nigerian military too. So Nigerian military has also funded them. So they are working both ways. The greatest challenge that these organizations are going to face is the syndrome of people leaving the country and working for foreigners if they cannot compete with the amount that the foreigners are paying Nigerians. And there is also this aspect of what was that again? I've forgotten this point I wanted to make. I think it was tied to the local this thing product. I guess it's going to come back anyway.
Local content.
Not necessarily. I think it's going to come back, but I think you are right that you need to start doing these things. And but you already, I think from what you said, it appears that there's already a market for it. From that point of view, there's no downside.
There is okay. Look at Proforce. Look at Proforce, for example. Where is Proforce getting all the equipment that he needs? Or where is he getting all the parts that he needs to supply to all those countries from outside country?
Yeah,
he's not even getting it in Nigeria. But just imagine him getting the supply now in Nigeria from Nigerian indigenous companies. That's going to be huge because you know what Proforce is going to save? Foreign exchange.
Yeah.
Foreign exchange. Because these guys
one thing I saw Proforce did recently was that they also, like they said, they wanted to start doing UAV, and I noticed that they went to this French company to work with them to start doing UAVs too. So I don't know how far they've come now in terms of their work together. But like you said, if there was somebody in Nigeria that can do it, that too, they would have looked to work. But the question is, would Nigerians do that though? Because Nigerians, what they tend to do is like, oh yeah, they are local. I don't no. I still prefer.
No. I'm going to come to Nigeria and to those Nigerians that react the way you just demonstrated.
Not me, it's an example of what they do.
No, I mean the way what you just demonstrated right now, what you just said right now. They're saying that Nigeria, yes, what they're saying is true. What they are saying is true. Nigeria lack this agreement of meeting specification. Quality is Nigerian problem.
It's a big one, believe me. I've spent a long time saying you are competing with the world here. You don't know the people I work with. I tell them you are competing with the world here. You're not competing with your local people. You don't understand this the standard you have to meet.
Now you're talking because those Nigerians have to. What are they supposed to do? They're supposed to meet the minimum specification that your contractor gave you, meaning that your contractor gave. There's a contractor gave to the vendor. Meaning that contractor has somebody else he's going to deliver the finished goods to. And that person will make sure that every single part or every single component meets minimum specification, right? So if you, as a Nigerian company, is not going to meet specification, he's going to go to somebody else or go out of the country. So it's is of necessity that a Nigerian company meets specification.
Let me add this too. There's another aspect to this that Nigeria also does that is very, very disruptive. Recently, I discovered that the Nigerian Clearing Agents Association at the airport were on strike. And because of it, the goods cannot be delivered into the country anymore. Even DHL cannot get their goods into the country. Why? Because the fees that the customs or something started charging them, they increased it by 100%. basically without notice. It's like, why do these things keep occurring? Why do these leaders don't understand that if you want to increase these things, you have to do it in a way that is manageable without disrupting services. You can't increase. There's no part in this world where you just increase charges by 100%. You're not going to have problems. But they keep doing it anyway. They don't care.
It comes down to that thing that when they said that, when Trump said that shithole country, everybody went mad. I went mad. In fact, I was very pissed. But Nigeria is not a shithole country, but Nigeria demonstrates.
But these are Nigerians doing these things. Why? What kind of human being will think? I wake up this morning. You know what the good idea is today? Increase the fees that I'm charging the agents by 100%. Why would you do that? I consider those saboteurs. They are not nationals. They are saboteurs. They don't care about anything about their country. They don't care whether anything works or not. They just want to get their way. And that is, they are not traitors even.
The problem is when just like a Piramadu, right? He went to a country with a donor without following due process, right? And some people are advocating that he shouldn't face consequences because of his daughter condition, right? That is Nigeria for you. When there is no consequence for action, for disobeying of law, for not following due processes, people will then start acting however they want because they know there will not be consequences for their actions. So that is why you're going to have somebody increasing price of service without first notifying customers. But I can also come to the agency's aid. If you look at contract that comes out of agencies, yes, prices are subject to change without notice. It's still under is a disclaimer. We all know that it's always a disclaimer. So they can also use that disclaimer to justify their actions. Because yes, they do have the power to do that. But there is something called optics. You see, in order not to cause disruptive in the system, because this is a serious thing, not to cause disruptive in the system, you have to put out notice. But it's also a problem of Nigeria, where you have only one functioning seaport. Nigeria is supposed to have 5 world-class seaports in the 5 states of our Atlantic coast.
Yeah, but why do they feel that they need to increase something by 100%? Personally, I can't, for the life of me, no landlord increase rent by 100% overnight. You can't do that. You have to give the people a heads up.
A landlord can if he's the only one that have the whole property in the state. He will do that.
But this one, the state you are doing it to is the entire nation. They can't get their goods into the country because you caused a disruption.
Exactly. But they won't do that if the rest of the states on the coastal line have seaports. Because they will be like, oh shit, if we increase Lagos, these people might go to Ondo State
but this one is the national This is a national body that increases price. They increase the price by 100%. Like in the UK here, when they want to increase price of anything, they will give you a heads up what they are going to do beforehand. Then they will increase it by 10%, 5%, 20%. Nothing like 100%, because the shock to those business owners, those agents that have to earn a living from it. What is the profit? Sorry, what is the profit margin these people have?
But
that you're increasing their charges by 100%.
Look at it this way, Fofana. That is why I told you that there has to be other seaports in Nigeria. Because guess what will happen if there are other seaports? The people in Lagos are the ones making this decision, right? Because that's the national seaport.
No, this one is airports, by the way. This one is airports, airport clearing agents.
No, because I don't
think it affects seaport. No, it's airports.
No, okay. No, if it's airport clearing agent, that's a problem. You see what I'm saying? It's a problem. But
yeah, exactly. They stopped working for 2 weeks now, going to 2 weeks now, and you can't get your goods into the country because of it. And because somebody decided that, I'm going to increase the price by 100%. Why would you do that?
But the federal airport authority is supposed to intervene if that is the case. If goods are not coming into Nigeria, that would destroy the economy.
But that's what they are doing, and maybe it's them that increase the price too. This is what I'm complaining about. That the
Maybe
National
it's not
Association of
widespread.
Agents went on strike, and because somebody increased the price by 100% without any due consultation, there is no even this thing that you will justify it. You have to increase it over time. It's like boiling a toad. You have to do it 20%, 20%, 20%. Then you arrive at the number you want instead of just overnight. Let the shock happen. Let me destroy the business of agents that have a margin of this for profit. It's just chaos. The reason why I mention it is because there are other aspects that makes Nigeria hostile to business, and this is one of them. They have these shocks that they introduce every time is to damage businesses, and it's just not good at all, because there is something like the people I work with now in Nigeria. If they needed some just tiny components to arrive, no, you can't get it now because this is what having a quarrel. It's just unacceptable, and we
That
have
is
to take care of that too.
That's a demonstration of bad leadership. That's a demonstration of bad leadership, because the reason why I say it's a demonstration of bad leadership is also the same thing that I've always said in Nigeria. When I have that conversation going on, I always tell them that our system has to be overhauled. But at the same time, we also have to put people that understand the basic necessity and have understanding of where they work. One thing that kills Nigeria is nepotism. Nepotism is a big problem. Nepotism is practiced all over the world, but there is certain position that doesn't allow nepotism because it can be detrimental. So Nigeria is one country where you like in something like that airport authority, something you have somebody that has no logistic experience, and you put him in a sensitive job like that. That person is not going to understand logistics. He's going to make decisions based on his own pocket or revenue. It's just like bringing an accountant and say, "Hey, an accountant, can you be the head of logistics?" An accountant is going to think about maximizing of profit and saving of money. You know, then an accountant will not think about the effect of that, of course, of cost cut. Look at something like Boeing. You remember when the Boeing, the 737 Max was dropping from sky, right? And one of the defense that the engineers had was that in the 70s and the 80s, Boeing was the leading aerospace due to the fact that engineers had control of that company. But the 90s and the 2000s, the government started putting pressure on Boeing to cut costs. That resulted in a lot of accounting department making decisions. So whenever the engineers put in work order, whenever work order is given, and then they go through all the process of submitting the bill of BOM, right, to the accountant. The accountant would then say, no, this is too expensive. We need to cut costs. We need to cut costs. But cutting costs means cutting safety, cutting production quality, compromising on those things. Then they will take it back to these people for approval. Then from there, guess what happened? Boeing began to drop in quality. The same applies to houses in America. America used to build houses that are strong, but today they look for so many technical ways to reduce cost by maximizing profit, by also killing quality. So that's the problem with Nigeria, with a lot of places around the world. Nigeria is, our own is not cutting costs to save money or this. It's just pure embezzlement.
Okay, let's round up with because we are going to close out soon. Regarding the main topic anyway, because nobody bothered to mention that anymore. Has anything changed in the White House's view of Africa as a collective of all countries? Has anything changed from your point of view? Do you think anything has changed?
I'm not an insider to that, but I would say this, right, based on understanding of politics. I think the comment of the shithole or exhole country that was made by Trump was due to, I think it's due to foreign relations and him understanding of black community and the way Africa's outlook compared to the rest of the world. You see what I'm saying? Trump wasn't a man that went around the world when he was a private citizen before he became president. He wasn't somebody that went to Africa to see what Africa looks like, but he's somebody that did business mostly in Middle East, like Saudi Arabia, Europe, and China. Those are places he went. So he saw development in those areas, but he wasn't somebody that was exposed to Africa. So that's why when he made that comment, he made it for a reason. But fast forward to today, the current White House, I don't think has that much of a relationship with Africa either. And the reason why is because there are difference between when Obama was in office versus when Biden is in office. Obama's foreign policy in Africa would have been better if he didn't divulge into the gays, the spread of homosexual rights in African countries, right?
And
Or
destroying
African
Gaddafi.
continent. Yeah. And then also Gaddafi issue. If he hadn't done those two, right, he would have had a better policy. But due to the fact that Obama never really set a good stage for Africa or defined African foreign policy in a way that America would have understood better as a son of Africa. That is why the current White House don't even have any single clue about what to do. Because this current White House is made up of people that don't know anything about Africa whatsoever. They've never been there. They don't even know anything
Well, how
about it.
can you? Well, are you sure they don't know anything about Africa? They know full well what is going on. Have you seen their document on Africom? What they stated about Africa? The term was that. Yeah,
Go
the
ahead. Go
term
ahead.
they used was that with little money and little men, you can get outsized returns on the continent. They went on to describe the budget of their national defense budget and how much they spend on the continent is less than 0.1% or so of their budget. That's how much they get a return for their money's worth on the continent. So they know full well what's going on in Africa. They know exactly what is going on, and they have strategic interest in terms of the mineral resources from Congo and other parts of Africa.
Yeah,
So
that is 100% correct. Yes, the white for the past 100 and something years, every European and Western country knows full well about the mineral resource in Africa. But in terms of development, they are not really interested in it. Well, that's why
they
I was
don't care.
speaking to. They not because Obama didn't take that step in the development of collaboration in the development of market in Africa. He didn't take that initiative at all.
Because he
But the
doesn't want
police,
to. Why do you think
they didn't
he
even
didn't do that?
he didn't do it because number one, they must have demonstrated to him that developing of African resource is going to lead to cost. Is going to be costly to the Western market. Because number one, we have to all be honest in this, because when we don't discuss in honesty, our people don't understand, and then the global market think we are blind to reality. If the Africa develops, there will be a huge cost to West, which means price of natural resource will be very expensive, because Africa is now tapping those resources to develop in Africa. So the West will not be able to take those resources outside Africa anymore, which means that the companies now have to be built in Africa, and that will create jobs in Africa. And then the Western people are going to be going crazy, like, oh, we don't have jobs here. And that will result in, guess what, reverse migration, right?
Yeah, and because it's going to reduce their influence over the continent, they know that full well. And we have not even had we have not had anything to offer like the way the Japanese or the South Koreans offered or the Taiwanese offered, so for them to sustain development on the continent. Because we don't offer any real strategic interest. At least we have not made it relevant so that they can.
I think our case and Chinese case are different. They're not resource. They're not resource. They're production countries. They're not resource countries. The Chinese, the Japanese, the
I
Koreans.
understand that, but there is a reason why America went to China in the first place to start trading with the Chinese, and that was because of the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union was at full strength, challenging America's power, and the Chinese and the Soviet Union working together would be almost insurmountable for Americans. So, what America did was to play them against each other. They went to China. They tried Soviet Union first, actually, but the Chinese were not having it, and then they went to the Chinese this time, and then the Chinese agreed to doing trade with them, so that it pulled the Chinese away from the Soviet Union enough, and it worked technically because the Soviet Union collapsed in the end. The Soviet Union would never have collapsed if they were working more closely with the Chinese in terms of food and all those things. So that worked, and the Chinese gained from it. They gained development from it, and they emerged from they became a nuclear power, did all the stuff that they needed to do. Till this date, the reason why they are against the West is against the Chinese. It's not because the Chinese is fighting them in a war, physical war, or anything like that. It's because they fear that the Chinese power is becoming too much and it's going to challenge especially the Chinese going to Africa now to develop Africa. It's almost like freeing Africa from the shackles that the West put on Africa. So this is the dynamics that is at play, and in the context, for me anyway, if I look at the way they look at Africa right now, zero has changed. One of the ways you will know is that you put yourself in their shoes. You will look at Africa and say, what has this country got to offer? Because if you look at China, if you look at Japan today, you look at Taiwan, you look at South Korea, the reason why they are doing well today in terms of technological development, they may not, I'm sure that any smart person in those countries will know that is because of China's presence there. Without China there, America will leave them decimated too, just like they decimated this in Africa. Because China is a problem for the West, so they need allies there that are going to be strong to be able to balk the Chinese. That's why they maintain them there, and the same thing they did with India. So, but in the context of Africa, we don't have anything that we offer them strategic interest for. At least we've not made ourselves worthy, or we don't have any technological base or anything that will say, okay, if they work with us closely, we could help them make sure that the Chinese doesn't do it. No, nothing like that. If anything, it's in their interest for them to keep us the way we are, so they can be taking our natural resources to manufacture stuff and sell back to us.
Exactly. But the thing is this, things will change, and they will change faster than you think. I'll tell you why. The Chinese being there is not, Americans are going, you see America plays what you call the waiting game, right? They're going to be looking at what Chinese are doing. Okay, they're going to, once he hits that threshold, they will come to Africa and start giving concessions. You're going to see concessions throughout the whole countries on how to slow the Chinese. Americans are good at that, but guess what? History has proven that it's always at their detriment. It's always at their detriment.
America's detriment or the country's detriment?
At Americans' detriment. If you look at the way you said about the China and the Moscow, there's the Beijing and Moscow's relationship in the past, before Moscow fell and came back, right? And now Moscow then recalibrated its own way of doing business with China to be a more better ally with China than US today. Why I said it's in Americans' detriment is because America always come to stuff late. So when they come to Africa, they're going to come to Africa and say, hey, the Chinese are bad. They're already doing it psychological now, telling us that the Chinese are giving us an unfair contract. And Africans are pushing back, saying, no, they're actually building stuff. You didn't build it, right? And America has not, the thing that America has not been able to get the answer to that question or respond to that criticism. So what the Americans are trying to do now is to find, because when you respond to a criticism like that, you have to respond in kind, not in words. You have to respond in kind. So how do they respond in kind? That's what America hasn't figured. and I'm not going to discuss it online because it's good for them to go figure it out themselves. Yeah.
let them tweet it on their top. Why we? You see, this is why I think this is an opportunity for Africa.
That's right.
And it's an opportunity for us to be more assertive and liberate ourselves, because in the 60s, when Nigeria was busy, getting itself thinking that the prosperity would never end, the Chinese were working with the Soviet Union to develop their nuclear technology. And halfway through the process, the Soviet Union was like, our friends in Washington, they are calling us, don't you think you should slow down this, your nuclear weapon? We already have it. We, the Soviet Union, we already have nuclear weapon. We'll cover you, China, under our umbrella. So you don't have to, don't worry. Let me just go and do a little bit of kumbaya with these Americans. The Chinese was like, up yours. I'm going to carry on with my nuclear technology. Go and do your kumbaya. Right. They didn't care. They carried on with their nuclear technology, and they broke off relationship with the Soviet Union, and they carried on developing their nuclear technology. By the 60s, they're already testing it. And guess what? Late 60s and early 70s, America ran to them when they are rapprochement with the Russians. The Soviet Union didn't work out.
70-something. That's the fall of Nixon, because Nixon was during the fall of Nixon, and Nixon went over there.
So, and it's funny because this stuff, when was having discussion about this online, that it tells you that's why it's always important to look at the power dynamics, what is at play, and put yourself in the heart, in the mind of the people that are doing it. Because to tell you what I saw there was that when I was having a discussion earlier on with people, I said, America going to China to do that deal. Some people just think that it was some kind of, just trying to make friends with China and all the rest. I said, no. It wasn't. It was mostly about Soviet Union. They wanted to contain Soviet Union. That is the reason why they did that. And because I know this is how they played Africans too. And it turns out that when I asked ChatGPT about this the other day, ChatGPT, they even had a name for it. Something about triangulation, this thing. He explained it. He talked about the Vietnam War. That's one of the reasons, but the overarching one is to play China against the Russians. And it was just a perfect move. And if you think about it, yes, Americans may be regretting, maybe I don't think they will be regretting, they will be thinking, oh my God, now China is built all these things and we have to contain China. China is a bad guy now. But compared to the Soviet Union was a bigger threat to America, because the Soviet Union wasn't just only a military threat to America, it was a systemic threat. So some people were buying into socialism as a system. And in the West, they had to increase tax to 80%. Yeah. Can you imagine tax was as high as 80% in the West? There was a time it was almost 90%. Can you imagine that? That was because of the effect of the Soviet Union. That's what was happening then. So they felt the Soviet Union was at their throat. So they had to give all kinds of concessions.
Actually, what happened is that both America and the Soviet Union both suffered brutally in that Cold War, because America lost its economy. Forget about what people think now. Just like the way Soviet Union went down, America went down. But what saved America is that America is a capitalist nation that has a tax system.
And they can print currency.
The tax. They all can print currency. But how much are you getting
the world
back?
trades with the dollars. That's the problem. Russia can print on its own.
Yeah, that's true. But no matter how much you print and put into the system, how do you get some of that money back? It's tax. If you print 100 naira and put 100 naira into the system, the 100 naira can circulate. But you as government, how do you pay your bill? You're supposed to tax that 100 naira, right?
See, America doesn't pay a price when they print money. That's the problem.
No,
they call it a loan. They call it a loan, and they are able to do whatever they like with it. You know what opened my eyes to this problem? It was this COVID-19 stuff. They printed, $6 trillion. But you saw that video of the guy talking about how the G20 printed $18 trillion in less than 2 years and gave themselves in loans. Personally, I consider that
at a very low rate.
I consider that a war on poor countries, because how can you give yourself $18 trillion of loans when poorer nations like Africa didn't get anything? It's a war. They just defeated us in a war, and we didn't even feel the punch. And their currency doesn't depreciate when they do these things.
I will tell you, economy is a very stubborn thing. I won't say that it's a war to Africa, but it's an advantage. It was an unfortunate event that Africa didn't take advantage of. You know why I'm saying that?
How is that?
Okay, when that happened, Africa should have increased price of minerals.
Like, it's not going to affect them.
Oh, they will pay it.
They can print. They already created 18 trillion. It's not going to affect them.
No, they will not. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm agreeing with you. It will not affect them. They will pay it. But guess what Africa will have? Africa will then have more cash from the West. That's what Africa would have had by having that cash from the West and stockpile that cash for raining day.
Okay,
but
look at
Africa
it from this point of view. Let me be the devil's advocate now. Let me be the devil's advocate. That African leader wants to increase price of raw materials. Now I just have about $18 trillion at my disposal. I can literally buy the country if I wanted to, not to mention their leaders. If they want to move, the leader that doesn't want to toe the line, boom, down. I get my way even more. That is why I consider it an extremely dangerous thing that our currency is tied to the Western distinct currencies, because they can print you can never beat them in that game. You never win.
You can't beat them in the game, but you have to do what you call proportional increase, which means they print money, you increase not to destroy the world economy. You increase because you want some of that money to yourself. You don't do business as usual, right? It happens in the West.
You have to manufacture if you don't manufacture, your raw materials will not save you.
No. They go to different collaboration. The reason why they go to different collaboration is that you need raw material to do production. You can't do production without raw material. So the West was in bind. If we want them to be in bind, if we want to destroy the world market, we can do that with a snap.
What? How?
Yes. Okay, I'll tell you why. Because we can refuse to supply, but the only way we can do that is that we have to have the military to respond.
We don't.
Aggression, which we
don't.
But and that's what they don't want us.
Military as a pet.
They will buy our generals. That's why we cannot do such a thing. But we do have that capital. But you have to back it up, back that capital up. We have the capital, but we can't back it up. So we are always a threat to the whole world because of our geopolitical location. But the only way we can boost our threat and make our threat credible is that we have to back it up. And the only way you can back it up is military capability.
Isn't that why I keep talking about our military all the time? When I keep saying it to people, they don't understand.
It's a solution to all our problems. Is strong military. There is no doubt. In fact, without military, we can't have an economy. Remember I said a few days ago, right? Without military industrial capability, we cannot do manufacturing. Because
in this world, you can't defend anything. It's so sad, because in this world, what I've come to find out is that even loans that you take, you can't even defend it without a strong defense. You can't do anything. You can't, all your inventions, you can't protect without a strong defense. There is nothing that works if you don't have a strong defense. And we're talking about the security force from the top to down, from secret, military, defense, police, all of them. They are always, especially in Nigeria, that have been enslaved and colonized, and we are still asleep. We should be more paranoid, like, hey, everybody's about to kill us, so let's get ready. We should be more paranoid.
Just check this out. The reason why, you're mute. The reason why Nigeria is the way it is, right? Local, you're mute. The reason why Nigeria is the way it is, forefather, is not because Nigeria.
I don't know they just come there the let off.
Oh, sorry.
You were saying? Sorry, look, what did he say?
Huh? Oh, did I say something? Okay.
Yeah, you were saying something.
Okay.
See, wait first. Never don't take light too.
How are you still online? Never don't take light too. Okay, your phone.
Joke apart.
In the UK.
Joke up. pass. No, first time for years. I don't do your family. First time, take a pass.
Patriotic light. In
I
London.
told you.
Nigeria left for UK. So
No,
this is
that
what
time
the guy
when the thing went off, when I went off just now, that was what happened. Because like she just like she just trip off. I like what happened? So I just check. I checked all my electrical appliances, everything there intact. I can't get to go outside. Now she say one part of my seat don't get light.
Maybe there's a transformer don't blow. So check this out for fun. Man, I told this thing out. The reason why it's hard for Nigeria to develop its military is the civil war. You see what I'm saying? Every part of the country doesn't trust the other part of the country in terms of Nigerian military expansion. The Igbos don't trust the Hausas to finance the military. The Yorubas don't trust the Igbos and the Hausas to finance the military. The Hausas don't believe that the Igbos should even come anywhere near the military. You see what I'm saying? So there is this big distrust among us in terms of military expansion, because for you to do military expansion, every single town, city, state, local government has to participate. You see what I'm saying? And now you have to have installations, you have to have companies, you have to have contractors, you have to have vendors scattered throughout the whole country. And there will be massive employment. I'm talking about close to 5 million employment, both direct and indirect, that this will generate. But the problem we have in Nigeria is not that we can't do it as a country at peace or a country at will, and a country at will, is that the generation that fought that war are dying off, right? But they are still ruling. That's the problem. They are still ruling. They haven't transitioned fully to the next generation. So I think the military thing will be fixed by the next generation.
The truth is, the next government has already, all the candidates during this campaign, the advantage, the thing I like, all of them say they want to increase the size of the military to 1 million at least.
You have
so, but let's see whether they're going to do it. That's another thing. They say stuff. Whether they're going to do it is another thing. You see what this Scene TV printed out there. It says if you print more, what about inflation? I think that is an interesting point. You see. Let me try to get to the crux of this. When you print more money, there is inflation because your currency depreciates. But when you are the one creating the currency of the world, and that when you print more money, other currencies are tagged to your currency doesn't depreciate. There's no penalty for you. Especially when all the people that were supposed to penalize you are part of the people that got this loan, which is the G20 economies. They are not even they call it a loan, but in reality they're just giving them money to go and spend. So they are not going to get inflation. Their currency doesn't depreciate, hence zero. They just printed more money and they are kicking our teeth in, and we are paying the price today. The only reason why you are hearing cost of living crisis right now is because of what is happening in Ukraine. How nothing to do with all the loans they've taken.
Not only that, also another thing that is causing problem. Another thing that is causing problem.
Are you referring to America?
No, it's talking about the post. Somebody sent a post.
Are you referring to America?
Yeah, America and the G20. The G20, they printed 18 trillion in less than 2 years during the pandemic period in terms of loans to each other. So that's what they did, and there's no consequences to them because the consequences is to us. It's like normally financial systems, when you print money, you're supposed to suffer inflation, your currency depreciates and all the rest. But if America does it, it doesn't affect them because our currencies are hooked to them. That is a perpetual.
I'm going to disagree to that. Actually, they paid a price. They paid a price for that. That's the price they're paying today. Inflation is high. Inflation is seriously high.
But that is because of Ukraine war.
No, it has not. No. It started way before Ukraine war. It started way before.
Okay, what is the inflation rate we are talking about? Let me see.
So inflation rate in the US, right? I think is in the double digit. That I know for sure. So what they are doing to abate that is what do they call it? the increase in interest rate that they've been doing for the past 2 years now, that has gone up close to 6%. Since I've been in this country, I've never seen interest rate more than 2%. But now it's about 6%.
It's 6%. That's not inflation. Ghana has 40. We are the ones paying the price. Nigeria has about 20.
So in US inflation rate right now,
I think in Nigeria, why Nigeria is high? Why Nigeria is high, right? Money is taken from our country and put elsewhere. Just like what you have in what's it called? This cash, cash crunch, but this cash scarcity we have in Nigeria. The money that federal government printed for circulation, for markets, most of the money is circulation. Your politicians took lots of them and converted it to foreign currency and took it out of the country, leaving less money for just poor people to exchange among themselves. But the the bulk of the money was supposed to be for the country. Politicians took it out of the country and kept elsewhere. So that's why the scarcity was really there. So if you now print more money to what's it called, to maybe adjust that shortage, the money in those foreign countries will not be like, cause high inflation. So that's why you will have got that money they printed that maybe repeated recently. He wasn't supposed to print more. He wasn't supposed to print at all.
Yeah. But the thing is, this hooking of our currency to the dollar is a bad idea. If you look at many countries are beginning to pull out of it already, because they don't pay a price. They can print and print because it's a fiat currency. You can just print forever.
They will say every country, America, how can you owe your own currency? You can't owe.
Exactly, you can't. That is the thing. People, I don't know how people bought into this.
No, actually, America owe $31 trillion.
Yeah, go and take it from them now.
They will give you bonds. They will give you bonds.
America can print that money and
go and withdraw it now. Go and cash it and
print every money. They will give you your money in bonds.
Like I owe you. You know what? I owe you. But I literally have the money, but I owe you. You are the one that have the trouble, man. You don't have money. It's con. It's a total con.
No, what America? Oh, go ahead, local. Finish it, please.
Yeah, no, I say you can't owe debt in your own currencies. No, that is not possible. We just see the Rothschild, what they are doing. They succeeded in, hijacking this whole central bank of many countries. You understand? Hostage. So before you do anything with your own central bank, you must contact the Rothschild family for approval. So
but China broke that. China don't do that with them.
That's what
China and Russia are trying to break that.
The problem is there. No, there's not the whole world anyway. It's not the whole world. The country that they are having with, they must have crisis in that country. They must have issues with those countries. You understand? Because they know those ones are financial. And they can print their own currency.
See, local. If I look at so many of the things that they are using to deprive us of wealth, I'm surprised we have anything left. It's too many. Like they said, even our visa transactions, they get a cut from it. Our broadband, they get a cut from it. Everything we are sacrificing, we are bleeding from every angle. It's just, man, our leaders, man, we seriously, that's like a bullet in the head. We need, no bullet anywhere. Or let's not make a mistake. Point is, we need nationalism on as an emergency right now. This is crazy. We are hemorrhaging too much.
Even your flight from Lagos, Nigeria to UK, these people here, they don't want the Nigerian government to approve it because they know the highest money they make from Nigeria to UK, Nigeria to London, there's money that route. So they are the only ones who wants to make sure they control that route. They want to come carry their plane there, so will pay enough money. Oyema said, if you have just ordinary how much flights, small money, you can take you to US, take you to America for cheap, half of what these people are charging us. You stand better.
Mhm.
These people
Because
decide
if you look at the breakdown,
they don't want to give him
when
the
they
opportunity to
issue
do that.
your ticket, you see that half of your ticket are all in taxes. Half of the entire ticket you paid is like if you pay the normal rate, which means 1,200 to come to maybe Dallas round trip, right? Let's say 1,200 or 1,000. Almost 600 of that is taxes.
Cuts for other people.
Yeah.
No,
Taxes.
they might tell you. They might tell you. No, it's not up to tax anyway. But you see, those prices are controlled by the people who benefit from it, not really the airline per se. The government benefit a lot from those. So if you put tax, if you say 600 tax, that means it's almost 50% tax. Because if you check your tickets, you will see the
It
breakdown.
is.
Tax is still there.
If you look at your ticket, you see all the breakdown, you see all the not
Yeah,
a
that's what
single
I'm saying.
tax.
So tax is not up to like 600 anyway.
Taxation. It's multiple taxation. But if you look, there is okay. If you look when Enyema was trying to buy Boeing and the Chinese plane, right? A lot of Western airlines started cooking up story against him. They went hard because number one, they knew that if this guy come into that international flight style, it's going to hit them hard, and he needs a lot of plane
Yes,
to operate.
I
And
believe
they don't want to. They don't
Africa,
want to
Africa,
lease or
Africa will
sell him.
patronize him.
Oh, a lot. They don't want to lease or sell him any plane that easily. So when he tried to go to China, they said, "Oh, he was a drug dealer."
Yeah.
They came right away and said he was a drug dealer. But at the same time, see, this is what we have to see that the West is doing against us. Not every African wants to come here.
Sorry. For that, I think somebody's asking for a link. I don't know if you want to post it.
Oh, let me post that now. Let's
So,
get that.
can you continue?
We should be rounding up soon though, so let him come in. All right,
So
go ahead.
when you look at it, right, not every African wants to come here and live. I got to tell you, if you give visas to Africans, most of them will be gone in a heartbeat if they know they can be coming here and going without each at the passport office at the embassy, right? They'll be coming and going. Most of us will not even want to live here.
I'm telling you.
But because they know they're using psychology on us, they don't want us there to stay in our country. They want the smart ones to leave and come here and work for them.
Yeah.
But at the same time, they don't want us because if we are able to come here often and go as we want, guess who is going to profit? Onyema then. All these Nigerian airlines will now start asking for supply of aircraft, right? And you're going to have that Nigerian, Lagos, Abuja, Anambra, Ebonyi, Port Harcourt, Kano will be a very, very busy route.
Hot route, man.
But hot one. But the thing that pisses me off is this. These Western countries know how to shoot themselves in the foot. They want price to be as low as possible, not to allow Africa to develop, but at the same time, they also hindering their own progress because just imagine how much we are going to be spending here if we are coming here and going, and how many millions of us will be coming annually, and their own people will be coming to Africa. But I think this is just procrastination. This is just me guessing in why.
Exactly. What did say? You might be surprised nobody will come.
Yeah, not only that nobody will come. I think they are more fearful of reverse migration. Remember what I said that earlier, forefather. These people are very concerned about reverse migration in the sense that they don't want their own people living their own continent. Because I got to tell you, a lot of people will leave this show for Africa if they get the slightest, if they have reason to, especially development. If we have steady electricity, steady all these things, right? A lot of people will be gone. That's what I'm trying to say.
I think that you are right there, and they want that pressure to remain, so that whenever they need manpower will come serve, and whenever whatever they want to do with us, they can do with us. But it's up to them to want that. It's up to us to grant it to them. And like I keep saying it, I'm wrestling with solutions to this. One of the solutions I came up with was that the people themselves need to become more conscious, but education takes some time, and the leaders are not ready to open the people's eyes. But we are having these conversations here, aren't we? And we have to be deliberate, and especially the diasporans, because the diasporans have a level of protection. They are not physically on the ground in Nigeria where they can just, somebody can just come use your phone number to track them. According to Fix yesterday, when he came in, he said that if you do something in Nigeria because of your phone, they will just give them your phone number. The police will be at your door. So you can see that it's harder for them.
I don't believe that.
Yeah, but it's true though. Don't you know that phone number in Nigeria is basically your identity? They can use it to track you. If you give somebody a Nigerian phone number, because it's linked to your BVN, I think, if I'm not mistaken, or to your fingerprint and all the rest of it, and your identity, so they can track you down with that. So this is why they said that the guy said the Fix said made it comment he made. But the point is, the people need to start changing their culture, and you can see that there's a bit of a change happening. After all, you saw the diaspora commission official on the plane with the Sudanese coming down from from Sudan. That's something you will not see 10 years ago. You will not see her, catering to Nigerians the way she's doing now, because Nigerians are crying out for change. They are beginning to hear it. The question is, are they hearing it quickly enough to make a change? Look at the Kenyan president recently. He actually said, hey, what is going on here? Why is it African leaders are queuing up to go to Washington when they call them to Washington? And then they queue up to go to royal wedding and the burial of the queen, and they put them in a box and all those things. Which the African leaders shouldn't be doing that. It's very, very embarrassing. That they should just have the AU go and represent them. Just about 8 officials go and represent the entire continent. All they need to come up with is strategy. Like, personally, one of the things I said was that when you want to go to like the US African Summit, you come up with a strategy and say, this is what we want to do. Anything you want to do with Africa, it has to involve local manufacturing. It has to involve value-added manufacturing on the continent. If you want our resources, fine. But you have to start manufacturing those things on the continent, like the way Nigeria did with Tesla. Tesla's Elon Musk, where they told Tesla that they have to do the manufacturing in Nigeria, but Tesla refused that. So you can come up with that strategy, and because you are speaking as a continent now, they don't have a choice. They will have to figure out a way to work with the continent on that basis. And if they do, you can imagine the amount of growth you are going to see on the continent. That is just one. That I actually said that even before the president of Kenya said it, and he said it while Dangote was sitting right there. Dangote and top officials of the continent were right there when he was telling them this. And then the next layer is obviously security. Every nation has to start fixing their own security and becoming more Pan-African and nationalistic as much as possible, because our health system is on its knees, education system on its knees. What other institution? Food production on its knees. We can produce all the food we need and an extra, but yet we keep importing a lot of food from overseas. Not even some, a lot of food from overseas. So there's a lot to be done on the continent. The good thing is that there's a lot of potential for growth, but we've been saying this forever. How is it physically going to happen on the ground? How do we translate these things to the ground is the trick. Because once we figure that one out, because I think all these people, they see us talking online. They hear us saying all this stuff. Let them keep talking. Let them keep talking. You can't do anything on the ground. As long as you can't do anything on the ground, it's just air.
I got to tell you, I don't think we cannot do anything on the ground. It's just it's too complicated, but it's complicated, not too complicated. It's complicated because our government, I'll be honest with you, most of our government want us to do something. They rely on us. They hope for us to come and do something. But it still comes down that Africa or Nigeria has a love-hate relationship with this government. Most of our people have not demonstrated or have not gone there and started something.
You included love in it, love, hate. There's no love. They have the hate relationship with their government. That's what Nigerians have. A hate relationship.
Yeah. You can call it a hate relationship, but I do know that the fact that when you give contract to somebody, they run away with the money. It's not something that any government will like. When you give contract to somebody, they spend half of that country, or they spend almost 10% of that contract of the money that you gave them, mobilizing lawyers against you.
Yes.
Which country have you seen on this continent that a government will pay money to, and that lawyer will not build it, but then turn around and use court to go after the government that he embezzled? That is some balls, you know. That is pretty. That tells you how some people don't have morals.
But look at what is going on now, though. They said the Dangote refinery is likely to be commissioned this month. Could that be the game changer that Nigeria has been waiting for?
Oh yes,
That will mean an upward trajectory, because they are still looking to fix the refineries in Nigeria too.
How much do you think you sell the price per liter?
It doesn't matter what he sells it. Nigeria owns 20% of the stake, so whatever happens, we are still going to get a lot of free. That's the cost associated with buying fuel will reduce because we own 20% of the company. So he's going to sell it at market rate. He's not going to sell it any cheaper.
No, exactly, that's what I'm saying. So because it's there doesn't mean it's going to be cheaper than, how much is it right now? Almost 200 or one. I don't know how much it is anyway. At least,
or Nigeria just decide to seize it.
Refinery, see, because the thing is, see that refinery, and there's a game plan behind that.
No, they're not going to do that.
The thing, refinery will not solve Nigeria's problem. Trust me, it won't solve Nigeria's problem. It's far from it. What will solve Nigeria's problem is
we have extra change in our pocket now.
What change that will go to somewhere else? Change that will go to increase power, increase agricultural products. You have government schools.
They are also removing fuel subsidies.
You have leave that part. Hold on, see. Let me tell you something. Nigeria is just, in fact, most of us, we the citizens that they tell nonsense. We say we never have sense. Somebody tells you, okay, they take your crude oil, take it abroad, right? And they refine. And you use your own money to export it to them. Then you use your own money to import only one product of the crude oil, which is fuel. Where is the kerosene in that crude oil? Where is the diesel in that crude oil? Where is other byproducts of hydrocarbons in that crude oil? Where are they? There is only fuel, PMS, that we import with our money, and you come and sell expensive for us. And because of that, because we pay those money to export and import, you tell us they pay subsidy. You understand? Who be fool? You get? But because most of them don't even see it that way, that, oh, refinery. No, they don't want to do this refinery. Why? Because they make money from what they are doing. You were watching before they gave this guy, when they gave this guy from Data, Emiakbo Topolo, when they gave him chief security to secure pipeline, whatever. You saw some.
Am I the one freezing or he is frozen?
It should be the one.
Yeah, they took light in his own area. they did, London NEPA is beginning to show him, So, Augustine, I'm sure you came to add something to what you've heard.
Yeah, when you mentioned the Dangote refinery, I just.
Yeah, it's supposed to be coming on stream this month, from what I gathered. So
May 22nd, he will come. Buhari will come and commission it.
Wow!
If you remember how much cement was being sold before Dangote took the producer. So it's, once you have mono producer, it's gonna be monopoly. It's gonna kill the whole thing.
Okay, sorry. Does anyone know how